Superman's journey through the worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Trial. To outsiders, thermal vision is a cool thing, but when you become the target of thermal vision, that cool feeling disappears and turns into a strong fear and despair. Looking at the red light that Lincoln has lit up, the bigwigs who are bound become more and more terrified. No, no, please, no, please let me go. I can do anything you say. I have a lot of money. I still have a lot of companies and stocks. I can give them all to you. I have a family with many excellent men and beautiful women. Let me live. As long as I live, they are all yours. I can give them all to you. Money, power, manpower. In the face of the danger of death, these bigwigs, like sea cucumbers, spit out all the things they had been holding tightly and reluctant to give up and leaking, just to let Lincoln take a look and save his life. However, human society is not as simple as nature after all. Lincoln disdained the things they were willing to give up and regarded as treasures, and just sneered and emitted dazzling thermal vision from his eyes. The heat vision of hundreds of degrees or even thousands of degrees cut their flesh cleanly but not cleanly. Lincoln's sight moved slowly, and the heat vision also rotated slowly. The flesh was burned dry and charred, with unpleasant smoke rising, and the heart-wrenching screams made the remaining people even more terrified and desperate. Even though they had seen Lincoln's strength in the Kryptonian incident, even though they had witnessed Lincoln's character from the style of the Injustice League, but they would never learn a lesson, always thinking that they could use rules to restrict Lincoln. It was not until the lesson of death came completely that they truly realized that human rules and order can only restrict creatures of a certain level. For Lincoln, who has surpassed the universe itself, rules and order are just a piece of paper when he wants to abide by them, and nothing when he doesn't want to play. After realizing that they could never survive, some people completely madly insulted Lincoln loudly, and for such a person with endless courage, Lincoln just lowered the temperature of the heat vision and stayed on him for a longer time. After that, everyone realized that death was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to live a life worse than death, and Lincoln could do it. The shrill screams kept echoing in his ears, and even Randall, who had seen many battlefield scenes, was throbbing fiercely at this time. The blood and cruelty of the battlefield were caused by other soldiers and various weapons and equipment, and the injured were often civilians and soldiers. But now the one who was executing the trial was the real god of the world. The people who were killed one after another by the sword of judgment were big figures who were out of reach. This brought a completely different sense to people. If he didn't know that he didn't have to kneel at this time, Randall, who was hunched over, would almost have kneeled down for Lincoln's powerful strength. The unpleasant smell spread in the underground cave along with the burning breath. Randall didn't know how long it had been, but he knew that when Lincoln's footsteps appeared in front of him again, there was no other pleading or screaming. He didn't dare to look up, but felt Lincoln patting him on the shoulder. "Well done, keep it up, Randall." An indescribable joy and pride of being recognized suddenly emerged in Randall's heart at this time, and he couldn't help but lower his head. Yes. Lincoln nodded gently and left with a strong sonic boom. Only at this time did Randall dare to raise his head and look at the air raid shelter. The thick hemp ropes were still strong, but the people hanging on them were no longer living people, but black substances like mummies. Only from the shape of the skeleton and the clothes they wore could they be distinguished that they were people, not monkeys. The strange smell spread in the air raid shelter, making Randall's throat roll twice. He covered his mouth and nose with a strange look and hurried away, waving to the soldiers on standby. "Get rid of this place." Randall knew that things were not over yet. There were too many people in this world who coveted superhuman power, and many of them participated in the doomsday plan to target Lincoln. These people in the air raid shelter are only the main culprits, and there are a large number of accomplices and innocent people who are implicated with 9 generations. Randall did not bring these people here, because that is the job of those people in the Injustice League. Without the protection of these main culprits, the accomplices and innocent people can easily get the due trial for their previous illegal acts, and then abuse themselves and commit suicide in the cell. This is already one of the American special programs. If the deceased committed suicide by being shot 7 times in the back, then it should be very reasonable for him to suffocate himself to death by strangling his throat with both hands after being inhumanely tortured in the prison for serious criminals. Lincoln left, and the trial has just begun. This kind of thing involving the superstructure naturally has nothing to do with the lower class people. In fact, there are some things about celebrities in recent times. There are especially many things. All kinds of big melons make those people who watch the excitement satisfied and completely ignore the news that one family after another is thrown into prison. Clark, a good reporter, can't detect the turmoil in it, but Wu Yuan and Batman can see it. During this time, this foreign time traveler was as diligent as an old cow in searching for the whereabouts of Black Adam in Egypt. He scanned 90% of the area, but he did not give up paying attention to the situation in Metropolis. When he saw what happened there, his eyelids kept twitching, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had left Metropolis in advance. Otherwise, under the care of this dog system, he might have been impulsive and died directly. The situation is much better now. Although he has lost a lot, with less unsearched land in Egypt, he can already see the scene of finding Black Adam and turning into a magic Superman. At that time, marrying a beautiful and rich woman, Diana, becoming a CEO, Amazon tribe, and reaching the peak of life. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yes, after seeing Lincoln crush Doomsday, he changed his goal again. Compared to becoming the #1 on Earth, he thinks it is more suitable for him to go to Paradise Island. Although there will be Steppenwolf there are only women there. For a Superman like him to go to Amazon, which is full of women, isn't that heaven? Wu Yuan decided to stay alive for a while and become a stud in Amazon. He felt that this place was more suitable for him than fighting and killing. Chapter 227 No. Following Doomsday, a large number of crazy self-abuse patients who committed suicide in the federal prison for serious criminals also left. After that, the world was at peace for a long time. Except for the Injustice League, which was still carrying out just and unjust actions in various places. Everyone else was much quieter during this period. Clark was still playing his role as a good guy in Metropolis, except that from time to time he would run hundreds or thousands of kilometers away to kill the Kryptonians of the Injustice League like a humpback whale killing a killer whale. Having seen Clark's strength, Orm wisely gave up the idea of counter-attacking the mainland because he felt that with only the strength of him and his Kryptonian friends, he had no choice against Clark. As for Batman, at this time, he was already obsessed with the Justice League. Although Barry in another time and space only provided him with very few clues, Bruce Wayne, who was Batman and the Lord of Gotham City, finally found what and who he wanted to find with his own superpowers. We've met before. Looking at the woman in front of him, Bruce's mouth corners twitched slightly, with a confident smile. Are you interested in chatting? Just a glance at each other, Diana read Bruce's thoughts from his eyes, but she just smiled and turned away. I have so much work that I can't finish it in decades. Maybe I don't have time to play house games with little boys. Working for the art museum? Bruce raised his voice a little behind her. Maybe you should be a little more polite to the person who may become your boss in the future. At least, accept a business card and call me when you change your mind in the future. Hearing Bruce's voice, Diana stopped. Although her understanding of Bruce made her know that the man behind her was unlikely to acquire the art museum, she also knew how powerful money was. After a short pause, her eyes swept over the business card Bruce handed over. She picked it up and held it in her palm, then turned around again. I'll call you after I change my mind. Stay tuned. The moment he walked out of the door, Bruce's expression became calm again. Alfred, where is our next stop? Barry Allen in Midtown. It can be seen that he is a smart man who is very good at hiding himself, but people always have a slip of the tongue. He neglected the existence of surveillance. After comparative analysis, I'm sure there must be something strange about him. After getting the information he needed, Bruce nodded, returned to his car, and left with a roar. The operation to recruit superhumans has just begun, and at this time, a laboratory researcher has found a way to activate the mother box, and also found a way to save his son, who lost most of his body in 2 disasters in Metropolis. use the power of the mother box to re-influence and manipulate particles to reshape the body for his son. Thanks to the incredible power of the mother box, he doesn't even need to pay for any raw materials. The air itself is the raw material. However, what he didn't know was that when he activated the mother box to reshape the body for his child, the signal it released had already been transmitted to the distant space of the universe. At this moment, the Steppenwolf that wandered in the universe and destroyed the world found his own guide, the way to the earth. At the same time Egypt found it. I finally found it. The underground cave was completely torn apart by Wu Yuan with a powerful force. Looking at the environment in front of him, that was exactly the same as his memory. Wu Yuan's face was full of excitement. He couldn't help laughing and began to silently call out to the system that had been pretending to be dead for a long time in his heart. My mission is completed. Hurry up and settle the advent for me. The host has not found Black Adam, and no settlement reward will be given. Wu Yuan, isn't he sealed here? Everyone, just show some respect. There is no need to force me to release him, right? You should at least give some benefits and sweetness. Faced with Wu Yuan's sincere request and advice, the system was unmoved. The host has not found Black Adam, and no settlement reward will be given. Wu Yuan, fuck. Cursing inwardly, Wu Yuan took out the high-end stuff he had brought down from the Kryptonian spaceship from his backpack. Pulse energy bomb. This thing has first-class explosion power, and it can also release powerful pulse waves to destroy the surrounding electronic signals and attract attention. It is perfect for bombing Black Adam's hometown. But at the moment, when he was about to install the bomb and detonate it, the expression on Wu Yuan's face suddenly froze. It was not because he discovered his wasteful behavior, but because the system prompt sounded again. Mission goal: collect 3 mother boxes. Mission reward: mother box user manual. Wu Yuan. The moment he suddenly received the task prompt from the system, he was completely confused. He didn't expect that when he didn't intervene in the relevant plot at all, he actually violated common sense and gave him a task of exploding a mother box. The system is not just secretly picking him up to die, right? This is clearly expecting him to die. At this moment, Wu Yuan's face darkened. Get lost. Whoever wants to take the mother box mission can take it. Anyway, I will just stay at Paradise Island and guard the box over there. Darkseid, go eat shit. As Wu Yuan was speaking, the expression on his face gradually changed. From the initial impatience and satisfaction, he turned into a trace of horror. Fuck. No way. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. As things have developed to this point, the development of events in this DC universe has completely embarked on a path different from the plot he knows. Although the main characters and the main plot are similar, it can be seen from Clark's near-death that the changes in the event line of this world are extremely huge. In other words, is there a possibility that the plot of the Justice League has been opened without his knowledge? Don't. Thinking of this possibility, Wu Yuan became anxious instantly. He clearly remembered that the first mother box that Steppenwolf got after coming to Earth was the mother box of Paradise Island. If Paradise Island was blown up, wouldn't his paradise be gone? Exclamation mark. By then, the remaining 2 boxes will be in the hometown of Injustice member Om and the other in the hometown of Injustice. He doesn't dare to go there. Wait. If that's the case, then Steppenwolf, who rushed directly to the hometown of Injustice to steal things, seems to be more dangerous. Good job. Pray for Steppenwolf. By the way, let Black Adam be locked up for a while longer. He must take advantage of the right time to represent Goon and to go to Paradise Island to comfort the Amazon female warriors who were brutally destroyed by Steppenwolf. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan slipped away without looking back in the roar of Black Adam in the seal. Chapter 228. Even though Adam was sealed, he could release a bit of his power to the outside world to sense the surrounding environment and the seal. Originally, he had laughed when he saw Wu Yuan coming here to place the bomb, but that damned human suddenly put the bomb away again, as if he was holding back his shit, and then left without looking back, as if he was escaping from the toilet. This almost drove Black Adam crazy. He had been sealed for who knows how many years, and this was the closest moment to freedom he had ever had, but it was destroyed by that damned human. Black Adam's eyes were fixed on the direction Wu Yuan left, and he vowed to give this damned human a good look after he left. Wu Yuan didn't know that, because of his change of heart at the last minute, he was directly hated by Black Adam. When he left, the biological force field around him moved, and he flew towards the direction of Paradise Island. Paradise Island has a unique protective power, but for a Superman, this power is not a problem. However, what Wu Yuan didn't notice was that shortly after he left, an expedition team followed the footprints he left and followed to the location of the cave. Is this the place? Yes, the sound just now should be from this side. Look at the rock wall. There are obvious traces of minerals on it. Could it be left by a mine or a tomb robber? It shouldn't be. There are no minerals in this area, and there is no mention of civilization ruins or anything like that. Maybe it's a new discovery? Look, there's not even a camp here. Do you think it's like what you said? I guess there's no one inside. Then, do you want to go in and take a look? I think so. Let's go in and take a look. Although the explorers in the expedition team had some fear about the dark cave, in the end, their curiosity and desire for profit overcame these fears, and they stepped into the cave. Sealed land. Wu Yuan's departure made Black Adam angry, but the expedition team members who came with some trepidation soon made Black Adam's eyes rise with hope again. Yes, that's it. Come here, come quickly. Break the stone wall and unlock my seal. If possible, he would never regard humans as saviors, but he has been sealed for too long, and his desire for freedom is also extremely strong. He just wants to break the seal now, and then find the previous human, and give him a good lesson. The people in the expedition team did not know the existence of Black Adam. They only knew that there was a wall in front of them blocking their way. Some people hesitated and wanted to turn around and leave, but someone grabbed him. Look at the traces on the wall. Someone must have been here. Blow up this wall. Several people looked at each other, but we don't have explosives. But we have a manuscript. Several people did it as soon as they said it. Relying on the advantages of iron tools, they forcibly chiseled a small hole in the solid stone wall in just a few minutes. Although it was only a small hole, from the hole, one could clearly see that there was a larger space inside. Seeing this, everyone was excited. They made the right bet. No matter what was on the other side of the wall, it was always a secret. Prying into secrets naturally makes people excited. Add to that the possible firepower, and no one would not feel happy. However, what they didn't know was that when they broke the wall, Black Adam also smiled happily. Ha 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 ha. I'm free. A large amount of power was transmitted by him through the weakened seal. When the explorers understood what happened again, Black Adam was already standing in front of them with an awkward smile on his face. Congratulations, you set me free. Looking at Black Adam, who didn't look like a good person, all the explorers couldn't help but show expressions of fear on their faces. Almost without hesitation, they screamed in fear and ran out of the hole that they had worked so hard to dig. Looking at the fleeing figures, Black Adam showed a hint of desire on his face, but then he gave up the idea of killing these humans, because in the distance, there was a target that deserved his attention. The power of magic that Black Adam possessed could not be compared with Lincoln, but it was easy to use it to track Wu Yuan, who could not use magic. Driving the power in his body, Black Adam instantly turned into a flash of lightning and chased in the direction Wu Yuan left. Wu Yuan was not Clark, nor Lincoln or other Kryptonians. Compared with these freaks, his identity as a time traveler could be said to be of no use at all. He was rushing towards Paradise Island, and had no idea that Black Adam had turned into a flash of lightning behind him. It was not until the rumbling thunder came from the clouds that he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The next second, a magic lightning struck from the clear sky. Boom. The azure blue electric light was like a long snake winding and forcibly hitting Wu Yuan in an instant. The powerful physical attack and magic energy contained in the lightning instantly caused him unimaginable damage. Kryptonite reduces armor and causes real damage to Kryptonians, while magic ignores a certain degree of armor and causes magic damage to Kryptonians. Under the angry blow of Black Adam, how terrifying is the energy contained in this thunder? Or thunder strike hit Wu Yuan head on, and a sharp pain instantly exploded on Wu Yuan's neuron nodes and spread to his whole body in an instant. His biological stance collapsed under this powerful blow, and his originally stable flying posture was destroyed. The whole person fell from the clouds like a bird with broken wings, penetrating through layers of fog, and falling to a green island below. Paradise Island, the island where the Amazon tribe lives in seclusion, is isolated from the normal world. Unless special methods are used, outsiders cannot come, and people on the island cannot leave easily. The Amazons have abided by the rules of Paradise Island for thousands of years, but today, this rule was broken. Whether it is Black Adam, who has magical powers, or Wu Yuan, who is a Kryptonian, they are not ordinary people, and the power they possess can also be considered special. In an unexpectedly awkward manner, Wu Yuan fell from the sky, spinning, and in front of countless Amazonians' astonished eyes, he landed heavily on Paradise Island. Behind him, the lightning transformed by Black Adam struck the soft grass with thunder, and looked at him coldly. Go to hell. Chapter 229, Agile Steppenwolf. The Mother Box is an incredible technological creation, known as a living creation. The 3 Mother Boxes are combined into one, and their power can easily change and destroy a planet. But after the battle thousands of years ago, all the Mother Boxes fell into a deep sleep, until Cyborg's father awakened one of the Mother Boxes, in order to revive Cyborg, and indirectly led to the resurrection of the other 2 Mother Boxes. In this process, as a creation that can be described as life, the Mother Box discovered the existence of Clark and other Kryptonians. In theory, the Mother Box should not send a signal to call Steppenwolf at this time, but it is impossible not to call people. Krypton has been destroyed, and Zod and others have died, but the equipment that can be used for planetary transformation has not been destroyed, and Clark, who has the code of life, or the creation chamber, is also there. This means that, if something goes wrong, the Kryptonians who once caused a lot of trouble to Darkseid, and were eventually destroyed in the explosion of the mother planet, will be active in the universe again. Moreover, from the current situation, there is already such a trend. First there was Clark's Superman, then Zod and his group, and then Lincoln. If we wait any longer, who knows how many more Supermen will appear in this place. The yellow sun of the earth is the best nutrition for Kryptonians. The longer they bathe in the sun, the stronger their power will be, until they are irresistible. It may be possible to play dead and wait for the Kryptonians to self-destruct, but if these guys keep basking in the sun, they may end up with a group of unimaginable perverts rushing directly to Apocalypse to press Darkseid to the ground. Then just the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. The Mother Box can no longer go back to the past, so now can basically be considered the weakest time on this planet. If the magic weapon cannot be attacked now, perhaps the things that happened 1,000 years ago will be staged again. As Mother Boxes with life, they definitely don't want to be trapped here for hundreds or thousands of years. There are 3 Mother Boxes, one is at the base camp of the Injustice League, and one is in Atlantis Realm. Only the Mother Box on Paradise Island is the farthest from the control range of Lincoln and his group. So, of course, the first activated Mother Box was the deepest hidden, and the last connected Mother Box on Paradise Island began to send signal coordinates to Steppenwolf, who was countless light years away. However, this Mother Box, which was closely guarded by the Amazons, would never have thought that when it sent a signal to Steppenwolf, Wu Yuan, a Kryptonian, brought Black Adam, who controlled the magic power, directly here. The Mother Box was activated, and its incredible ability opened a sonic boom channel across the long universe. On Paradise Island, Black Adam and Wu Yuan fought fiercely. The powerful waves and raging magic energy caused by the contact of fists and feet made the Amazons watching the battle dare not step forward. They were not people with a halo like Diana. Facing the 2 people who were on fire, Black Adam and Wu Yuan, if they were not careful, they might be killed by the aftermath. Bang! Black Adam punched Wu Yuan hard on the face again, his face full of twisted anger. Damn it, Black Adam. What are you going to do? Have I ever provoked you? Facing Wu Yuan's roar, Black Adam just sneered. It didn't happen a long time ago, but it happened 10 minutes ago. What? Wu Yuan was a little confused at first, and then suddenly realized, 10 minutes ago. Shouldn't you still be sealed 10 minutes ago? Damn it. Just because I didn't unseal you, you chased me here to fight with me? Is there something wrong with your brain? Scold me? Black Adam's expression moved, and he moved his neck. "Now I have another reason to kill you." Buzz buzz buzz. As the two were talking, suddenly, a passage emitting white light suddenly fell from the sky. The incredible energy contained in it also spread at this moment, and was instantly noticed by Wu Yuan and Black Adam. "What is that?" Black Adam, who had been sealed for a long time, looked at the sonic boom channel opened by the mother box, and showed a trace of doubt. "The helper you are looking for?" Wu Yuan was silent, and did not answer. He looked at the sonic boom channel with an extremely distorted expression on his face. After a moment, he looked at Black Adam. "That is not my helper, that is an alien invader. Their goal is to destroy this planet, and kill all life on this planet." Black Adam, looking at Wu Yuan with an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Black Adam wrote the meaning of "Are you kidding me" directly on his face. Looking at him, Wu Yuan sighed deeply. "Okay, I know you don't believe it, but this is the fact. Maybe you can ask the group of people surrounding us outside. They are very familiar with it." Black Adam hated Wu Yuan so much that he followed him all the way to Paradise Island to beat him up, but he was very interested in what Wu Yuan said. He was sealed for too long, so he missed a lot of things, and he was also very curious about new things. The sonic boom channel in front of him, which can only be opened by using the mother box, is definitely a novelty. Thinking of this, Black Adam temporarily loosened Wu Yuan's collar and looked at the embrace channel that went straight into the sky. The sonic boom channel was like a beam of energy light, constantly hitting the ground from high altitude. In the reverberating hum, a large number of demons waved their wings behind them and rushed out of the channel like mosquitoes, holding weapons and attacking the Amazon warriors on Paradise Island. In the lost space, where the mother box was sealed, the burly figure of the Stepwolf also slowly walked out of the sonic boom channel and looked at the Amazon tribesman guarding the mother box in front of him. "Hand over the mother box." "Never." Facing the Stepwolf holding a battle axe and full of powerful oppression, the Amazon Queen refused without hesitation. She grabbed the mother box that had stopped the sonic boom channel with one hand, and then shouted, "Attack." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were sounds of breaking air in the air, and the female warriors who had been waiting for a long time immediately launched a life charge at the Steppenwolf, and behind them, the Amazon Queen left with the mother box. She knew that these men alone were not enough to stop the Steppenwolf. All she wanted was to gain time and space to leave here, and even Paradise Island with the mother box. They had complete historical records, and knew what kind of disaster would be brought once the mother box was gathered. In order to prevent this from happening, even if it cost their lives, they would not hesitate. As for the two outsiders, they could not care too much. On the Jindy side, the Steppenwolf and the Amazon elite warriors had already fought in a group. Facing the Steppenwolf with hard power, the female warriors who could enter the forbidden area were vulnerable. In just a few minutes, the entire forbidden room was slaughtered. He looked up at the direction where the queen left, raised a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and stepped sideways and crashed out. Boom. The stone wall, which was tens of centimeters thick, was easily broken. Pointing the battle axe in his hand to the distance, Steppenwolf gave orders like a general, "Catch them." At this time, in the distance, on Paradise Island, looking at the overwhelming demons rushing out of the sonic boom channel, Black Adam believed what Wu Yuan said. As the first defender, Black Adam actually also possessed the power of Shazam. With just one glance, he understood what the essence of the demons was. They were just weapons transformed by unknown forces. Looking at the dense demons waving their wings like mosquitoes and rushing towards him, Black Adam showed a trace of disdain on his face and opened his 5 fingers forward. Thunder and lightning. Boom boom boom. The power of magic gathered in Black Adam's palm, and a blazing light emerged and then turned into a thunderous explosion. Thunder exploded on the ground, and the terrifying thunder instantly shattered from the demon group. The hideous thunder burst, and the violent energy directly evaporated a large area of demons in an instant. This terrifying attack not only stunned the Amazons, but also Wu Yuan. It seemed that Black Adam had not hit him to death before. If he was attacked with this kind of force every time, he would not even be qualified to be a sandbag, right? Wu Yuan was stunned, but Black Adam was not. He no longer looked at the demon-like thing, which he thought had no deterrent power, but looked directly at the tall and axe-wielding Steppenwolf. He had been sealed for too long, so he was eager to fight. Wu Yuan was already strong, but not strong enough. In Black Adam's opinion, the Steppenwolf that walked out of the sonic boom channel was in line with his idea. Covered in thunder, Black Adam rushed towards the Steppenwolf with a sharp sonic boom. Bang! The airwave exploded, and the powerful force wave blew a huge pit in the surrounding grass, and the surging airwave swept away the demon-like things in the surrounding sky. No one could intervene in the fight between the two, even Wu Yuan, who wisely chose to push away at this time. He knew the strength of Black Adam. He was a ruthless man. Even if he couldn't beat Clark, he was a man who could compete with Clark. Against this guy, Steppenwolf had a hard time. As for him, Wu Yuan didn't even want to deal with those demons, but chased directly in the direction where the Amazon Queen left, holding the battle axe with both hands to block Black Adam's powerful blow. Steppenwolf couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt in his eyes when he looked at the strong man in black tights in front of him. According to the knowledge he got from the mother box before, there were only Amazon tribes on Paradise Island, all of which were women, but how come a burly bald man appeared now? Although this guy's breasts are bigger than a woman's, this is definitely not a woman, right? Exclamation mark. The mother box can also make mistakes. The mother box doesn't know what Steppenwolf is thinking at this time, otherwise it will definitely say you are a second-rate person. But Steppenwolf is good, in that he always puts his doubts aside temporarily, and focuses on the task at hand. For example, repel all those who stand in his way, and get the mother box. Swish. The living armor on his body gathered up, providing him with stronger defense and strength support. After a roar, he shook the battle axe in his hand, and pushed Black Adam out. Then he stepped on his feet, rose from the air, and slashed the sharp axe blade at Black Adam in the same manner as when he defeated Ares and chopped Darkseid. His strength was extraordinary, and his speed was incredible. A silver light flashed in the air, and the next moment, the ground exploded under the axe blade. Dust flew, and Black Adam's figure retreated from it. He looked at the torn clothes on his arms, and his face showed a warlike look. Yes, that's it. As soon as the voice fell, he held the lightning in his palms, and rushed towards Steppenwolf again. Zilla, the numbing sound of lightning exploded, and the sharp magic current rushed wildly, spreading along Steppenwolf's arms and armor to his whole body in an instant. This strong stab made Steppenwolf's face twisted, his hands and feet stiffened and numb, and he let out a suppressed cry of pain. His body trembled as he tried to remove the lightning, but the next moment, Black Adam's fist landed. Boom. Ammon's strength gave Black Adam great power. A punch covering dozens of tons of power hit him hard, and Steppenwolf's voice instantly sank into the mud. Before he could stand up again, Black Adam fell from the air again. Boom. There was another more explosive roar, and the battle axe supported by Steppenwolf's hands was hit by the terrifying force, and twisted a little. At this moment, Steppenwolf finally recognized the fact that there was definitely something wrong with the mother box. This may be Paradise Island, but the guy in front of him is not something he can deal with at all. Although he is powerful, this kind of guy may be better left to Desert and others to deal with. After being taught a lesson by Black Adam's heavy punches and magic, Steppenwolf gave up his ambitions of the previous moment. What will sweep away all the obstacles in front of him? Fuck it. This kind of guy should gather a large army to form a righteous gang fight. He now has only one goal, to get the mother box, and then leave here before he is beaten to death. He saw that the guy in front of him was in a very wrong mental state. He was itching to fight. In order to better contribute his strength to Darkseid, Steppenwolf felt that he should use tactics instead of just fighting. After making such a decision in his heart, he let out a more violent roar. This tearing roar made Black Adam almost think that Steppenwolf was going to fight to the death. The movement of his hands suddenly slowed down, but the next moment, he heard the sound of wind passing by his ears. Steppenwolf ran away. Black Adam was stunned for a moment, and then he was furious. He gave up Wu Yuan, and came here just to find an opponent, to solve the sorrow of the birth of the Long Seal, but he ran away. Exclamation mark. The unbearable Black Adam rushed to Steppenwolf and punched him. Bang! The air mass exploded, and Steppenwolf flew out backwards. This chapter 4K. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Steppenwolf. Paradise Island is difficult to deal with, so just pick the weak ones. Being hit and thrown out should have been something worth getting angry about, but Steppenwolf was very happy, because the direction that Black Adam, the reckless man, hit him was exactly the direction where the mother box was. Steppenwolf pretended that he couldn't control his body perfectly and fell heavily to the ground in the air. He had just half knelt and stood up when Black Adam, who came with a strong wind from a distance, hit him again. With a kick of his feet, Steppenwolf's figure exploded towards the place where the Amazon Queen and the others were at an unimaginable speed, and behind him, Black Adam brought out layers of sonic booms and hit Steppenwolf again and again in the air. Even though most of these punches were used by Steppenwolf for long distance displacement, the remaining parts still twisted and cracked his living armor, and even red blood flowed out of the gaps in the armor. The severe pain of the torn wound continued to sting Steppenwolf's nerves, but as he watched the mother box getting closer and closer, he became happier and happier. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. As long as I can get the mother box. No. As long as he can touch the mother box and open the sonic boom channel, he can leave this damn place and replan everything with the demon-like army. Black Adam didn't know what Steppenwolf was planning. He just felt that he was very happy to punch him. Even the pressure that had been accumulated for thousands of years was released in the process of beating Steppenwolf, but Wu Yuan didn't think so. Before, while Black Adam and Steppenwolf were fighting, Wu Yuan rushed directly to find the Amazon Queen, but his arrival was not welcomed. Paradise Island is isolated from the world. When Steppenwolf suddenly came, the Amazon Queen naturally maintained a layer of vigilance against all outsiders. Even when facing Wu Yuan, who looked very friendly, she still maintained this vigilance to the end and never gave up control of the mother box. Wu Yuan was helpless. He wanted to persuade the Amazon Queen that it was safer to keep this thing with him than with her, but she didn't listen to him at all. Unless he wanted to take action by force, he couldn't get the things, and if he took action by force, it would prove that he didn't have good intentions. Look at the mess here now. God knows what will happen after that. Just when Wu Yuan and the vigilant Amazon Queen were in a stalemate, Black Adam in the distance actually hit him like Steppenwolf playing baseball. Seeing the Steppenwolf getting closer and closer and the Amazon Queen galloping on her horse without saying a word from afar, at this moment, Wu Yuan wanted to blurt out 100,000 MMPs in his heart. He finally made the Amazon Queen believe that he had no ill intentions, but now everything was ruined with a Steppenwolf rushing over. He had no doubt that his previous behavior would be suspected by the Amazon Queen as delaying time. After all, she was a woman, and a woman who was highly alert and insecure. If he could not beat Black Adam's magic, Wu Yuan really wanted to rush up and give Black Adam a good beating. But, speaking of Black Adam, he suddenly thought of a more important question. System. Where is my magic? Didn't they say that they would give me magic if I found Black Adam? I've been beaten up by him. Why don't I have magic? The system remained silent for a while, and then silently released a voice. Mission completed. Mission reward issued. The moment the voice fell, a rich magical power suddenly emerged in Wu Yuan's body, and then a large amount of magical knowledge was instilled into his mind, as if it was free. Seeing this scene, Wu Yuan immediately understood. It's not that he didn't complete the task, or that the system forgot. If I didn't mention it, this damn thing would probably not issue a reward, even if it saw me being beaten to death. What kind of a damn system is this? It doesn't even think about saving the life of its host. System, save the hammer's life. Do you think you are the only one who is afraid of that black Superman? I want to run too. How can I run if you don't die? Exclamation mark. Wu Yuan obviously didn't know the system's needs, and in reality, while he was talking to the system to obtain magical power, Steppenwolf had already flown past him. With the power borrowed from Black Adam, Steppenwolf chopped the battle axe in his hand at the Amazon Queen, holding the mother box with a cunning and cruel smile on his face. Clang. Puff. The battle axe, which was vulnerable in front of Black Adam, instantly shattered the armor of the Amazon Queen, and then directly chopped her entire body without losing its momentum. If it was before, he might still fight with the guys in this place, but now it's not possible. He is no match for Black Adam alone, and if he adds the Kryptonian who suddenly fell silent for some reason, he will definitely die here. Steppenwolf, who had no way out, killed the Amazon Queen with a full strength blow, and then, regardless of his own embarrassed appearance, he rolled and crawled to grab his palm on the mother box, and shouted loudly, "Go." In fact, there was no need to wait for him to shout, because the mother box with its own life had been silently paying attention to the battle situation outside. Seeing Black Adam suddenly appear and show his power, the mother box had long wanted to run away. If there was a demon who caught it, it would probably sell Steppenwolf without hesitation, open the sonic boom channel to teleport it away, and take itself away. Now that it was Steppenwolf who met him, it was even more of a surprise. Without any hesitation, the detonation channel shining with dazzling light and stirring with buzzing sound fell from the sky. Without waiting for the demon, the channel only lasted for a moment before it shrank again and disappeared into the sky, along with the sonic boom channel. Steppenwolf, who failed in the battle but succeeded in strategy, and the mother box taken away by him disappeared together. Looking at the sonic boom channel disappearing into the sky, Wu Yuan was dumbfounded. He was still receiving and absorbing the power of magic from the system the moment before, and the next moment he looked up and saw a little glimmer of light that took Steppenwolf and the mother box away together. This didn't give him any room to display his power. Go and try Black Adam? It's a good idea, but according to Black Adam's personality, Wu Yuan is 100% sure that if he can't beat him, he will die. Wu Yuan's strength is getting stronger and stronger, but for some reason, he feels more and more frustrated, just like now. Obviously, his strength is strong enough to ride on the heads of humans and act arrogantly, but he has not enjoyed it until now. Like flying around in Egypt to find Black Adam, he was beaten up on Paradise Island. He finally became stronger, but the only person he could use as a sandbag was beaten away again. This is really a wish come true. Looking at the female warrior holding the Amazon Queen in the distance, and listening to her last words, and occasionally looking at them strangely, Wu Yuan was numb. He sat on the grass silently, and began to think about why things turned out like this. Compared with Wu Yuan, Black Adam, who has been sealed for thousands of years, and knows nothing about the outside world, seems to have a much simpler mind. Looking at the fluent chopping, touching the cube, and escaping with the help of the sonic boom channel of Steppenwolf, no matter how stupid he is, he knows that he is being used. And the use is very thorough, and he even killed someone by the way. Black Adam is amazing, because he hasn't been played with like this for a long time. He wants to find Steppenwolf for revenge, and at present, the only people who may know that guy are the female warriors in this place and Wu Yuan, who was beaten by him not long ago. Seeing these Amazon women crying while hugging the queen, even Black Adam knows that he will probably get nothing if he goes there at this time. So, stand up and tell me everything you know. Wu Yuan, who was melancholy, looked up at Black Adam, and after a moment of silence, he sighed again. Really want to know? Wu Yuan has given up treatment. I thought I got a Kryptonian script, and as long as I waited until Zod was killed, I could take off all the way. Now it seems that, as long as I don't crash halfway, it will be God's blessing. As for the rest of the things, it's up to you. After all, he is a magic superman, and he can't be without any self-protection. He might as well find a place to hide. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. For example, now, Black Adam is definitely stronger than him, so he comes here to find something to do. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Black Adam frowned slightly, and then said, "Of course. Okay, then I'll tell you." Although he knew that telling Black Adam about the mother box might make Black Adam have a strong desire for the mother box, but what does this have to do with him? There are only a few possibilities for Black Adam to know about the mother box: Steppenwolf and Darkseid standing behind him. The first possibility, which is also the least likely possibility, is that Black Adam was frightened after hearing the name of Darkseid, and without saying a word, he decided to join the new gods to help invade the Earth. The second possibility is that Black Adam believes that the mother box can help him strengthen his strength to better rule the world, so he starts to attack the mother box and disdain Steppenwolf and Darkseid. The third possibility is that Black Adam disdains this and decides to find the crown first and then come back to kill Steppenwolf. No matter which of the above three possibilities, Black Adam is inseparable from the mother box, Steppenwolf, and Darkseid. Of course, there is actually a fourth possibility. Black Adam is not interested in this and spits on the ground. But think about Black Adam's character. Wu Yuan thinks that the probability of this possibility is 0. As long as Black Adam has ideas about the mother box, he will inevitably meet someone who is really outrageous. If he wants to find Steppenwolf, he will most likely meet Steppenwolf. Anyway, it's not him who is unlucky, so Black Adam can do whatever he wants. It's a pity for the environment of Paradise Island. Seeing the way the Amazon people look at him, Wu Yuan knows that it is impossible to live comfortably here. Without much concealment and hesitation, Wu Yuan told Black Adam everything about the mother box, which made Black Adam look at his phone like an old man on the subway. Although he is very strong, he was sealed not long after he gained powerful power, which caused him to not know so many things at all. Now hearing Wu Yuan pour out all the secrets like pouring beans, Black Adam is completely confused. He didn't see it before, and there are so many things on this planet. Apocalypse, the new gods, the mother box, Darkseid, the destruction of tens of thousands of worlds, the anti-life equation. These words really opened Black Adam's eyes. He didn't expect that the world was so big, and there were people who had the same idea and were doing such things. This made him feel excited, and he felt excited that he had found a comrade. Of course, despite his excitement, Black Adam didn't join Darkseid's idea at all because he felt that he didn't need to join. He knew that the mother box had magical powers, knew the square life equation, and knew that Darkseid couldn't come for the time being. In this case, what's the point of joining Apocalypse? He just collected the mother boxes first, became the world hegemon, and then went to collect the anti-life equation. Wouldn't it be better? Rule the earth? No. Inspired by Darkseid, Black Adam spread his ambitions, and his current goal is to rule the universe. People should always be positive, and if they are villains, they should be even more so. If there are so many good opportunities under pressure, he would not be Black Adam if he didn't want to seize them. Seeing the change in Black Duck's expression, Wu Yuan immediately knew that his previous guess was right. This guy was really moved, but this has nothing to do with him anymore. He is just a rookie. Just bask in the sun peacefully. He wanted to release Black Adam before, but he was beaten up. Then he was going to Paradise Island, but he ran into Steppenwolf a few years in advance. It was dangerous, too dangerous. On the other side, just as Black Adam had a bigger ambition in his heart, Steppenwolf returned to an absolutely safe space that did not exist on the Earth with the help of the mother box. On the first lesson of entering that space, Steppenwolf's body fell to the ground weakly, and the twisted battle axe in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. The bright red blood flowed out from the gap in the living armor like a stream, constantly draining the power and life from Steppenwolf's body. His face was full of pain. He knelt on the ground and held up the mother box in his hands. His voice was full of piety. "Mother box, please heal my injuries." The mother box was silent for a while, and then it trembled suddenly. Rays of light reflected and turned into twisted arcs that shot onto Steppenwolf's body and the battle axe on the ground. The pain caused by the particle reshaping made Steppenwolf roar to the sky. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes again, full of strong fighting spirit, recovered, and more powerful than the gun. His face was full of joy, but he no longer wanted to go back to Black Adam to compete with him. Instead, he decided to go directly to the other two mother boxes. He couldn't beat Black Adam, but he still got the mother box in his hands. The other two mother boxes should not be more difficult to deal with than Black Adam. They should be soft persimmons. Thinking of this, Steppenwolf showed a smile on his face. Chapter 231 Steppenwolf, absolutely impossible. Pick on the weak. This is what Steppenwolf is thinking now. After completing the communication with the mother box in his hand, Steppenwolf locked the second target he was going to attack on the mother box kept by the Atlanteans. At first, his idea was to start with the weakest humans, but the mother box tried his best to dissuade him. Thinking that the more he delayed, the more likely it would alert the Atlanteans, Steppenwolf finally locked his target on Atlantis. At the same time, in Metropolis, the Injustice League. "Hey, are you guys free lately?" Orm walked into the room of the Injustice League, casually put his harpoon aside, with a relaxed smile on his face. "I want to invite you to my party." "Party?" Several other Kryptonians looked at Orm. "I heard before that you seem to be an Atlantean under the sea. What you mean by party? Yes, that's what you think." Orm sat on the chair. "I'm going to call the kings of several other tribes for a meeting. I need your help. Come to help me and take a look at my kingdom by the way. How about it?" At the beginning, Orm joined the Injustice League reluctantly, but now it's different. He loves the Injustice League to death, just like Homeland loves a Super 7. The Injustice League has the most complete public opinion team. No matter what he does, there will always be someone to take care of everything online. Orm even joined forces with the Marine Environmental Protection Association and the Animal Protection Association to learn from the barbarians. As for the other members of the Alliance, they are more or less the same. They control the top power in this world, and naturally, they also have a lofty position. Orm now likes the Injustice League very much, especially after he obtained the Trident of Poseidon with the help of the League. Faced with the proposal and request of the Ocean Overlord Orm, several Kryptonians in the conference room were silent. After they looked at each other, they laughed. "No problem, Orm. Tell us the location and time, and we will go there on time." "No, no, no." Orm shook his head. "Are you guests or superheroes? When the time comes, I will use the Atlantis ceremony to pick you up. Then it's settled." In the conference room, several people talked and laughed. As for the cries for help outside, it was the business of the kind-hearted Clark, and had little to do with them. Kryptonian warriors are also human beings. At the beginning, they can still maintain some warrior style, but in the environment of the Injustice League, it didn't take too long for them to be corrupted. They did not forget to exercise their special abilities, but they were also perfectly accustomed to the privileges brought by their own power. It can only be said that the Injustice League, a seemingly unjust organization, has well tolerated the power that would have destroyed the world, which is actually a good thing. Several Kryptonians of the Injustice League agreed to Orm's proposal and request, because so far, they have not had a good time in Atlantis. It's just the right opportunity to take a look and help their companion. The Kryptonians don't understand the worldly affairs very well, but they know a little about supporting the scene. A few days later, Orm sent people to Metropolis. In the surprised eyes of thousands of people, the originally calm sea surface was stirred up waves, and then the Atlantis team emerged from the ocean to welcome the landing of several Kryptonians and disappeared into the deep sea after a while. The Atlanteans have their own special technology line and cultural style, which makes several Kryptonians very curious, and there are enough places to kill time on the way. Not long after, they arrived at Orm's unique palace, and after the last invited guests arrived, the Atlantis Ocean Festival began. The Injustice League has long been famous in this world, and the name of the Kryptonians has been known before that. The ocean that had not yet submitted to the rule of Orm was silent when they saw the Kryptonians sitting in the guest seats. They had the courage to fight against Orm, but they did not have the courage to fight against the Kryptonians or even the Injustice League. As they came into contact with the information on land, they knew that, if they angered this group of people, they would really do something like bloodbathing the tribe. Seeing that many tribes silently chose to surrender, Orm, with a crown on his head and holding the Trident of Poseidon, had a smile of power on his face. He was holding a wine glass in his hand and was about to speak when suddenly the whole palace was in turmoil. Boom. The turbulent water surged, and then, in Orm's gloomy eyes, Steppenwolf holding a battle axe walked in. Under the effect of the mother box, his strength was greatly enhanced, so that he did not want to sneak in secretly, but to forcibly crush the palace of the Atlantis in an unstoppable manner and forcibly take the mother box away. During the trip to Paradise Island, Steppenwolf knew that after many years, the people in this world had become so weak that they didn't know what they had become. If it weren't for the guy Black Adam who appeared in the middle, the Amazons on the entire Paradise Island would not be able to organize his steps, and in his opinion, the same was true for Atlantis. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with Steppenwolf's idea, but unfortunately, he missed one thing: the Kryptonians. Atlantis now has not only Orm, the overlord of the ocean, but also several Kryptonians who were invited by him to be guests. They were still wondering why Orm wanted them to come and support them, but when they saw Steppenwolf breaking in like a barbarian, they suddenly felt that they understood. It should be that Orm had a premonition that the guy in front of him, who was dressed in fancy clothes, was going to come and cause trouble, so he called them over in advance. Thinking of this, several Kryptonians put down their glasses and stood up. Their majestic figures stood behind Orm like a wall. In an instant, the oppressive feeling filled the entire palace. Is that him you are talking about? Orm was a little confused at this time. His original idea was to rely on the reputation of the Injustice League and the Kryptonians to intimidate those tribes in Atlantis who were unwilling to completely submit to him. As a result, when the kings of those tribes did not show their colors, Steppenwolf rushed in with a large number of demons. This posture was obviously not taking him seriously. In an instant, Orm felt the anger of being despised, and nodded immediately. Yes, it's him. The target has been locked. Locking a few Kryptonians, and looking at Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf, who was still aggressive a moment ago, suddenly felt that things had become a little tricky. As a vanguard who fights and destroys the world and space on behalf of Darkseid's will, Steppenwolf is still very familiar with things like the Green Lantern Corps and Kryptonians. Judging from their appearance, the people in front of him obviously had nothing to do with the Green Lantern Corps, but the distinctive uniforms of the Kryptonians behind Orm made Steppenwolf identify them as Kryptonians at a glance. His movement stiffened, and he began to recall the description of the Kryptonians in his mind. Super high technology level, no strong power on Krypton, but will have incredible power after shining the yellow sun. There are more things about Krypton that he no longer remembers, because he remembered at this time that the sun in the solar system, where the Earth is located, is a yellow sun. This is absolutely amazing. It's just a small primitive planet. First a ridiculously strong Black Adam appeared on Paradise Island, and then a Kryptonian appeared in the Atlantis Palace. And it's not just one Kryptonian. There are 4 Kryptonians. 4 Kryptonians who have been exposed to the yellow sun on Earth for who knows how long. At this moment, Steppenwolf felt that God was teasing him. Otherwise, why would he encounter such a bunch of ruthless people on such a primitive and backward planet like Earth? Exclamation mark. Fight? Fight with a hammer. He just hopes he won't be beaten now. Steppenwolf was silent, but the Kryptonians in front of him had already lifted their feet off the ground under the effect of the BO force field. Their full muscles were filled with explosive power, and their gradually brightening red eyes were filled with overflowing murderous intent. Sizzle. The red heat vision was used instantly, and the temperature of thousands of degrees instantly burned the seawater into bursting bubbles, bombarding Steppenwolf. Bang. The waves rippled along the seawater layer by layer, and under this terrifying wave, the palace banquet was suddenly in a mess. The 2 Kryptonians used the heat vision to suppress Steppenwolf's movements head-on. The remaining Kryptonians moved their bodies, breaking through the strong water pressure, and howling towards Steppenwolf, reaching out to grab, fold, and press. Snap. The living armor that was twisted and collapsed under the continuous bombardment of Black Adam was instantly twisted off by the joint attack of the 2 Kryptonians, accompanied by the crisp sound of Steppenwolf's bones and muscles being broken and torn. The hideous bone spurs pierced his skin, and the surging heat vision penetrated his armor and cut his flesh and blood crazily. The piercing pain made Steppenwolf's pupils shrink continuously. The hormone level in his body was raised to the extreme that his body could bear at this moment. Ah! With a heart-wrenching cry, Steppenwolf threw the battle axe in his hand while the heat vision was cut and took advantage of the moment when the heat vision was blocked by the battle axe. He twisted his body vigorously. Crack squeak sounded, which made people's scalps numb. With powerful strength and terrifying awakening, Steppenwolf actually broke his arm alive and tore it apart in the surprised eyes of the other 2 Kryptonians. The bright red blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain and instantly dyed the surrounding seawater blood red. Without caring about the grief and anger for the broken arm, Steppenwolf stepped out of the bloody water and rushed directly into the sonic boom channel that appeared at some point and disappeared in a flash. The 4 Kryptonians did not chase him, nor did they have time to chase him. Holding Steppenwolf's broken arm in his hand, He returned to Orm and frowned. This guy's very good. We should kill him. Do you know who he is? Looking at the arm in front of him, and the living armor, that began to shrink and crush the flesh and blood, Orm frowned and began to think frantically about the history and legends of Atlantis in his brain. After a few minutes, Orm raised his head with some doubts. I may have the answer. Follow me. As soon as the voice fell, Orm picked up the trident and jumped, and then flew out like a swimming fish, rushing towards the location where the mother box was kept in Atlantis. He didn't know Steppenwolf, because Steppenwolf had never appeared on Earth, but the appearance of the sonic boom channel was recorded in the history of Atlantis. It was just a crude transformation, but considering the importance of the mother box, Orm felt that it was very likely. With a few Kryptonians, he flew quickly to the forbidden area of Atlantis, but before he arrived completely, he saw a beam of light coming through from a very far distance. It was the sonic boom channel. Now, Orm was 100% sure of Steppenwolf's origin, and his face changed drastically. Damn it. Several Kryptonians were puzzled. What's wrong? He is a subordinate of an alien named Darkseid, who is committed to destroying the world. If he takes the mother box, the entire Earth will be destroyed. As Orm finished speaking, the beam of light transformed by the sonic boom channel instantly shrank and turned into a point of light that disappeared into the sky. Several Kryptonians looked at this scene and pondered for a moment. How many mother boxes are you talking about? Where are they? The first one is on Paradise Island, which is the territory of the Amazons. But seeing that he summoned the sonic boom channel to my palace before, the mother box there should have been taken away. The second one is the one protected by my Atlantis, and the third one. Seeing Orm hesitate, several people asked, where is the third one? Orm pondered for a moment. The third one should have been given to humans for protection, but the wars in the human world are so frequent that even we don't know where the third mother box is. Orm's confusion and hesitation did not stop several Kryptonians. Although their brains are not very smart for such problems, they can always think of the person who can really solve the problem at the first time. Notify the headquarters, and that adult can solve this problem. Several people did what they said and immediately started to connect the signal of the Injustice League. On the other side, Steppenwolf's heart-wrenching cry of pain once again echoed in the spacecraft. The Atlantis palace was defeated, but it also made Steppenwolf realize that the top power of the entire Atlantis might be in the palace. After returning to the spaceship to stop the bleeding in a hurry, he descended again and defeated the guards with lightning speed and took away the second mother box. Now, he is accepting the combined mass of the two mother boxes, reshaping the body, making armor, and recovering the state. Under such operations, the pain that is almost comparable to a broken arm began to torture Steppenwolf's nerves again. It was not until a long time later that he stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Only one is left. As long as the last one is found, Darkseid's army will come, and this planet will be reduced to ashes. The trip to Paradise Island and Atlantis was not smooth, and even for him personally, it was a miserable unilateral journey of being beaten. This time, he absolutely did not believe that humans could also have the ability to beat him. This was absolutely impossible. Chapter 232 A small gift for Darkseid. Steppenwolf conveyed his thoughts to the mother box. He wanted to let the mother box directly open a detonation channel leading to the location of the third mother box. In this way, Darkseid's arrival would become an ironclad fact. Steppenwolf was severely damaged in Paradise Island, where the first mother box was located, and Atlantis where the second mother box was located, but this time, he didn't believe that he would be so unlucky. He felt that he would be able to successfully complete the mission given to him by Darkseid. After learning from his experience and going directly to the third mother box, unexpectedly, when he conveyed his thoughts, the mother box actually fell silent. Injustice. At first, Lincoln didn't think of attacking the mother box. After all, subconsciously, he thought that it would take some time for the mother box to play a role, but the information sent by Orm and several Kryptonians made him realize that there was a major deviation in the plot. Not only has the mother box sent information to the outside world, but Steppenwolf has also directly obtained the two boxes of Paradise Island and Atlantis. Now all that is missing is the mother box that is theoretically kept in the hands of humans. After hanging up the phone, Lincoln opened his eyes in the first breath, and in the second breath, the mother box stored in the laboratory appeared in front of Lincoln. The mother box was kept very carefully, but in front of Lincoln, the strict measures were useless. He could get what he wanted. Lincoln touched his chin and looked at the mother box in front of him and fell into deep thought. Under Lincoln's gaze, the mother box, which had been silent before, wanted to return to the dormant state at this time, almost like it was dead, and it did not show any abnormality when it was manipulated. In front of Lincoln, the mother box with the ability to transform the planet was like a small animal that was unfortunately noticed by a lion. It was trembling and pretending to be dead for fear of attracting attention and dying. From this point, it can be seen that the mother box has wisdom, but not much. It thought that it would be safe if it crashed to death. But in fact, Lincoln was using his supervision and superbrain to thoroughly analyze the magic box. Without releasing all its strength, the mother box itself still has a certain amount of technological content. Lincoln spent several minutes to completely unlock all the secrets inside the mother box. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the mother box. Without the ineffective means of praying and communicating, a wisp of energy penetrated into the mother box from his fingertips. The next moment, in the mother box's own wisdom, surprise, and puzzlement, Lincoln mastered the mother box. At this moment, the huge knowledge stored in the mother box rushed into his mind along Lincoln's fingertips, and everything about the use of the mother box also emerged in his mind. With a slight movement in his heart, the sonic boom channel was opened. However, it was not the two mother boxes on the side of Steppenwolf that opened it, but Lincoln who mastered the third mother box here. In the spacecraft, Steppenwolf didn't know why the two mother boxes fell into silence, but looking at the detonation channel opened in front of him, he still laughed. Thinking that it was the mother box that opened it, Steppenwolf came out without any hesitation. A wisp of fresh air came towards him. Steppenwolf, holding a battle axe, and Lincoln, who was activating the mother box, looked directly at each other. Human, you can actually use the mother box? Looking at the rays of light in front of Lincoln, Steppenwolf's eyebrows moved, and a trace of shock and confusion appeared in his eyes. In his usual understanding, the mother box is noble and mysterious. Even in the entire New Gods, few people have the ability and qualifications to use the mother box. Even he, a pioneer, can only pray and request the mother box to open the sonic boom channel and heal himself. But now, a human can actually make the mother box in front of him enter the activated state. This scene in front of him made Steppenwolf's heart tremble for a while, but after carefully looking up and down at Lincoln, he relaxed a little. Lincoln is not a woman, so he is not an Amazon. He is not a black baldhead, so he is not Black Adam. He does not have the characteristics of a deep sea race, so he is not Atlantis. He does not have a Kryptonian uniform, so he is not a Kryptonian. He does not have a ring, so he is not a Green Lantern Corps. Lincoln, who looked very ordinary, suddenly became very ordinary in Steppenwolf's mind. It was only by chance that he could inspire the human scientist of the mother box. After all, this kind of thing has happened before, and it is completely acceptable if it happens again. The tomahawk in his hand turned slightly, and Steppenwolf instantly felt that he was doing it again. He couldn't help but show a grim smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to chop Lincoln with the tomahawk in his hand. The sharp axe blade cut a sharp wind in the air, and the wind-breaking momentum seemed to split Lincoln in two. As if seeing the scene of Lincoln's bloodshed, the arc of Steppenwolf's mouth became more and more obvious, until there was a clang, and the reverberating vibration was transmitted to his hand along the tomahawk. Steppenwolf was stunned, looking at his axe that was placed on Lincoln's shoulder and couldn't be stored, and looking at the smile on Lincoln's face, he felt that his hair stood on his body. He was not sure what kind of monster Lincoln was, but Steppenwolf was very sure at this time that he had met a tough guy again. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Exclamation mark. Wasn't it agreed that this was a primitive and weak planet without a cosmic guardian? Where did these monsters come from? One after another. Cursing inwardly, Steppenwolf directly gave up the battle axe on Lincoln's shoulder, and without saying a word, he reached out to grab the mother box whose light had subsided, but the next moment, his palm reaching out to the mother box was restrained by the terrifying force. He struggled and twisted madly, but the power coming from his wrist was as unshakable as a mountain, and the living armor had no room to move under this grip. Damn it. This familiar scene made Steppenwolf's face change, and then he was about to reproduce the last scene and forcibly tear his arm apart, but the next moment, the thermal vision had already swept over. Dang. Ah. A scream rang out, and a horn wrapped in living armor on Steppenwolf's head was easily cut off under the effect of the thermal vision, and the unpleasant smell of burning immediately spread in the room. The unpleasant smell made Lincoln frown slightly. He grabbed Steppenwolf's wrist, swung his arm violently, and threw him out like a shot put. Bang! The tempered glass shattered, and Steppenwolf's figure fell heavily on the open space outside the Injustice League like a silver meteorite. The giant horn on his head was cut off, the wrist bones were crushed, the bones were broken, and the armor was twisted. Just one encounter, the damage to Steppenwolf was equal to the sum of the previous 2 times. Panting, before he could stand up again, Lincoln, dragging a black and gold cloak, fell from the air and stood in front of Steppenwolf. Are you an idiot? You actually want to take my things under my nose? Lincoln also found it difficult to understand. He was just using the mother box to open the sonic boom channel for fun, but Steppenwolf, this idiot, actually came out honestly. When he found that he was obviously not easy to deal with, this idiot actually wanted to take the mother box away with him, which was simply ignoring him nakedly. Steppenwolf didn't speak, but just panted and looked at Lincoln. Suddenly, he stepped on his feet, roared, and splashed the soft soil at Lincoln in pieces. At the same time, he looked up and shouted, "Mother box!" Buzz. Responding to Steppenwolf's call, a beam of light fell from the sky at the speed of light. It was the sonic boom channel opened by the mother box in the spacecraft. However, at the moment when the sonic boom channel was about to descend, the expression on Steppenwolf's face suddenly solidified. What did he see? Exclamation mark. The detonation channel that was invincible, pervasive, and even led directly to Apocalypse was now restricted, bound, and solidified in mid-air. The detonation channel with a buzzing sound kept bombarding from the air like an energy ray, but circles of energy waves spread out, and the channel that symbolized freedom and safety seemed to hit an insurmountable barrier of time and space, and could not move. The sonic boom channel above his head was out of reach, and Steppenwolf on the ground was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. Steppenwolf can accept his failure, injury and even severe damage, because in the universe, he has been defeated and frustrated countless times by the Guardians such as the Green Lantern Corps and the Kryptonians. But he can never accept the failure of the mother box. For the people of Apocalypse, the mother box is not just a mother box, it is also a major symbol of the new gods, a super creation that is so powerful that it does not even look like technology. For Steppenwolf and his people, the mother box is even like a god, and it is also a concrete god that helps them gain a foothold in the universe and become the new gods. Now, the means that this god has brought down have been bound and restricted, which almost makes Steppenwolf's worldview collapse. His pupils shrank and he roared, "No. This is impossible." Steppenwolf, who was covered with scars, roared like a red-eyed angry beast, and rushed towards Lincoln, and his ferocious claws tore at Lincoln. Bang! The airwaves swirled out, and after a silky heavy punch, the Steppenwolf with half of his cheek twisted, fell heavily to the ground. Before he could prop up his body with his arms, Lincoln stepped directly on his back. This kick seemed light, but it was like a 5-finger mountain, pressing the Steppenwolf to prop up his body half a point. He was still whimpering like a sad beast in the air, and he was already hit by everything in front of him. Lincoln did not kill him immediately, but stretched out his hand and grabbed the mother box in the office. The energy in his palm penetrated into the mother box, and Lincoln's eyes radiated noble and mysterious golden light. He looked up at the sonic boom channel that was bombarded from the unknown space. Strands of golden energy flowed upstream, and the energy of the sonic boom channel that flowed one way at the speed of light could not stop Lincoln's invasion at all. Gradually, in the eyes of the Steppenwolf's collapse, humiliation, and unwillingness, the white sonic boom channel was dyed yellow little by little, and became Lincoln's thing. After a while, Lincoln's eyes flickered, and he stretched out his hand. The other two mother boxes that had been taken away by Steppenwolf and stored in the spacecraft flew out of the sonic boom channel under his incredible power and floated in front of Lincoln. The three mother boxes arrived at the same time, and as the energy radiated from Lincoln's palm, all the knowledge in the three mother boxes began to be absorbed by Lincoln frantically. Soon, they became Lincoln's property. Steppenwolf no longer made a sound, because everything in front of him had completely defeated his spirit. The spirit of a warrior is resolute, but when what he insists on is defeated by Lincoln, the backlash is also serious. He is still alive, but Steppenwolf, who has lost his spirit, is no longer the pioneer warrior of apocalypse, but just a walking corpse with a powerful body. In front of him, three mother boxes are suspended, and in the distance, more and more figures emerge. Black Adam, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Clark. The huge movement of the Injustice League attracted the people of the Justice League, and and others also returned from the palace of Atlantis in time. As for Black Adam, he found this place purely by chance. One after another, the superhumans looked at each other, and finally, they silently divided into the Justice League led by Clark Batman, the Injustice League led by Lincoln, who had three mother boxes floating in front of him. Finally, there was Black Adam, who was sealed for 1,000 years before being freed. The atmosphere was very awkward, especially for Black Adam. He originally thought that he was very strong and invincible in this world, but after coming here, he found that things seemed to be a little bit off. The Justice League was easy to deal with, except for Clark. He thought he could deal with them, but the Injustice League. The four supermen were like black walls with a strong sense of oppression, and Lincoln, who had three mother boxes floating in front of him, was stepping on Steppenwolf, whose spirit had been destroyed. It was not that Black Adam wanted to destroy his prestige, but mainly because the Injustice League looked really awesome. The purpose of the Justice League and Black Adam was clear at a glance, but Lincoln did not pay attention to them at the first time, because he was going to do something big with the mother box. In the horrified eyes of Batman and the others, golden energy rushed out from Lincoln's palm, connecting the three mother boxes in series. The next moment, a white light bloomed, and the gate to Apocalypse was opened. On the other side of the gate, Darkseid, with his hands behind his back, and full of majesty, slowly turned around, and looked at Lincoln, but the next moment, horror appeared on his face. It was not because Lincoln activated the mother box, but because of the creature in Lincoln's hand that was rapidly reviving from sleep, the original Doomsday. Krypton's self-explosion did not take away the original Doomsday, he was just sleeping, but Lincoln found him and revived him. Then, in the horrified eyes of Darkseid, Lincoln smiled slightly and threw him to Apocalypse, and then closed the portal. Mission accomplished. Chapter 233. Things are not as I imagined. Even though Darkseid once lost the mother box on Earth, and even though he was once a cub and was severely beaten by the gods on Earth, he still has the style when he should. Especially when Lincoln gathered the three mother boxes to open the sonic boom channel leading to Apocalypse. Darkseid, standing in front of the reorganized demon-like army, can be said to have raised his style by an unknown amount. But when Lincoln smashed the genuine Doomsday into his face, the calmness on his face and the domineering aura on his body all disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of surprise and horror. What is Doomsday? It is a super creature created by Kryptonian scientists combining their own genes. He has the power to destroy the world, the jumping power of flying, the infinite physical strength that never feels tired, and the super fast healing and regeneration ability. And he can constantly evolve and restrain his opponent according to the ability characteristics of the opponent in battle, adapt to all environments and all enemies, and will be resurrected after being killed, and evolve coping methods. No one can kill Doomsday twice in the same way. Due to problems in manufacturing, it went berserk, and could not distinguish between friends and foes, becoming a never-ending killing machine. It is the end of all things and the end. What's more serious is that in the early days of Doomsday's birth, Kryptonian scientists did not fully realize how terrible a monster Doomsday was, and even conducted some tests on him. It was this test that made Doomsday completely lose the weaknesses of Kryptonians such as Kryptonite and the Red Sun. He has the ability of Kryptonians to become stronger by bathing in the sun, but is exempt from the weaknesses of Kryptonians, which made him a major concern for Krypton for a time, and even reached the point where he could not be killed. Until the end, he was bound in Krypton by Kryptonians using technological means, and no longer given the opportunity to become stronger, until the moment Krypton exploded on the spot. Doomsday, who has been wandering in the deep universe for an unknown period of time, cannot be instantly wiped out even by Darkseid's Omega rays, and what cannot kill Doomsday will only make him stronger. The life equation that can brainwash living things is on Earth, and the mother box that can transform matter into the most basic particles is in Lincoln's hands. Although Apocalypse now has a large army and a large number of technological weapons, it has no means to truly kill Doomsday. The pirated Doomsday on Earth uses the body of Zod, the general, and Luthor's blood, while the Doomsday on Krypton uses more powerful raw materials. The Doomsday born from this is much more powerful than the one on Earth, so powerful that even Darkseid's face will change drastically when he sees this thing. Damn it. Get rid of it. Looking at Doomsday, whose eyelids are already twitching and about to open, Darkseid's eyes widened and roared, commanding his warships to reopen a space channel to exile it. However, when the space channel was opened, everything was too late. Roar. The roar of a wild beast resounded through the land, and the terrifying energy wave swept across thousands of miles. The surging dust and fog rolled outward like the radioactive dust of a nuclear bomb explosion. Before the dust and fog subsided, the earth-shaking roar resounded. Huge cracks tore open like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, and like the mouth of the abyss, swallowed a large number of demon-like armies into the boundless darkness. With just one blow, Darkseid's army was more than a few casualties, and as a scholar lit up in the dust and fog, Darkseid and his advents looked extremely ugly. The real Doomsday has completely revived. I won't accept any gifts for the holidays this year. I will only accept destruction. Destruction Day. Humming the famous tune, in the eyes of Batman and others who couldn't understand, Lincoln easily opened the sonic boom channel to Apocalypse, and closed it completely before Darkseid and others could react. Then, he put a little force on his feet. Bang! The sound of armor and chest bursting rang out, and the blood and broken internal organs splashed out. The last bit of color in the eyes of the Walking Dead Steppenwolf completely disappeared. Moving away from the filth that almost exploded on his upper body, Lincoln flew to the huge conference room of the Injustice League with a smile on his face. If you have anything to say, you can come in and say it. Otherwise, if people outside see it, they will say that I'm impolite. Batman and the others fell silent as they looked at Steppenwolf, who was dead on the ground. So, it is impolite to talk to people outside, but it is polite to crush the body of an alien visitor in front of the guests? They were speechless, but watching Lincoln's back gradually disappear, they could only follow. Compared with the Justice League, Black Adam seemed to be confused. He came here to grab the mother box, but the mother box was taken away in advance, and then he didn't know what channel was open to send someone over, and then he wanted to go in and talk again. Is this looking down on him? Black Adam immediately wanted to charge the Injustice League's building for a few months, but suddenly realized that the other party had more people and more power, so he decided to follow in. After a while, in the Injustice League's hundreds of square meters conference room, everyone took their seats in order, and then looked at Lincoln sitting in the main seat, and the three mother boxes quietly placed on the long table in front of him. After a moment of silence, Wonder Woman stood up first, and pointed to the mother box on Lincoln's left-hand side and said, "That mother box does not belong to you. We Amazons have guarded it for thousands of years. You should return it to us." "Return it?" Lincoln raised his eyebrows slightly, with a playful smile on his face. "Why should I return it to you?" Waiting for the next Steppenwolf or Steppendog to come and snatch it away. "Excuse me, instead of thinking about guarding the mother box, you guys might as well go your separate ways and find a man to have children with." "Oh, I forgot, Wonder Woman, you have had a man, but he should be dead now. If you mind, I can forget it. Your breasts are a little small, so forget it." "Diana?" Looking at Lincoln, who had an unlucky expression when he saw the airport, Diana's blood pressure instantly rose, and her face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, not because of shyness, but because of the atmosphere. If an ordinary human teased her, she would only smile contemptuously, but Lincoln was higher than her in both strength and status. When she was mocked by someone in a higher position, her eagerness to prove herself and gain recognition would make her angry. This is the downside of not cultivating one's mind. Seeing that Diana was about to raise the sword in her hand to hit Lincoln, Batman hurriedly stopped her. Calm down, calm down. He is trying to provoke you. Don't fall for his trick. Diana nodded, took a few deep breaths, and was about to sit down when she saw Lincoln take out his mobile phone and project a few photos. No, I'm telling the truth. Look, these are my girlfriends. Look at their broad minds, and you will know how narrow-minded she is. I doubt she can even hold a number 7 battery, and it's all squeezed out of this battlesuit. Lincoln's words were vicious, and more importantly, he also produced strong evidence. At this time, Batman could no longer hold Diana, who was rushing towards Lincoln with a sword and a lasso, and Clark, who had a little understanding of his boss, could not help but hold his forehead with one hand, closed his eyes and sighed. Holding the Vulcan sword and swinging the lasso of truth, Diana rushed towards Lincoln. A few minutes later, the Vulcan sword was inserted into the ceiling, and Diana was tied up tightly by Lincoln with the lasso of truth, and hung on the Vulcan sword, dangling in the air. Lincoln also put a vibranium gag on her to prevent her from swearing loudly. After all, he was a polite person. After doing all this, he put his hands together, shrugged and said to everyone, "You saw it too. She started it first. I'm innocent." In the air, looking at Diana, who was dangling in the air, but couldn't break free, and wanted to speak, but was blocked by the gag. Many people's expressions were a little bit unbearable, but they finally held back. Stopping Diana unnoticeably, Batman looked at Lincoln again and said, "I think you should already know the power and meaning of the mother boxes. They are very dangerous, especially when they are gathered together. They may destroy the entire Earth at any time, so they should be dispersed for preservation instead of gathering together." "Well, what you said makes sense." Lincoln nodded repeatedly. "Then why don't you tell me what kind of safe place can block the attack of guys like Steppenwolf? Oh, by the way, considering that this thing has awakened and can autonomously stimulate the sonic boom channel, you must have a way to contain the formation of the sonic boom channel. Otherwise maybe a dog or a cat will steal the things at any time." Batman, right? I heard that you are very smart and have prepared a set of countermeasures for each superhuman. Then you tell me first. Lincoln's words were clearly adding fuel to the fire. Batman could feel very clearly that when Lincoln said this, everyone looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Even Orm in the deep sea and Diana hanging in the air were the same. Everyone wanted to know what Lincoln meant by preparing a set of countermeasures for everyone. Could it be that Batman has always regarded them as enemies? Adding fuel to the fire and stirring up trouble. Lincoln's words made Batman feel uneasy. After his eyes twitched twice, he said in a deep voice, "I don't have a good idea now, but maybe I will have one in the future." After that, he fell silent and let everyone look at him without saying anything. Batman and Wonder Woman are the only two people in the Justice League who have the reason and courage to stand up and face Lincoln. Clark will not, because how much salary he can take home every month and whether his girlfriend will be sent abroad are all controlled by Lincoln. As for Barry, he is just a student. The Justice League fell silent, and Orm of the Injustice League naturally would not stand up, so Black Adam became the last person who did not abandon or give up the mother box. Compared to the people in the Justice League, he was much more straightforward. He stood up and pointed at the box in front of Lincoln and said, "Give me that box." Of course. Lincoln smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and pushed a mother box in front of Black Adam. "If you can pick it up, you can take it away, but if you can't pick it up, what price are you prepared to pay?" "Impossible." Black Adam curled his lips, his face full of confidence. "It's just a box. How could I not be able to pick it up?" "Oh, really? Then you try it." Lincoln shrugged, propped his chin with one hand, and took out his mobile phone with the other hand. "Do you mind if I take a picture of you picking up the mother box? Maybe I can post it online. Many people like this kind of thing." "Whatever you want." Black Adam smiled contemptuously and pressed his palm on the mother box. He was about to grab it with a little force, but the next moment, his expression became serious. The change in his expression was so obvious that everyone noticed it. The eyes of the Justice League were fixed on the mother box, and several Kryptonians including Clark had complicated expressions. As Kryptonians, no one understood the biological force field better than them. Although the mother box seemed to be empty, with the ability of Kryptonians, they clearly felt an invisible force field wrapping it and fixing it in place. The source of this biological force field is self-evident. The strength of the force field. They doubted that no one could shake it. Black Adam used one hand. Black Adam used two hands. Electricity flashed on Black Adam. He felt that there was something wrong with the table and smashed it, and the mother box fell to the ground. Black Adam began to wonder if there was something wrong with the floor. Black Adam began to think about life. Black Adam, who did not believe in evil, used all his life's learning to move the mother box, but everything was in vain. However, Lincoln gained a lot. In just this period of time, he obtained hundreds of photos and 2 videos, which are very suitable for making emoticons. After half an hour, Black Adam gave up. He finally realized that the key to the problem was not the mother box, but Lincoln. This ruler of the Injustice League, who he had not valued before, possessed unimaginable power. When he looked back at the projection screen, he also knew that Lincoln still had his dark history in his hands. Delete it. Don't worry, don't worry. Lincoln reached out to recall the mother box and smiled at Black Adam. We have to talk about the mother box first and then discuss the fact that you allowed me to take pictures before but now want me to delete them. Hearing this, Black Adam's heart skipped a beat. He realized that something was wrong and the development of things was a little different from what he imagined. Chapter 234 Dr. Fate. Black Adam was in a dilemma. If he had been like that before, he would have rolled up his sleeves and rushed to fight Lincoln without saying anything. However, after trying his best, but failing to move the mother box, he realized that he could not beat Lincoln. He could not beat him, and he could not talk him out of it. His opponent also had a large number of photos and videos of him in his possession. Black Adam didn't know what these things could do, but looking at Wonder Woman, who was still hanging in the air, and feeling ashamed and angry, he subconsciously felt that it was definitely not a good thing. He wanted to refuse, but Lincoln saw through his thoughts in advance, chuckled and clicked a few times on his phone. You know, the human world has made great progress now. They have billions of people and a global network. Just a small click on the screen with your finger, a video or a photo will appear on the global network server, and then be seen by people all over the world. Black Adam, you can still call it Black Adam now, but guess what you will be called when these things of yours are sent to the internet? Chimpanzee. What do you think of this name? It seems to match the performance in your photos. Black Adam, who had been sealed for thousands of years, did not know that the world had developed to the point where discrimination between races had appeared. He did not even know that people of his color used to be the best fully automatic integrated cotton planting, picking, screening, and transportation machines. But he could still hear that the name of chimpanzee was definitely not a good thing. In an instant, electric light flashed in his pupils, and sharp electric currents began to linger on his body surface, making others nervous. Lincoln was not nervous. Looking at the angry Black Adam, he just smiled slightly, and with a grasp of the air, he forcibly extracted the sharp lightning from Black Adam, and put it in his palm to play with it. Lightning magic, a good method, but it is not as good as Zeus's lightning. It can only be used as a toy. His movements were very casual, but his words made everyone's faces suddenly change, especially Diana, whose pupils couldn't help shrinking. As an Amazon from Paradise Island and the daughter of Zeus, no one present knew the gods more deeply than her, so she was also the one who had the most intense attitude towards Lincoln's words. She absolutely could not tolerate that the lightning of Zeus, the king of gods, was so unbearable in Lincoln's mouth. Diana twisted wildly, but few people present could notice her. Everyone, including Batman, was completely stunned by the method displayed by Lincoln. Extracting and stripping other people's power to become a toy in the palm of your hand. This incredible method has exceeded their imagination. Especially Barry looked at the lightning in Lincoln's hand and almost got up and ran away on the spot. He named his ability the Speed Force, but the use of that thing is always accompanied by lightning. At this time, the lightning in Black Adam's body can be forcibly stripped by Lincoln. God knows whether his lightning can also be forcibly stripped by Lincoln. If it can, wouldn't it be a pure lamb walking into the tiger's mouth for him to come here? Diana, Barry and the others were shocked and terrified, but if it was really unbelievable, it would have to be Black Adam himself. The lightning is just a manifestation of his power. But when Lincoln stripped the lightning from his body, Black Adam discovered something that frightened him even more. What Lincoln stripped was not actually just the ball of lightning that looked ordinary, but also the divine power of Atom in his body. That divine power not only provides energy for Black Adam's magic thunderbolt, but also strengthens his other physical abilities and allows space travel. Black Adam can use lightning as a weapon, avoiding them and allowing them to hit opponents or targets. Black Adam has the ability of teleportation, which allows him to enter the Rock of Eternity. However, now, with the departure of the lightning, the divine power that originally belonged to Atom was also incredibly stripped out of his body. This scene made Black Adam completely sluggish. All his power came from 7 different gods. Even if he had many ideas in his mind, he never thought that the power of 7 different gods in his body could be directly stripped away. But now it appeared, he really saw an existence that could forcibly strip the power given by the gods. What does this mean? Lincoln can strip the power of the 7 gods in his body one by one, and then completely erase him from this world instead of sealing him. In terms of power level, the gap between him and Lincoln is huge. Before he really met Lincoln, he didn't even imagine that there could be someone with such terrifying power in the world. Playing with the lightning containing the power of Atom in his hand, Lincoln got tired after a while and threw it back to Black Adam. Compared with the sand pupa in his hand that completely sealed the Egyptian god, the little power extracted from Black Adam's body was insignificant. Black Adam gained a lot of power from the divine power, but it took 7 gods to make it what it is now, so he couldn't expect those gods to give him much power. If we talk about each one individually, it's probably only at the level of Diana. This kind of thing is just a low-class toy for Lincoln, and he just needs to play with it for a while. He is not interested in doing things with garbage around him. Feeling the reappearance of Atom's divine power, Black Adam's uneasiness finally subsided a little, and then he looked up at Lincoln without any contempt or arrogance in his eyes. This is inevitable, unless he wants the 7 divine powers in his body to be completely extracted by Lincoln one by one. Otherwise, showing his due attitude is the important guarantee for survival. As long as he has the power of the 7 gods, anyone in the world can be Shazam or Black Adam. Batman and the others don't know what this means. They only know that when the ball of lightning is lost and recovered, the anger on Black Adam's face disappears. He even tried to reason with Lincoln. I don't want to be your enemy. I just came here to take a look. Justice League. Black Adam's change of tone was so sudden that even Batman felt confused. Lincoln laughed out loud. Oh, yes, you have no ill intentions. You just came here to take a look. So what about these photos and videos? Black Adam was silent and raised his head after a moment. You tell me what price I should pay. It's very simple. Lincoln glanced at the already uneasy Batman and smiled slightly. Join the Injustice League. No. Batman's objection came out, but he was greeted with Lincoln's teasing eyes. Oh. Smart Batman is angry again. I wonder, after such a long time, have you figured out how to properly keep the mother box from being snatched away by anyone? After all, it's not very safe to leave this thing with me. Maybe when I get upset, I will open the Sonic Boom channel and let Darkseid and the others in. In this case, except for the Injustice League, no one on this planet will survive. Of course, Clark may be an exception, provided that you don't mess with his family. Facing Lincoln's teasing and cold eyes, Batman's brain calmed down instantly, as if it was doused with liquid nitrogen. He was thinking about controlling the situation within the limits that humans could handle, so he made various countermeasures in a targeted manner. But the biggest problem now is that all the prevention and control measures on the Earth combined cannot restrict and restrain the man in front of him. Lincoln can witness the invasion of the Kryptonians on Earth, allow Doomsday to be born and kill, and even play with the passage to Apocalypse. This is enough to prove that Lincoln is not bound by any rules. In other words, if he is angered, he may even directly stimulate heat vision from outer space to cut the entire Earth in half. From the analysis of the aftermath released by Lincoln and Doomsday in the previous battle, Batman has no doubt about Lincoln's ability, or no one doubts Lincoln's ability. Is there really no one who has a complaint about the Injustice League? Yes, but many of them finally found their conscience and committed suicide by shooting themselves 7 times in the back. and the rest became fanatical supporters of the Injustice League. Just like in the Marvel world, people would try to test and control a Superman like Clark, but if they were facing an ancestor, let alone wanting to control him, they would even have to think about whether they would go home at night and walk into a neat and tidy ending with their family. Reasonable? As for Lincoln, he could blow out the sun with one breath, so what kind of reason could he talk about? What reason could be harder than his fist? Facing Lincoln's cold eyes, Batman finally realized this. His body felt like it was falling into an ice cave, and finally, he sat down again little by little. As for Clark, he was opposed at first, but when he saw the text message on his phone that said your mother, and Lois will win a 7-day trip tomorrow, he fell silent. If it was about money or status, he could choose to refuse it. After all, he was a righteous Superman. But there are not many opportunities to go out with his mother and girlfriend for a week, and it's all paid by his boss. To be honest, this is very tempting. At least it's more tempting than protesting Black Adam's joining the Injustice League. No one in the conference hall raised any objections. Facing Lincoln's faint smile, Black Adam was silent for a moment, then lowered his head, knelt on one knee and swore to Lincoln that he would join the Injustice League. As another empty chair found its owner, Lincoln's smile became even wider. The Injustice League, which has been doing evil everywhere, has added another fierce general who intends to rule the world. What does this mean? All villains are the future of the DC universe. Darkness is the mainstream. Watching the Injustice League grow stronger and stronger, the people in the Justice League felt so uncomfortable. Although Clark is in their team, the Injustice League has Lincoln. After leaving the two of them out, justice fighting injustice is almost like cutting melons and vegetables, and they are the vegetables being cut. Batman and others were depressed and were about to get up and leave, but the sudden knock on the door stopped everyone. Being watched by a group of superhumans, the person knocking on the door was a little nervous. At Lincoln's signal, he said, "Sir, someone is visiting." He said he had an appointment in advance. His name is. Lincoln finished the second half of the sentence. Kent Nelson? Yes, Kent Nelson. The fun is coming. The fun is coming. Lincoln laughed and turned to look at Black Adam. I said it was not in vain to recruit you into the Injustice League. Look, you just joined the Injustice League, and someone came to you right after you joined. After saying that, in the eyes of everyone who didn't understand, Lincoln looked at the waiter again. Go, bring him in, and say that the Injustice League welcomes Dr. Fate to come and have a chat. Dr. Fate. The moment someone heard this word, his heart moved, but he didn't show it. A moment later, the door opened again, and Kent Nelson, who was dressed in a suit and looked gentle and refined, appeared in the conference room. He looked like a traditional British gentleman without any special features, but at the first glance, when he entered the room, everyone had already noticed his extraordinariness. Dr. Fate, why don't you wear your uniform? Lincoln pointed at the table and stretched out his hand. Everyone in this room is wearing their own clothes. Do you want to talk to us as an ordinary person? Kent was silent for a moment, smiled slightly, and then stretched out his hand slightly. The space seemed to be expanded, and a golden helmet appeared out of thin air in his hand. With the helmet on, he has transformed into Dr. Fate with the power of Naboo. The helmet of Naboo God gives him many abilities including invisibility, suspended flight, resistance to blows, magnetic control, time travel, memory erasure, illusion creation, immortality, and superintelligence. As a wizard, Kent's power is almost completely suppressing Black Adam. Of course, it is still not worth mentioning in front of Lincoln. Looking at Kent, who showed the state of Dr. Fate, Batman immediately realized that this is an object that can be won by the Justice League, but Kent's purpose of coming this time is just Black Adam. He first glanced at Black Adam, then looked at Lincoln. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I want to have a chat with Black Adam. You may just seem to like the word chat very much. Looking at Dr. Fate, who didn't quite understand, Lincoln smiled. Okay, you can have a good chat with him, but not here. Dr. Fate was puzzled, but the next moment, he saw a wall made of dense prisms crashing towards him. He wanted to use his own power to block it, but the speed of the wall was much faster than he saw. Almost in an instant, they were thrown into an indescribable mirror space by Lincoln. Chapter 235, heading to Kandak. as the object of Doctor Strange's plagiarism. Dr. Fate's performance in all aspects is close to the adjective of wizard, especially in the use of magic. Dr. Fate's moves can be said to be extremely gorgeous, much better than the ancient one who was hit and killed by a dump truck. If Lincoln mastered this kind of magic of Dr. Fate, he would definitely say strength is temporary, handsomeness is lifelong to make up for it. But unfortunately, Lincoln now controls the magic that has been mutated from camouflage, so his words will change to a certain extent at this time. For example, what's the use of being handsome? A fancy thing that can be knocked down with one punch. Just like now, although Dr. Fate's magic is much more fancy, Lincoln accidentally threw the mirror space that covers the entire universe, and he had no use for any means. Those debtor wizards in camouflage need to use the magic of the demon god to perform the mirror space trick, but Lincoln relies on his own energy to use the mirror space. It's okay in the Marvel world, but in the DC world, without his permission, even if a god comes, he has to stay in the mirror space. Unless he can jump out of the big light ball universe directly, there is still some hope. Hula 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 in the eyes of Black Adam looking at the idiot. Kent's fancy operations failed to stir up the slightest ripple in this bizarre mirror world. In addition to the basic power and flying abilities, his control over magic was completely isolated. This is not to say that the magic knowledge he has mastered has become useless, but that there is no magic power in this mirror space that can give them magic. Lincoln locked all the permissions in the entire mirror space. Unless Dr. Fate is willing to use his vitality as magic to cast magic, he will also have to become a melee mage here. So the question is, will Dr. Fate, who is already old and may die at any time, use his vitality as magic to cast magic? The answer is obvious, no. After a fruitless attempt, he calmly sat cross-legged in the air and looked at Black Adam. After sorting out his words in his mind, he began to try to persuade Black Adam to get back on the right track. What bad intentions could Black Adam have? At most, he just wanted to rule the world, which was not much different from the ideas of those emperors, kings, heads of state, and presidents. Compared with Black Adam, those who wanted to borrow the power of the devil were the real uncontrollable factors. Dr. Fate's purpose this time was also very simple. He hoped that Black Adam would work with them to solve the uncertainty of the devil first, and as for the other things to come, they could be solved slowly later. Dr. Fate tried to persuade Black Adam to stand on the same front with them, but Black Adam didn't care about it at all. The reason was simple. When the 7 cowardly wizards sealed him, they spent so much effort, and they couldn't even deprive him of the divine power in his body. As a result, Lincoln came up and did it. And after learning a little about the style of the Injustice League from Morm, who was sitting next to him, he had a problem with his brain to get involved with people like Dr. Fate. Let's not talk about anything else. Looking at the scene where Dr. Fate was trapped in the mirror space without any chance to fight back, it is obvious that Lincoln is the one who deserves more support. What? This doesn't fit Black Adam's character? Isn't character just for breaking? Why would he not support someone he meets and die? Black Adam is 5,000 years behind, but there is nothing wrong with his brain. Black Adam is not particularly interested in the crown and demons that Dr. Fate mentioned, but Lincoln is interested. With a crash, the broken mirror completely swallowed up Black Adam's figure, and then Lincoln's figure appeared, holding a crown that looked asymmetrical in his hand. Is this the crown that you mentioned that can lead to the demon realm? Dr. Fate. Kent, who had spent a long time trying to find the whereabouts of the crown, was stunned when he saw the thing in Lincoln's hand, and then nodded. Yes, it is very dangerous. The person who wears it will face the demons of the divine realm. Kent didn't finish his words, and looked at Lincoln with a shocked face as he put the crown on his head, and then nothing happened. Fuck. Lincoln, who had originally hoped that the crown could drag him to DC Hell to play around, was full of anger on his face. Another fucking cowardly demon, just like those guys Mephisto. Dr. Fate. He couldn't fully understand what was happening in front of him. The person who wore the crown would enter the divine realm of hell to face the demons and gain powerful divine power from them. This was the only ability of this crown that Dr. Fate and others feared. But the crown failed. After a moment of silence, Dr. Fate felt that maybe it wasn't the crown that failed, but more likely, the person in front of him was too wrong. So wrong that even the demons didn't want to meet him. Originally, Dr. Fate thought that Lincoln was also an agent of God, otherwise he would not have bound himself to this strange world. But now it seems that this is not just a question of God's agent. He began to doubt whether the Lincoln in front of him could be the incarnation of God. Otherwise, suppressing the Kryptonians, hammering Doomsday, and controlling the 3 mother boxes should not have happened. Dr. Fate was silent, but Lincoln waved his hand to cancel the mirror space and then looked at the people in the hall. Okay, the problem brought by Dr. Kent has been solved. You can go back to your homes and find your mothers. Of course, if someone wants to stay for dinner, I don't object. Just remember to pay for the dinner. After that, Lincoln waved his hand to open a portal and walked into it, disappearing from everyone's sight. Kandak, the international gang. As a disgusting gang that has been entrenched in the local area for an unknown period of time, the international gang has extremely strong power in Kandak. For example, the expedition team that dug up the place where Black Adam was sealed was not killed by Black Adam, but they were found and killed by the international gang who followed them. Their goal was only one, the crown that was said to lead to the realm of hell and gain powerful power. The international gang had spent too much time and energy on this goal, but looking at the empty grave, they knew they were one step late. The news that the crown might have been taken away in advance made the helper of the international gang furious, but with the last bit of hope, he still ordered his men to expand the search for the whereabouts of the crown. Then, Lincoln, holding the crown, came to this very chaotic city. Lincoln was very strong and handsome, and he was very eye-catching in Kandak. Even the gunmen of the international gang couldn't help but look at him twice, but compared to the crown in his hand, the gunmen of the international gang immediately lost interest in him. Click, click, the sound of bullets being loaded rang out in unison. In such a small place on the streets of Kandak, dozens of gunmen suddenly appeared and surrounded him in just a few minutes. The ordinary people who had been living and working in peace and contentment had discovered the situation before these gunmen with their keen sense of smell that surpassed that of New York residents, and fled away without a trace. For a moment, the originally bustling street was left with only Lincoln holding the crown in his hand and the gunmen with vigilant eyes. Bullets are a big threat to ordinary people, but in Lincoln's eyes, they are nothing. He found a place to sit down, and then looked at the group of gunmen in front of him. Put down your guns, otherwise you will look like cowards. Seeing that Lincoln was not only not afraid, but even dared to provoke them, some gunmen's eyes twitched, and veins on their hands bulged, but just before the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a fully armed man pushed through the crowd and walked out. The crown in your hand is ours. We'll talk about this later. Lincoln waved his hand and looked at his watch. The problem now is that I don't like people pointing guns at me. The leading man looked at Lincoln, then at the densely packed men who surrounded this place in 3 layers inside and outside, stretched out his hand and moved, put down all the guns. He also had the idea of shooting Lincoln to death, but seeing Lincoln's confident look, he finally gave up the idea. Since Lincoln could appear in front of them with the crown, it meant that there was something to talk about. Since there was something to talk about, there was no need to make enemies with Lincoln, who came from an unknown place. The international gang can be so arrogant in the city of Kandak, but if they are allowed to go outside, a superhuman who can massacre the city may emerge. The world is too chaotic now. God knows whether Lincoln is a superhuman. Seeing that these gangsters of the international gang actually put down their guns obediently, Lincoln couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment in his eyes, and picked up the phone. Hey, stop it first, and talk later. Bandit leader? Hearing Lincoln's words, he showed a trace of doubt on his face. What are you going to do? Nothing. Lincoln waved his hand casually. I just found your relatives and friends and kidnapped them. I'm going to throw them to death in front of you if we don't agree with them, but now it seems that they are useless. Lincoln's words made all the gunmen, including the bandit leader, change their faces. At this time, they didn't even care about Lincoln. Everyone took out their mobile phones in a panic and called the people they cared about. Hey, mom, are you okay? Someone is taking you out for a trip? I'm fine here. I'm fine. I'm fine. Amanda, where are you? Traveling outside? Damn it. No, I'm fine here. As the calls went out, everyone's faces became uglier and uglier. looking at Lincoln with a slight smile on his face. It was like looking at a living devil. There were dozens of people present, and in just a short moment, all their relatives and friends had been held hostage. As long as Lincoln gave an order, all their interpersonal relationships in the first half of their lives would disappear in an instant, and they would become a ghost-like character. This terrifying ability has exceeded the imagination of these gunmen. Let's put it this way, Kandak's international gang and even the government forces of other countries in the region where Kandak is located cannot do this, but the man holding the crown in front of him did it, and did it easily. After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at Lincoln with a different look. Angry? Anger was useless. They were only terrified. They felt despair and fear for this man who could wipe out their network of relationships in the first half of their lives. Their bodies were trembling, and they dared not raise the muzzle of the gun in their hands any higher. The bandit leader looked at Lincoln with awe. "Sir, call me Mr. Lin." "Mr. Lin." The bandit leader forced out an ugly smile on his face. "We have no ill will towards you at all. Please let our family and friends go." "Didn't I let them go?" Lincoln looked at him with a smile. "Otherwise, you should have seen people raining from the sky at this time, instead of now, when family and friends can get the opportunity to travel for free." "What? You refuse to accept my kindness?" Lincoln didn't look like Superman at all, but the strong sense of oppression made the bandit leader, who had killed countless people, bend down. What else could he do if he didn't bend down? His enemies could only kill some of his relatives and friends at most, but Lincoln would directly arrest people according to his network of relationships. The disappearance of Annette means the birth of a lonely ghost, and no one can help but feel fear. Lincoln was unwilling to let him go, and the bandit leader was helpless, and could only continue to smile. "Mr. Lin, you can make any request, and we will try our best to meet your request." "Really?" Lincoln glanced at him. "In that case, let your boss come over. Hasn't he always wanted to get the crown? I'll give him this opportunity." "Find the boss?" Hearing Lincoln's request, the bandit leader felt suffocated, but after thinking it over, he decided to be a traitor and betray. Isn't the boss something that is used to sell at the critical moment? The reason why the bandit leader can lead dozens of gunmen is that his own business skills are still very qualified. Not too long ago, the boss who has been hiding behind the international gang appeared in front of Lincoln. Under the bandit leader's exaggeration, Lincoln became a mysterious figure, so much so that the leader of the international gang came in person. On the way, he thought Lincoln was just a guy pretending to be a ghost, but when he stood at the scene and saw Lincoln's face, he fell to his knees in front of Lincoln with his legs weak from fear. In the shocked eyes of the other men, the gang leader banged his head on the ground again and again with fear in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please forgive my sins." The sound of dong 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 was like the sound of a bell, and blood appeared on the ground after the first kowtow. Lincoln didn't say anything, just looked at him playfully. Chapter 236 Shabak. It was normal that the underworld gang members of the international gang didn't know Lincoln, because they had no chance to know and learn about Lincoln's identity information. Maybe they knew something about the Injustice League, but Lincoln's information was highly confidential and could not be known unless they reached a certain level. However, the leader of the international gang was different. The name of the international gang sounded common, but in fact it was also a large gang that ruled the entire Kandak. Their structure was almost equivalent to a government that actually controlled the government. With its impressive power and the particularity of the gang itself, the leader of the international gang actually knew Lincoln's identity, but the more he knew, the more frightened he felt. He deeply understood how terrifying the seemingly unarmed man in front of him was. Not to mention that he was only controlling a small international gang. Even the government organization in the metropolis had no say in front of the man in front of him. At first, he was excited and happy that his men had found the crown that could gain powerful power, but when he saw the crown in Lincoln's hand, he felt dizzy. For a legendary crown, he directly snatched the head of the most violent person in the world. He felt that his bad luck had exceeded the standard of the human world. Killing Lincoln? Even the craziest doomsday did not do it. How could a small, ordinary human being like him do such a thing? He now only hoped that his sincere apology could beg for Lincoln's forgiveness. Looking at their boss hitting his head on the ground with blood marks, all the gunmen were shocked again. Before, they were afraid of Lincoln. because their relatives and friends were in the hands of Lincoln, and they had to be cautious. But this did not mean that they understood Lincoln's identity. But now it is different. Their boss is at least the actual controller of Kandak. Not to mention in this country, even in the entire region, he has a certain say. But such a person of considerable status, when he saw Lincoln for the first time, he was so scared that his legs became weak, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically and begging for forgiveness. The scene in front of him was too magical that all the gunmen could not believe their eyes. The bandit leader was considered a smart one among them. Seeing his boss's actions, he quietly put down the gun in his hand and squatted down in the crowd. The bandit leader's small movements did not escape Lincoln's eyes, but he was too lazy to pay attention to his small movements. At this time, all his eyes were on the leader of the international gang in front of him. He looked at him with a smile on his face, and he didn't seem angry at all. But until the international gang leader's forehead was bloody and the whole person was confused under the continuous impact, he calmly said, "Okay, if you keep knocking, the ground will be dirty by you." Lincoln's voice was a great pardon for the gang leader. Realizing that he didn't have to die, the gang leader was still a little confused, but he finally showed a trace of luck on his face. "Thank you very much, sir. Your face is covered with blood, it's so ugly." Lincoln looked at the gang leader with blood on his face, frowned slightly, and waved to the little minions beside him. "Do you have alcohol? Wash your gang leader, and disinfect him by the way. Wash the wound with alcohol. Are you sure it won't make people faint?" Hearing this, the little minions around him looked at Lincoln with a smile on his face, as if they saw a devil. They were a little hesitant and moved slowly. The gang leader was so scared when he saw this scene that he almost peed. He immediately shouted, "Didn't you hear what the adults said? Go get some alcohol." After being seen by the boss with blood all over his face and looking like a devil, the minions were instantly much happier and brought the alcohol over in a short while. Looking at the transparent plastic bucket and the transparent liquid inside, Lincoln smiled, and the corners of the gang leader's eyes twitched. "It seems that these minions of yours still love you very much. They are even going to find you medical alcohol with a concentration of 75%. Medical alcohol with a concentration of 75% can be used for sterilization and disinfection, but at the same time, it will also bring unimaginable pain to the user. There is nothing wrong with medical alcohol, but there is a problem with the dosage his little brother brought. When others use medical alcohol, generally a glass bottle of alcohol is enough, and there is a limit to how painful it is, but his little brother brought him a full 5 liters of medical alcohol. A full 5 liters. Even if he poured it into a basin to wash his face, it would be enough for him to wash it 2 or 3 times. This is not to help him clean his wounds at all. This is to kill him. What? Just use a little bit. Lincoln is still watching here. Does he dare to bet his life that, if he has a bad attitude, Lincoln will suddenly change his mind? Obviously, the leader of the international gang doesn't dare. He looked at the 5-liter barrel of alcohol in front of him, and every muscle on his face was twitching. Before he unscrewed the bottle cap, he could already imagine how painful it would be. However, Lincoln was watching, and even if he hesitated, he could only reach for the alcohol barrel and open it. With the idea of facing death, he opened the bottle, took a deep breath, and was ready to pour the alcohol directly on his face. But with a clang, his action stopped. Like a rusty machine, his neck turned to look to the side from time to time, and then he saw that the guy who had carried the alcohol barrel before had found a wash basin and towel from somewhere. Seeing this scene, the gang leader's pupils widened, and the other gunmen who were surrounding him were also stunned. Being watched by a pair of eyes, you, the little guy, were also stunned. Look at the helper kneeling on the ground with disbelief in his eyes, then look at the wash basin and towel in your hands, and hide them behind you, as if you had just woken up from a dream. He forced a smile on his face. I didn't mean it. It's okay, you did a good job. Lincoln laughed and waved his hand. Wash your face. It's nothing without a wash basin and a towel. Come here, pour the water for your boss to wash your face. Wash it a few more times. Wash it clean. Clang. The wash basin was put on the ground. Ton 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 ton. Alcohol was poured into the wash basin, soaking the towel, and the smell of alcohol hit his face. Before he touched the liquid alcohol, the leader of the international gang could already feel a trace of pain. At this moment, He secretly decided in his heart that the damn guy who brought the washbars in must die later. Lincoln did not urge him, but just smiled at the leader of the international gang, watching him grab the soaked towel with his trembling hands and cover his face with it. Ugh. After a short groan, his body suddenly straightened up, the bloodstains dyed the white towel red, and his body twitched wildly in severe pain. He pulled the towel off his face and threw it into the basin. After just one time, he was already sweating profusely from the pain, and this was far from the end. Once, twice, 3 times. The gang leader was like a numb robot. His eyes were dull from the torture, and the gunman watching only thought that this was an inhumane torture. Lincoln didn't say a word, just watched him use up all 5 liters of alcohol, watched him go from being full of energy to being sweaty and drained of all his strength. It was fair to exchange painful torture for life. Lincoln thought so. After waiting for a while, until the leader of the international gang, who was almost exhausted from the severe pain, recovered, Lincoln threw the crown in his hand in front of him with a clang. "You want this crown, don't you? In that case, I'll give it to you." Lincoln's voice made the leader's face look surprised with a hint of surprise, and then a trace of horror emerged. "No, no, I'll give it to you. Just take it." Lincoln interrupted him and said, "Giving you this thing has a price." Hearing the word price, the leader of the international gang felt his body weaken a little. His physical and mental state could not withstand a new round of torture. But fortunately, Lincoln did not intend to torture him this time. "Put on the crown. Let me see what kind of power this legendary crown can give people." "Crown. Crown!" Exclamation mark. Looking at the crown in front of him that was within reach and said to give people supreme power, the leader hesitated, but did not hesitate for too long. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the crown and put it on his head. Perhaps it was because Lincoln had played with him before. The moment he put on the crown, a blue-purple light began to flow through the cracks on the crown. The next moment, the demons from the Hell Realm looked at the man with the crown. Shabak. This name, which contained great power, was firmly engraved in his brain the moment his soul and consciousness came into contact with the demon. It was a word that could bring him great power, even more powerful than Black Adam. His consciousness returned from the Hell Realm, and the words engraved in his brain kept emerging. Unconsciously, he read out the word, Shabak. Boom. The earth began to tremble, like a dragon turning over, and cracks appeared in the ground under his feet. The cracks were not dark and deep, but revealed a terrifying orange-red color, which was the color of the flames of hell. Orange-red light shone through the gap, and the intense heat caused many gunmen to show unbearable pain on their faces. Under the control of the desire to survive, they began to flee. Only Lincoln remained in place and watched the changes in front of him with interest. The raging flames burned from the gap, and then were pulled into red ribbons under the attraction of an unknown force, circling like a stream and converging to the center. Countless flames gathered, and a huge flame vortex was formed in it. The majestic energy accumulated in the vortex, and just some of it leaked casually caused the surrounding buildings to collapse and break in pieces, like hell. The scorching heat made the thatch burn out of thin air, but it still couldn't shake Lincoln at all. He could clearly see that in the center of the flame vortex, the international gang leader who was originally a human was rapidly changed under the influence of the magic of hell. His body became tall, his muscles became strong, his skin was as red as blood, and even the double horns that symbolized the devil stretched out from his head. The powerful, hot, and brutal magic of hell was transforming him, turning him from a human into Shabak, the agent of the devil in the world. The vortex of flames that gathered together surged, and finally played its full role, when the transformation was completed, and exploded with a bang. Boom. The vortex exploded, and the energy accumulated in it, and not exhausted, turned into raging flames and spread around. The raging flames were as hot as lava and as turbulent as floods. They filled up half of the city, and then burned it. In this raging sea of fire, countless figures wailed in pain, but their dead souls would all enter hell and become the devil's possession. The explosion wave in the center gradually subsided, and Shabak opened his eyes and looked at his new body. The powerful force filled every corner of his body, and the violent flames that swept around could be controlled like a docile lamb. At this moment, Shabak felt like a god who could do everything. Powerful power is easy to make people lose their way, especially when the magic power belongs to the devil of hell. Shabak's soul, which originally belonged to humans, has almost lost its fear of Lincoln. Powerful power. He has it too. He also has powerful power that can make humans feel afraid. In this case, why should he be afraid of others, who are just humans? No matter how strong he is, how much stronger can he be than the power of this devil? Exclamation mark. With such thoughts, Shabak even had the idea of challenging Lincoln or even killing Lincoln to replace him. Strong malice was released, and Lincoln in the air captured it instantly. In the sunlight, strands of golden lines were outlined on his body surface. In Shabak's slightly vigilant eyes, a battle suit full of dignity and mystery emerged. He smiled and hooked his fingers. "Don't you want to kill me? Come here." Lincoln's contemptuous attitude instantly aroused Shabak's inner awe. After roaring to the sky, the flames from hell burst out. The ground, which was already full of cracks, was completely torn apart by the terrifying force. The violent flames, which were so concentrated that they were almost solid, pushed open the soil layer, swirled around, and suddenly rushed towards Lincoln in the air. Whoosh! The sound of a storm rang out in the air, and the violent fire dragon suddenly exploded, as if it had hit an invisible insurmountable wall. The flames that spread everywhere covered the entire sky. The orange-red sea of fire covered the sky like a curtain, and the flames shot down, dyeing the already dilapidated Kandak almost exactly like hell. This flame is so terrifying to ordinary people, but it can't penetrate Lincoln's defense at all, until the last wisp of flame fell powerlessly from the air, and Lincoln slowly fell down. Continue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Looking at Lincoln falling from the sky, Shabak was a little stunned. In his mind, the flames of hell were enough to melt steel easily, but Lincoln who appeared in front of him was not hurt at all. Damn it. Human. If Shabak were a human, he would have enough reason, but the magic power from hell gave him great power, but it also had a certain erosion effect on his reason. After roaring at Lincoln, Shabak stepped on the hot feeling under his feet, and instantly turned into a scarlet streak, and rushed towards Lincoln fiercely. The violent hell magic power floated, and spread rapidly in his palm, forming a sharp hell claw that fiercely covered Lincoln. Whoosh! Boom! The sharp sound of breaking through the air tore. Lincoln's face was calm, and slightly turned sideways, and he avoided the claws full of crimson energy by a millimeter. A stream of energy burst out from Shabak's claws, and the whole earth was torn into hideous cracks under this palm. The hellfire filled the hellfire in an instant, and then more flames rose from the ground under his feet, and climbed towards Lincoln's calves. Lincoln ignored the chains, and Shabak's eyes suddenly lit up. Chains of hell. The roar of the devil rang out, and the sound of fine chains immediately gathered in the cracks. The next moment, the ground around Lincoln exploded, and steel chains flashing with flames suddenly rushed out of the ground like a long dragon, circling and turning into giant pythons to wrap around Lincoln. Clang clang clang, the chains collided in the air and burst into dazzling flames. In just a moment, Lincoln's calves, chest, shoulders and elbows were locked by countless chains. Feeling the heavy weight coming from his body, Lincoln raised his eyebrows slightly, and he used 1/1,000,000th of the power of one of his cells to test it a little. There were continuous clanging sounds, and the chains connected to the ground suddenly tightened. Bangs and bangs were heard continuously, and the ground, which was already full of lava cracks, instantly cracked into more cracks. This terrifying power spread along the chains, and the area within a radius of thousands of meters all collapsed under the influence of Lincoln's power. However, the power of a cell is really limited. Facing Shabak, who can continuously obtain power from the Hell God realm, these powers can only do this. Shabak, who was originally shocked by the sudden tightening of the chains and the cracking of the ground, saw this scene, and gradually showed a ferocious smile on his face. So that's it. So that's it. You are just a stronger human. Under my hell chain, all beings are equal. After speaking, countless flames began to gather and rise from the cracks, from his feet all the way to his fists. Feeling the abundant explosive power of the flames, Shabak laughed fiercely, stepped heavily, and the ground hundreds of meters away broke apart, and a meteor of fire suddenly hit Lincoln. Boom. 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 Shabak, with a crazy face, waved his flaming fist at Lincoln, who was trapped by the chains. Flames escaped from the rioting figures, and just a random point could blast out a large pit. In the center, Lincoln, who was locked by the chains, had already been completely covered by the fireball that was more than 100 meters high. He stepped back from the center of the nearly nuclear explosion flames, and looking at the fireball that had disappeared, Shabak's arrogant and wanton laughter seemed to celebrate his victory. Until bang. Bang. The chains that were stretched to the limit began to tighten. The 1,000-meter-long land was constantly broken into pieces of rubble, and balls of flames gushed out from the torn gaps. In Shabak's eyes of disbelief, the chains that he originally thought were unshakable began to move. Under the power of 2 trillionths, even the power given to Shabak by the Hell God realm was shaken. Pieces of land were broken by this terrifying power, and the chains that were connected by the magic power of Hell and rivet points of the earth were forcibly twitched. The sound of clanging continued to sound. Looking up along the crazy sliding chain, Shabak and Lincoln, who had the sun behind him, looked at each other. No, it's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Lincoln grabbed an iron chain with his palm, and with a little force, the chain that was forged with the magic power of Hell was easily broken. With a thud, the chain hundreds of meters long fell heavily in front of Shabak, followed by the second and third chains. The dense iron chains like fishing nets could not restrict Lincoln's movements at all. He looked down at Shabak in the deep sea of fire from above, and his mouth moved slightly. An eyesore of fire. Shabak. How it was like the breath of ice from the ice age fell from the sky. Under the extreme cold, the fireball was completely extinguished in an instant. Even the hellfire, that was said to be connected to hell, and never extinguished, was extinguished under this indescribable extreme cold breath. From the sea of hellfire to the wild glacier, all the changes were completed in just a few seconds. The original orange-red color was instantly covered with pure white. Feeling the biting cold, Shabak's eyes showed a trace of confusion and shock. Are you a magician? Mage. Indeed. Lincoln smiled, but I don't need the power of magic to deal with you. No, it's impossible. Shabak took a step back, and then stared at Lincoln fiercely with the look of I have seen through everything. That is the flame from hell, and human power can't extinguish it at all. You must have used the power of magic. Only magic can extinguish the flames of hell. Magic? Lincoln looked at him with a pitying look, and then his palm moved suddenly. Huolala, the space shattered like a mirror at this time. In Shabak's horrified eyes, the mirror that seemed to be inlaid with a prism, fell down on him. Bang. The world has been changed. Gravity was distorted, stars were tampered with, and all material compositions were completely distorted at this moment. This is magic. Mirror space, a kind of magic that has been used to death. But it is undeniable that, if there is strong control and enough imagination, it can show countless different forms of magic. The material of the earth was extremely compressed by a powerful force, and the composition strength was beyond imagination. The puppet rushed to Shabak. The airflow that originally had no meaning of life gathered out of thin air and turned into a bird that rushed to Shabak. Flames, water, lightning, sunlight, all imaginable tangible and intangible things are now under Lincoln's control, turning into the craziest palm to surround Shabak. The world has been distorted at this moment. Everywhere you look, there are puppets that stretch for thousands of miles like a vast ocean, launching desperate attacks on Shabak. Bang, bang. Shabak waved his heavy fists, releasing magic power, and easily smashed one piece of puppet after another. But the next moment, more puppets recondensed. The endless human sea completely submerged Shabak's figure, until a more violent breath suddenly rose. Human. Rumble. The magic power turned into a beam of light, and rushed straight into the sky. The majestic magic power scattered, and just a slight wisp was enough to completely smash the puppet. The devil of hell gave Shabak more powerful power, and also made him completely lose the possibility of becoming a human again. You will pay the price for angering me. Before Shabak's roar reached Lincoln, his figure flashed over at a faster speed. A heavy punch, that was many times stronger than the previous one, was blasted out. Lincoln, whose power was maintained at 2 trillionths, flew backwards in an instant. This scene seemed to give him more information, and he immediately turned into a scarlet gangster and chased in a deep voice. The heavy punch fell madly, and the earth was completely pierced by this restless fist. The violent energy was vented, and the light of the sun hanging high in the sky was gradually obscured. At the moment when the yellow sunlight completely disappeared, Lincoln moved. 10 trillionths of power, unblocked. Bang! The airwave exploded, but the world seemed to fall into silence at this moment. The expression on Shabak's face suddenly froze. He looked at Lincoln in disbelief, looking at the heavy fist that was caught lightly. Without any hesitation, he blasted out with his other hand with even more crazy force. Boom. The strong fist wind had already torn and destroyed all the surrounding materials before it approached. The high-speed fist even created a vacuum. The magic power of hell emerged and condensed on his fist, giving him infinite power to smash all enemies in front of it. Bang! The more terrifying airflow exploded all the materials within a radius of 1 kilometer, and the raging magic power released from the fist completely destroyed everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. However, even this terrifying blow did not cause any harm to Lincoln. Until the chaotic airflow dispersed, and the raging energy subsided, Lincoln's chuckle reappeared. Is that all? No. Shabak's pupils trembled, and he looked at Lincoln in disbelief. Fake. Fake. He roared, and twisted his arm violently. Crack, puff, the fist held by Lincoln was torn apart. Shabak twisted his body, and hit Lincoln's side face with a more violent roundhouse kick. Too slow. Lincoln's vision could clearly see the movement path of the heavier leg. He calmly released the broken hand in his hand, clenched his fist with one hand, and swung it sideways. Boom. This kick that almost tore the sky apart was blocked again, and only the airwave and energy rushed past Lincoln. Impossible. 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 Shabak could not accept the reality that he had completely abandoned his human identity and could not defeat and erase Lincoln. His thoughts were close to madness. Fists, elbows, feet, legs, shoulders, knees, and even the sharp horns on his head. Every part of his body turned into a deadly weapon and madly bombarded Lincoln. His speed of movement has completely exceeded the limit that humans can imagine. Countless phantoms surrounded Lincoln from all directions and launched attacks on Lincoln's vitals from unexpected angles. In addition to the two people, the endless flow of hell magic continued to manifest spells and bombarded them. However, under the dual suppression of absolute speed and absolute power, Shabak's final madness seemed so weak and powerless. Each of his attacks was directly blocked from the front by Lincoln in an absolutely tough way, and the magic that was enough to penetrate the earth's crust would always be blocked and offset by more powerful magic. In a short moment, Shabak launched countless attacks. He completely sold more of himself to the demons of hell in exchange for more and more power, until he even gained the power to destroy the earth after sacrificing everything. However, in the mirror space, facing the truly invincible Lincoln, all his attacks were meaningless. Shabak's movements were extremely crazy, but Lincoln saw countless flaws in his madness. Bang! Seizing the fleeting flaw, Lincoln, who had always been on the defensive, finally moved. Avoiding Shabak's sudden attack, Lincoln slightly turned sideways, then suddenly grabbed the demon horn on his head and stretched out his hand to break it. Crack. Ah. A heart-wrenching cry came, and Shabak's movement suddenly stagnated. The next moment, Lincoln backhanded the sharp horn from behind and directly stabbed it into his heart. The heart was not important to Shabak at all, but the core that resided in the heart was extremely important. His core was injured, and his movement slowed down instantly. He stretched out his trembling palm to try to pull out the sharp horn, but Lincoln had already come behind him and kicked it down suddenly. Crack! The second sharp horn was broken, and Lincoln reached out to nail it into the void. He pressed one hand on Shabak's face and smashed him hard against the protruding spike on the ground. Puff! Shabak's heart was pierced again. A mouthful of blood suddenly spit out from his mouth, and a large amount of magic power spread out from the hideous wound on his chest. For the first time, his pupils showed pain, but Lincoln did not show any mercy. Grabbing the X-shaped demon horn, Lincoln smiled at Shabak, and then suddenly opened his face. Puff! Crack! 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 The heart was crushed, the core was broken, the bones were broken, and the flesh was torn. Lincoln's attack movements were simple and clear, but every time they were a weight that Shabak could not bear. Lincoln's heat vision tore open Shabak's head and removed his skull. As the magic power gradually faded, the crown with the ability to connect to hell was once again grasped in his hand. The magic power from hell dissipated, and the mirror space that was disturbed by the battle between the two people, which was like a scene of destruction, slowly recovered. In the real space, as a mirror wall emerged, Shabak's body was released from the mirror space by Lincoln. The city where the two were located had been completely destroyed by Shabak's magic power, but it was foreseeable that the country of Kandak would usher in a new life. Chapter 238 New World. Shabak died, and Lincoln took the two horns on his head as trophies. At the beginning, Shabak was just an ordinary demon agent, but as more and more magic power was infused into his body, Shabak had become a real demon on Earth. A pair of demon horns plus the crown that can connect to the Hell Realm are enough to be a collection. In the base camp of the Injustice League, Lincoln looked at the collection in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why did I come here in the first place? Cut. Wu Yuan, who was enjoying life far away, suddenly felt a chill on his body and his nose was cold. What's going on? I'm already a Superman? How can I still sneeze? This is unscientific. Wu Yuan muttered to himself in some confusion. Just as he was about to enjoy life again, his body suddenly stiffened. In the biological force field that he spread 3 meters outside his body, a person appeared silently, a person who he could not touch, no matter how he drove the biological field. Black Adam, Clark the Superman, Barry the Flash, Dr. Fate. One after another, the figures of the native characters of this world flashed through Wu Yuan's mind, and then he quickly rejected them. In the end, his super brain locked him a person he absolutely did not want to meet, and he was also an absolutely invincible existence on this planet, Black Superman. Thinking of this possibility, Wu Yuan's lips trembled. He was silent for less than a second, and then he raised his hands tremblingly. I surrender. Don't kill me. Wu Yuan was so cowardly and neat, without any style of a strong man. At the same time, when he decided to raise his hands to surrender, the system that had been silent for an unknown period of time suddenly appeared again. Mission: kill Black Superman. Mission: obtain the power of the sun for 10 years. System: are you seriously ill? Wu Yuan looked at the system and felt bad. If you have the guts, come out and fight this guy alone. Encouraging me to die. Do I look stupid? I understand your desire to change the host, but can you at least get rid of your effort and make a mission that doesn't look so obvious as to send people to their deaths? Exclamation mark. You are insulting my intelligence. Wu Yuan cursed the system in his heart that had been urging him to die since he came to Earth, and then looked at Lincoln with a dry smile. Don't kill me. I surrender. You can do anything you want me to do. Same sex is also okay. Wu Yuan. Looking at Wu Yuan with a dazed and confused look on his face, Lincoln smiled. It seems that your bottom line is still not low enough, time traveler. Wu Yuan. If Wu Yuan was just a little scared before, afraid that Lincoln would laser his eyes if he didn't agree with him, then now that his identity as a time traveler was revealed, he was terrified. He landed in a galaxy that was countless light years away, and it took a long time before he finally arrived on Earth. Although he had the help of the system, he was still conscientious and unwilling to reveal any flaws, but even so, his origins were still revealed. How could Wu Yuan not be terrified? His voice became shrill because of the horror. You know? Why wouldn't I know? Lincoln chuckled, his face full of amusement. The DC world suddenly appeared a Superman who was not in the plot at all and mastered magic power. Why do you think I wouldn't know? Looking at Lincoln's comfortable expression, Wu Yuan gradually calmed down, and then he realized the problem. Are you also a time traveler? Almost. Lincoln admitted openly, but unlike you, at least I don't have a system. Hearing Lincoln's hint, Wu Yuan's voice became stuttering again. My system. It as he spoke, Wu Yuan was silent. He wanted to defend the system on his body, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't find anything good about this rubbish system. After all, this thing encouraged him to fight with Lincoln a few seconds ago. How can it be a good system? Exclamation mark. Seeing Wu Yuan silent, Lincoln chuckled. Can't think of any excuse? It doesn't matter, you don't have many roads to travel anyway. Don't. Wu Yuan begged hurriedly. We are all time travelers. You see, I didn't do anything bad. Don't kill me. Lincoln was silent for a moment and began to fabricate charges against Wu Yuan. You and Zod are accomplices in crimes against humanity. You trespassed into the Paradise Island Nature Reserve. You maliciously beat the alien tourist Steppenwolf. And you solicited prostitution at the same time. Wu Yuan? Hearing Lincoln thoughtfully listing the charges against him one by one, Wu Yuan felt terrible. He wanted to say, your Injustice League has done much more serious things than this. But thinking about the phrase a fate worse than death, he chose to follow his heart. Can you give me a chance? I was forced before, but now I want to be a good person. Are you playing Infernal Affairs? Lincoln glanced at him, and after a moment of silence, his eyes lit up slightly. It's not impossible for you to live. Wu Yuan was overjoyed. Really? Of course. Monks don't lie. If you say you can live, you can live. Looking at Lincoln with thick hair on his head, Wu Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment Lincoln slapped him with a golden light. The golden light looked like a ball of energy, but Wu Yuan relied on his powerful eyesight to see the undulating and connected lines in it. This thing is an extremely complex magic rune. As a Kryptonian, Wu Yuan's inherent biological force field and the magic he obtained from Black Adam were completely unable to resist the golden magic rune. He could only watch it silently invade his body, and then no trace of it could be found anymore. Facing Wu Yuan's complicated and somewhat terrified look, Lincoln patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, it's just a magic rune to locate your position. It will not cause any harm to you. Location, position? Wu Yuan looked at Lincoln, and the expression on his face gradually became unbelievable. You can't be. That's right, but not entirely. Lincoln laughed. You can't stay in this super large universe group, so I'll give you a ride. Fuck. Wu Yuan's eyes widened, his face full of horror. No, I haven't been in the sun for a few days. Don't worry, Kryptonians are strong and have the help of runes. You won't die. If you really can't make it, you can take a nap, Lincoln said, and pushed Wu Yuan hard from behind. Go. No, don't. With a golden stream of light, Wu Yuan's figure disappeared in an instant, and in an instant, he had rushed out of the DC universe, and then under the gaze of countless huge light balls, he left this super large universe group at a faster speed and headed towards a more distant space. The positioning rune allows Lincoln to find and observe the environment around Wu Yuan to determine whether he has found a new world. The world is so big that it is too difficult for Lincoln to find a new world by himself. I don't know how long it will take, but sending a poor guy out to help him find it will not be so much of a problem. Anyway, the unlucky one is Wu Yuan, the unlucky guy. Lincoln, who has no moral bottom line, is very good at doing this kind of thing. When the only traverser in this world was made into a human-shaped drifting bottle by Lincoln and thrown out, the whole world became quiet. Although the battle between the Injustice League and the Justice League and the Justice Association will continue, these are just harmless things. After all, the biggest trouble in the universe has been replaced by a bigger trouble by Lincoln. Yes, I'm talking about Darkseid and others on Apocalypse. The unrestrained Doomsday is like heaven there. The endless demon-like army makes him kill happily, and with the high-end combat power that appears from time to time, it is the blessed land of Doomsday. Of course, Darkseid may not be so happy, but what does it matter? All three mother boxes are with Lincoln. Poor Darkseid will be imprisoned in Apocalypse and accompany Doomsday for the rest of his life. The first step to conquer the universe is to kill Doomsday. After staying in DC for a while to deal with some aftermath, Lincoln left the Earth's atmosphere with a whoosh and then embarked on the next journey without hesitation. The familiar golden light spread out in front of him again, but this time, Lincoln pinched it and followed the golden lines to find the world it pointed to. After taking a step forward, the world will change. The time now is 8:48 p.m. and there are 12 minutes left until 9 o'clock. Residents who have not yet returned home, please return home as soon as possible or go to the relief center opened by the city government. We will prepare a safe environment and comfortable beds for you. Non-related people should not stay on the street. If you accidentally haven't entered the relief center or returned home before 9 o'clock, please don't panic. According to the precautions in the citizen manual, do not go to places without street lights, Do not interact with any other pedestrians, and return home as soon as possible. If you accidentally interact with someone, you can go to the Jiang City Special Office at number 123 Changqing Road for help. Cold, abnormally cold. This was Lincoln's first feeling. Although he was not afraid of the cold, it did not prevent him from noticing the abnormal temperature at the first time. Through the analysis of the environment and passers-by, he could instantly determine that the current time was summer, but such a low temperature appeared in summer. Anyone who was not a fool could detect and realize that something was wrong. Even if it could not be analyzed from the perspective of the environment, the loudspeaker that would broadcast on one side every 3 minutes could let people know that something was obviously wrong with the world. Lincoln just stood on the street for 2 or 3 minutes longer, and a patrol car stopped in front of him. "Sir, it's almost 9 o'clock. The streets will become very unsafe after 9 o'clock in the evening. Please go home as soon as possible, or go to the shelter to live. You can't go out again until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." Lincoln, who was reminded, looked at the police officer in front of him and fell silent. The general police officers are equipped with police uniforms, handcuffs, and at most a baton and a pistol, but the police officers in front of them, in addition to the basic uniforms, actually carry fetal model tokens, sachets and other messy things. If their uniforms are changed into yellow robes, no one will doubt that they are Taoist priests. So, is this the local characteristic of this world? Taoist priests are professionalized, and ghosts are popularized? Faced with the kind reminders of several police officers, Lincoln nodded. "I know. I remembered that I forgot to take something before. I will go home now." When Lincoln said this, several police officers nodded. "Okay, sir. I wish you a safe journey." Their task is not to send people home, but to conduct night patrols to ensure that nothing will threaten Changqing District or even Jiang City. The reason for reminding Lincoln is one duty, and the other is to worry about omissions. The policeman left, and Lincoln's eyes quietly shone with golden light, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A world of ghosts? Now there will be something fun. In this world, someone may have died in any house, so the house price is very low, but this does not prevent Lincoln from still having no house. As for the relief house, he, a superman, is going to go to the relief house to receive relief. Just kidding. He is going to stand on this street from 9 o'clock in the evening to 5 in the morning. He wants to see what blind things dare to trouble him. Thinking of this, Lincoln's steps immediately became casual and directionless. He wandered around the street randomly until the 9 o'clock bell echoed throughout Jiang City. The next moment, the sun, which was still able to shine a little light, disappeared below the horizon. Darkness began to come, and the originally somewhat cold atmosphere became even more unsuitable for living people. The bright street lights on the roadside suddenly turned dim at this moment. In the dark corners that the lights could not illuminate, there seemed to be terrifying figures standing one by one, staring at every living person on the street with their undisguised, malicious eyes. To be precise, they were staring at the only living person left on the street, Lincoln. "Here I come." Lincoln couldn't help showing a hint of excitement on his face, as he was rarely stared at with such naked malice. In the buildings on both sides of the road, people who had not yet slept were looking at Lincoln through the gaps in the curtains, their eyes full of pity. It's over. He dared to appear on the street alone at 9 o'clock in the evening. He's dead. In this world, when the sun comes out, it belongs to the living. Even if those weird things exist, they will not kill people wantonly. However, once night falls, the living who lose their shelter are often just lambs to be slaughtered. Except for those professionals and special officers, no normal person dares to go out at night, even the most daring people. Because those who dared to do so either joined the firm as professionals, or died in the deep and terrifying night. Sometimes, even their bodies could not be found. Chapter 239, 303 Bus. It has been a long time since anyone dared to stand on the street at 9 o'clock in the evening on the street where Lincoln was located. The demons and monsters that had been lurking in the dark for who knows how long had already become unbearable. If it weren't for the rules restricting them, I'm afraid they would have already turned into hungry beasts and rushed towards Lincoln. The scale of the second hand turned one by one, and the surveillance camera on the roadside was running, capturing Lincoln's figure clearly. The faces of the people in the Special Affairs Bureau of Jiang City suddenly changed. Look, there are still people on Changping Street who haven't returned. Wenli's voice was a little anxious. What did you say? Changping Street. Guanfeng rushed over at once, with cold sweat on his forehead. I remember there seemed to be only one ghost in that place. Yeah. Lu Jun nodded with his hands on his chest. Bus number 303 was the first batch of ghosts to appear 15 years ago. Until now, there is no way to get rid of it. It appears at the Changping Street bus stop on time at 9:10 every night. There is a bus every 30 minutes, with a total of 4 buses. Anyone who gets on that bus, whether it is a ghost or a human, has never appeared again. He is dead. No, we must stop him. Wenli stood up immediately. Don't be silly. Lu Jun stopped her. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the entire Changping Street is under the control of 303. If it is somewhere else, we can still rescue him, but not there. Why? Wenli, who has only joined the Special Affairs Bureau for a short time and does not know much about 303, argued, as long as we can stop him from getting on that bus, isn't it fine? Don't you understand yet? Lu Jun said, the bus is just an appearance. Changping Street is the essence. Unless you enter Changping Street after 10:40, you will be locked in the moment you enter. Even if you pull him away from Changping Street now, he will meet bus number 303 again in the future, and there will be no restrictions on time and place. At any time, as long as he stands at any bus stop to board a bus, he will definitely get on bus number 303. This is the real horror of this ghost. From the moment he entered Changping Street, he has been locked in. No one can save him except himself. The information Lu Jun said made Wenli silent. Then, why can't the street be closed? It was done once before, and later, bus number 303 reopened a bus stop on Changping Street. Lu Jun looked at Lincoln on the screen, sighed and patted Wenli on the shoulder. You are new here, so you don't understand. Even for us, most of the time we are powerless when facing those ghosts. Find their rules, use them, and then seek survival from them. This is what we often do, instead of confronting those guys head on. Pray for him, maybe he will be the first person to survive from bus number 303. In order to maintain the sense of surprise, Lincoln did not use his super senses to conduct a thorough search of the world, so that he still did not know that there was a 303 bus on this street. But this did not prevent him from finding a bus stop and sitting down to wait for the bus. After all, he was a person who had read a lot of novels. Apart from anything else, the supernatural bus was almost an iron monster. He did not believe that there was no supernatural bus in this world. In the Special Affairs Bureau, Wenli watched Lincoln find a bus stop, watched the 303 bus appear on time at 9:10, and watched Lincoln get on the bus. It was not until this time that she really understood how powerless humans were in the face of these ghosts. Even though she was already a professional, sometimes she still could not prevent and save the tragedy from happening. Wenli of the Special Affairs Bureau felt sad in her heart, but Lincoln was very happy because he guessed right. Sure enough, a bus that looked wrong appeared. With a swish, the bus door opened and Lincoln got on the bus into steps. A strong evil spirit and malice that was almost completely materialized immediately swirled around Lincoln. With a thud, the bus door closed tightly behind him. The bus driver did not move at all, but his head suddenly turned 90 degrees like a robot, staring at Lincoln with a pair of lifeless but terrifying eyes. Pay the fare on the bus, 2 yuan. Lincoln stood on the right side of the front of the bus and looked at the driver. Can I pay it next time? The driver did not answer, but just repeated like a robot. Pay the fare on the bus, 2 yuan. He repeated his words, and the ghosts that were originally looking outside the bus, which were obviously not human, gradually turned their heads to look at Lincoln, and the malice towards living people in their eyes was not concealed at all. Lincoln had been stared at by many people, but it was the first time in his life that he was stared at by a bus full of ghosts. He was silent for a moment, reached out to dismantle the railing of the bus, twisted it into 2 coin-sized iron sheets, and stuffed them into the coin box, then continued to look at the driver. Is this okay? The driver looked at the coin box, then at Lincoln, and after a moment of silence, get on the bus and pay the fare, 2 yuan. At this moment, the malice of the ghost passengers who had been staring at Lincoln became more intense, and the yin energy and malice that swept through was so strong that they could kill an ordinary person instantly. It seemed that the next moment, they would rush up and tear Lincoln to pieces. Lincoln didn't care about these. He just looked at the driver. "Hey, another guy who wants money." As he spoke, he tore the coin box on the bus open with a bang, reached in and fumbled a few times, and Lincoln took all the dozens of coins in his hand. Needless to say, this ghost money is a little different from human money. In addition to the numbers and patterns, it is also entangled with a strong yin energy, which is obviously different from the 2 coins Lincoln pinched before. After throwing away the 2 bubbles, Lincoln straightened the coin box in front of the driver, and then threw 2 coins in. "Is this okay?" The sound of ding dong rang out, and as the coins fell to the ground, the malice emanating from the ghost passengers, which was on the verge of detonation, suddenly disappeared, and even the eyes that were originally staring at Lincoln turned back to the window. The driver looked at the torn coin box and said nothing, but continued to stare at Lincoln. The other passengers were silent. Would Lincoln indulge him, a driver? Of course not. He took a big step forward, swung his 5 fingers together, and hit the driver's head with a slap. "Okay, drive the hell, you delayed my time. Can you afford to pay for it?" As he said this, he shook the coin box twice, took out the 2 coins he had put in before, and stuffed them into his pocket. The driver held the steering wheel with both hands, and did not move, as if silently protesting Lincoln's actions. The next moment, Lincoln's feet were imprinted on him. Lincoln would not be so cruel to people, but the guy in front of him was obviously not a human being, so of course he would do whatever he wanted to reason. Controlling the strength in his hands, Lincoln used his fists and feet, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, he persuaded the driver who had been doing his duty. The 303, which had stopped on the road for nearly 5 minutes, finally started again. The people in the Special Affairs Bureau were stunned by this scene. "What's going on? Why did the 303 bus stop for so long today?" "I don't know. Since that person got on, the bus has been parked there, and the camera can't capture what happened inside. Damn it, report it immediately, and say that there is something wrong with the 303 bus." The abnormality of the 303 bus made the people in the Special Affairs Bureau feel like they were facing a great enemy. Lincoln was completely unaware of this. After dealing with the driver, his next target was the passengers in the bus. Like the driver, these guys were all money-grubbing people. Of course, Lincoln didn't hate their money-grubbing behavior, because he was the same. Dozens of coins were collected from the coin box. According to the calculation of 2 coins per person, it just matched the number of people on the bus. The money in the bus coin box had been collected by Lincoln. When he took action before, he touched the driver's body and found no money. In this way, his only target was the passengers on the bus. Although it was a bit immoral, it was very reasonable. Lincoln certainly wouldn't go looking for trouble one by one. After appeasing the driver, he stood directly at the front of the bus and said loudly, "Come on, everyone look at me. The bus fare has increased. Everyone take out the money on your body and pay the fare." Ghosts. Even though they are dead things restricted by the rules, Lincoln was still stunned when he saw the living people who dared to rob in the name of the bus. Their ferocious eyes stared at Lincoln tightly, as if they wanted to stare him to death. Faced with this silent protest, Lincoln certainly wouldn't indulge them. He slowly walked to a ghost passenger with disheveled hair who looked like Sadako, and suddenly slapped her in the face. "I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Are you deaf?" Lincoln's sudden action made the boiling malice in the female ghost become a little incoherent. Then, before she could stare at Lincoln again, she was directly grabbed by the hair and beaten up. "No money. No money. Why are you taking the bus if you don't pay? I work so hard to run the bus, doesn't it cost money? How dare you evade the fare?" After the first punch, the ghost girl's head was deflated. Although it was repaired in an instant, the yin-ki on her body dissipated a little. With the second punch, she was directly cracked, and more yin-ki dissipated. In less than half a minute, the ghost girl, whose yin-ki was extremely condensed, and like a physical entity, became ethereal like clouds and mist, as if she would disappear completely in the next moment. Realizing that she might really be beaten to death, the ghost girl gave in. She raised all the money on her body in front of Lincoln with her pale hands, begging for a way to live. Lincoln collected the ghost girl's ticket money calmly, and the anger on his face was immediately replaced by a smile. He picked her up and put her back on the seat. "Look at you. Why didn't you pay earlier? You got beaten for nothing." Ghost girl, letting go of the poor ghost girl, Lincoln's eyes wandered to the remaining passengers, and the sound of his footsteps was like a heavy drum, ringing in the hearts of the ghost passengers one by one. The ghost passengers who could get on the 303 bus were all strong, but with the precedent of the ghost girl who was almost beaten to death, no ghost dared to stand up and fight Lincoln. Being robbed by a living person is a shame, but if it is replaced by the increase in bus fares, this reason becomes acceptable. Without asking Lincoln to do anything else, all the money on the ghost passengers in the bus was taken away by Lincoln. If the clothes and accessories on these guys were not bound to their bodies, Lincoln might have also reduced the burden for them. Lincoln counted the stack of paper bills and a lot of coins. He found that the dozen ghost passengers had contributed tens of thousands of ghost coins to him. It sounds like a small amount, but it was enough. After all, he couldn't get more by plundering. He couldn't take them to make oil, could he? Lincoln returned from the rear of the bus and found a seat closest to the door. As for the original ghost in this seat, it had already rolled to the back. Sitting in the seat, Lincoln began to look at the scenery outside the window. The 303 bus is a special kind of ghost, and its driving method is also different from that of human transportation. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly. It seemed that it was just because the speed was too fast, but in fact it was a series of different spaces that were quickly crossed. 5 minutes later, the bus stopped at a platform that Lincoln didn't recognize. The door opened, and the other passengers on the bus didn't move. The female ghost who was beaten by Lincoln and looked like smoke got up and got off the bus, disappearing under the lights of the platform. At the same time, at the front door of the bus, 3 ghosts put in coins and got on the bus and stood in the car. There were 16 seats in the bus, and with the empty seat left by the ghost, there were only 2 seats left. 3 ghosts sharing 2 seats was obviously not enough. As 2 ghosts found their seats one after another, the third ghost looked around and locked his eyes on Lincoln, a living person. It exuded a sinister aura and malice, and stood beside Lincoln. "This is my seat, Pa." With a slap, the ghost was stunned. Before it could react again, Lincoln kicked it directly in the stomach and punched it with his fist. "Your seat. Your seat. I'll let you take your seat. Don't you have eyes? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Punch after punch, the sinister aura of the unlucky ghost dissipated quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, until finally, Lincoln beat him to death on the bus, and only some banknotes and coins fell to the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became quiet, and all the ghosts looked in the direction of the driver, hoping to see what he would say. Chapter 240. Human society is orderly, and the world of evil spirits is also orderly. Compared with the order of human society, their order is often more rigid and insurmountable. Humans violate the order, and they are detained, and fined at the lightest, and jailed and died at the worst. However, if evil spirits violate the order, they will only end up completely extinct. You must pay 2 yuan to get on the bus. This is a rule of the 303 bus. Those who violate this rule will not be protected by other rules of the bus. The ghost passengers on the bus can kill and devour those who violate the rules at will. The currency of ghosts is fundamentally different from that of humans. Most human passengers who get on the 303 will not even pass this first level, and will be dismembered by evil spirits. Lincoln is different. After dismantling the coin box of the bus like a gangster, he passed this level and successfully became a passenger on the bus, welcoming the second test of this bus for the living. There are 16 seats in total on the bus, but every night the number of passengers on this bus will exceed 16. The extra passengers either stand or try to grab seats from other passengers. The second rule on the bus is that passengers are not allowed to fight each other unless they violate the first rule. In this case, it is natural that weak humans become the first targets of all evil spirits. With murderous intent and yin energy, most humans who don't know the rules will obediently give up their seats. Until a certain unlucky ghost targeted Lincoln, who looked ordinary and was beaten to death by Lincoln, and all his inheritance was taken away. Lincoln's random punches to the death of the old ghost really shocked the other passengers on the bus, but correspondingly, he also violated the second rule on the bus. All the ghosts looked at the bus driver, hoping that he would stand up and preside over justice. Sizzle, the driver stepped on the brakes, and the bus began to slow down rapidly. But before the bus stopped completely, Lincoln walked up to it and slapped the driver's head, killing half of it. Do you know how to drive? Don't you know that sudden braking without any reason can easily cause an accident? You think you can ignore traffic laws just because you are a ghost, right? I'm a passenger. It doesn't matter if you die, but if a traffic accident occurs and I'm implicated, can you bear the responsibility? For the first time, the 303 bus stopped at a place without a bus stop since it officially started operating. Originally, this should have happened when a passenger violated the second rule, but now it was different. The bus stopped because there was no driver. Seeing that the bus stopped steadily, the driver who wanted to uphold justice was forcibly dragged off the bus and violently beaten under the gaze of more than a dozen ghosts. Every time he was beaten, the license plate light on the bus flickered, as if it could go out at any time. The ghosts should not have been curious, but seeing the driver of bus 303 being dragged off the bus and beaten, the indelible character of watching the fun came up, and they all gathered at the window to watch the driver being beaten to death. Seeing that the driver, who should be invincible in theory, was beaten more than he was beaten, the ghosts were silent. How about running away? Yes, they wanted to run away. Even the bus driver, who they could not fight against, could be beaten like this by Lincoln. If it were them, they would probably encounter what kind of abuse. Now it is still a long way to the destination. The long journey will take a long time. During the long time, Lincoln might do something crazy. The ghost with 4 mouths and more say spoke up, and few other ghosts objected. How to run? There is no platform around. Drive away. The 4-mouthed ghost pointed to the empty driver's seat. Choose the weakest one to drive. The hidden rule of the bus: when the driver's seat is empty, anyone or ghost sitting in it will become the new driver and cannot break free. Hidden rules can give drivers or ghosts a power that passengers cannot resist, but at the same time, they will become like earthbound spirits and can no longer get rid of the bus. The previous driver was the same, bound by the rules of the bus, but Lincoln was more awesome. He ignored the rules of the bus and forcibly pulled the man down. Under the bus, Lincoln was having a lot of fun beating the driver. The power of the bus was maintained. No matter how the driver was beaten, he could be repaired and renewed under the effect of yin-ki the next moment. However, as more and more yin-ki was consumed, the bus could not bear it anymore, and the license plate flashed. On the bus, a group of ghosts quickly pushed the weakest ghost to the empty driver's seat. The moment he sat down, the power that had been lingering on the driver on the road was suddenly withdrawn and entangled with the new driver. The next moment, the roar of the car engine sounded, and the driver stepped on the accelerator. The bus that was running smoothly quickly disappeared in Lincoln's surprised eyes, after drifting like a hearse. And this matter, he also heard a groan. Stop looking at the driver, who suddenly turned from a ghost into a living person. Lincoln pondered for a moment, and suddenly let go of his hand on the collar. With a thud, the driver's head, which sounded very good, hit the concrete floor, and another cry of pain rang out. Did it run away? Did it run away? Unexpectedly, the ghost who had just become the driver did not lose his will, but showed a trace of excitement on his face. He didn't catch up, did he? A group of ghosts leaned on the window to look and took a deep breath. No, he didn't catch up. We ran away. Long live. All the ghosts, including the driver, raised their hands and hugged each other excitedly. The next moment, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Road. Boom. The speeding hearse hit the curb on the side of the road. After rolling one after another, the bus, which had consumed too much power and was supposed to be invincible, overturned and slid to an empty bus stop with its last breath. The 303 bus has different bus stops in many places. There is a bus stop in Lishu City, which is hundreds of kilometers away from Jiang City, where Lincoln appeared at the beginning. Like Jiang City, the Special Affairs Bureau of Lishu City is also using monitors to closely monitor several fixed dangerous places in the city, and one of them is the stop for the 303 bus. The member of the Special Affairs Bureau who was monitoring the station felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he saw the 303 bus slowly stop in front of the station in a weird posture that he could not understand at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a few seconds of silence, with a bang, the door of the bus suddenly opened, and then ghosts rushed out of the bus that looked almost scrapped, and even the driver ghost who should have been firmly tied to the driver's seat ran out. The people from Lishu Special Affairs Bureau were stunned by the scene before them. It was not until the swarming ghosts completely disappeared into the darkness that he woke up from a dream and shouted, "Something happened to bus 303. What?" Hearing that something had happened to the closely monitored object, even the director of the Special Affairs Bureau could no longer sit still and rushed over in panic. What happened? How many people are implicated? Can you assess the scope of the damage? Emergency measures. What is this? The director, who had already begun to think about how to save the situation, made a shrill, drooping voice as if his throat was pinched, and said in a voiceless voice, "What is this? Bus 303. The monitor was silent for a moment and silently called up all the previous surveillance videos and replayed them. Director, look, this is the whole story. Looking at the bus on the screen that had overturned for unknown reasons and slid all the way into the platform, the director was silent. When more than a dozen ghosts rushed out like crazy, as if fleeing a disaster, he felt that his worldview had been severely damaged. Since the appearance of bus 303, humans have thought of countless ways. Some tried to fight poison with poison, and some tried to find a more powerful ghost to deal with bus 303. As a result, the ghost appeared a long time later and set off a bloody storm. Some used the ghost weapon obtained from the ghost, and the final conclusion was that the bus was a more powerful ghost weapon. Some sent people from the Affairs Bureau to get on the bus to find a solution, but the group of people who got on the bus never appeared or came back. After repeated experiments, they finally came to a conclusion that with the current capabilities of humans, it is impossible to completely solve bus 303. But what do they see now? The bus that they used countless methods to do nothing about actually overturned by itself? Exclamation mark. Time passed by minute, and the overturned bus remained at the empty platform until 30 minutes later, when the second bus 303 came. Fuck. The director, who realized what might happen, couldn't help but exclaimed, then stared at the monitoring screen with wide eyes. Another flash before his eyes, or 303 bus that looked new suddenly appeared, and then crashed into the car on the side of the road. Boom. 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 The second 303 bus stopped in the director's surprised and incredible eyes. For the first time, they witnessed with their own eyes that the bus they had no way to deal with was damaged. Then the third and fourth buses came. The Lishu bus station with an abandoned bus across it became the place where the souls of the following 303 buses died. Without exception, they all got some scars, and then left with the ghost passengers cursing and somewhat surprised. The bus is very powerful, so the person or ghost who can turn the bus into this ghost look is more powerful. Except for the person who experienced it on this bus, no one knows what happened on it, but the Special Affairs Bureau is very excited because it means that 303 is not absolutely invincible, but can be eliminated. Once it can be eliminated, it means that hundreds of 303 related stops across the country will no longer be anchor points, nor will they be absolute death places. This is definitely good news. The people from Lishu Special Affairs Bureau immediately began to report the intelligence that happened in Lishu City, and on the other side, Jiang City also reported the incident of someone boarding the first 303. In an instant, the two things were connected. If this world was safer, the people from the Special Affairs Bureau would think that this was a simple coincidence, but their world was full of ghosts, and almost nothing related to those things was a coincidence, but all of them were caused by cause and effect. To be honest, they didn't know how a human could have such a great ability, but since it was related to whether 303 could be completely eliminated, they had to investigate, and they had to get to the bottom of it. The people from the Special Affairs Bureau began to track down Lincoln's identity, and on the other side, after a period of rest, the poor driver finally recovered a little strength. His body was covered with scars, which were caused by Lincoln's punches. The Yankee saved his life, but scars were left. Any bruise could make people grimace in pain, but the driver didn't care. "Thank you for saving my life. Tell me, who are you? Why did you become a driver on the bus?" Special Investigator Hans Engler. Hans Engler introduced himself. "I was ordered to board the 303 bus for investigation in 2032, but encountered a crisis. In order to survive, I had to become a bus driver, and survived until now. Are you free now?" "Yes, I'm free." Hans Engler nodded, with a trace of relief and gratitude on his face. When a new driver appears, the old driver is useless. Every replacement of a driver is accompanied by death. "Although I don't know how you did it, I can survive thanks to your help." Lincoln understood that it should be his crazy behavior that caused the bus to immediately abandon Hans Engler, a burden that constantly consumed its strength. After having a new unlucky guy, it wanted to run away immediately and had no time and energy to kill Hans Engler, so he miraculously survived. If you are from the Special Affairs Bureau, then you must know a lot, right? I can't say a lot, but I know the general things. When talking about his profession, Hans Engler showed a little confidence on his face. If he didn't have this confidence and ability, he would not have been selected to board 303 and survive until now. "Very good." After getting Hans Engler's reply, Lincoln nodded and pointed to his side. "Then look at where this place is." Looking at the surrounding wilderness scenes, the confidence on Hans Engler's face began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How would I know? But it should be a ghost den." "Ghost den? Yeah." Hans Engler nodded. "Humans have the human world. Ghosts have ghost dens. When the sun comes out, most ghosts will wander in ghost dens and go out at night. Where we are now should be a ghost den, and it is a ghost den that has not been explored. I have no impression of this place." "Okay, it seems that you can't find the way back." Lincoln nodded, then pointed to the distance. "Then let's go there and take a look." Hans Engler looked in the direction Lincoln pointed, but he couldn't see anything clearly. "Is there anything there?" Lincoln grinned. "There is a house." Chapter 241 Red Event. House. Hearing Lincoln's words, Hans Engler's face showed a solemn expression. He immediately reached out and grabbed Lincoln and said, "Don't go." Lincoln turned around with some confusion. "What's wrong?" "The houses in the ghost cave are completely different from the houses in the human world," Hans Engler explained. "A house in the human world often means a safe shelter for humans, but a building in a ghost den is not safe even for the ghosts living in the ghost den. The ghost den was originally empty. Only after the corresponding buildings in the human world are completely devoured by evil ghosts can buildings be formed in the ghost den. Each building is one or more evil ghosts. Many lonely ghosts would rather wander in the desolate ghost den than touch those buildings. For humans, those places are even more dangerous." Lincoln didn't hear anything about the danger in the dangerous situation. He just caught one point. Those buildings were swallowed by evil ghosts? Did they originally exist in the human world? Yes. Hans Engler nodded solemnly. "Every evil ghost that can devour buildings is incredibly powerful. Then we must go and see." In Hans Engler's somewhat confused eyes, Lincoln slammed his palm heavily. "Since those evil ghosts have a way to swallow buildings from the human world into the ghost den, then there must be a way to throw the buildings from the ghost den back to the human world." Hans Engler was stunned when he heard Lincoln's theory. Ghosts are dangerous, and the ghost den is even more dangerous. As for the buildings standing in the ghost den, they are like forbidden areas for humans. Entering the forbidden area means a 100% chance of death for humans at present. In addition to the 303 bus, humans can enter the ghost den in other ways, but if they want to leave, they can only go back along the way they came, which depends on luck. From the moment they discovered the ghost den and the forbidden area, humans never thought that they could return to the human world through the ghost den buildings. Think about it. Although the human world at night is dangerous, those ghosts also follow certain rules, but the ghosts in the ghost den are completely unrestricted by the rules. It is unknown how many times more dangerous it is than the human world. As for those buildings, they can make lonely ghosts prefer to wander around rather than approach, which shows how dangerous they are. Going there to find the way home? I'm afraid you will find the road that leads directly to the underworld. Han Zhenhe wanted to persuade Lincoln not to take the risk, but Lincoln had already started walking towards the depths of the haunted den. Standing there and staring at Lincoln's back for a moment, Han Zhenhe smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I have saved my life anyway, so I might as well take another risk. If I succeed, I will be lucky. If I fail, I will die. If Lincoln flew, he could reach the haunted house in no time, but he didn't want to. What if the owner of the haunted house gets scared by the big move? That would be no fun. He finally found a world that is not afraid of his power, so of course he wants to have fun. Lincoln's pace was not fast, so Han Zhenhe quickly caught up with him. Walk slowly, the ghost den is full of dangers. If you walk fast, you might break some rules. Walk slowly? Lincoln looked at him jokingly. Aren't you afraid that the ghosts will return to the ghost den when the sun rises, and it will be more difficult to deal with them then? Hearing Lincoln's words, Han Zhenhe immediately understood the current situation. The ghost den is empty, and the evil ghosts are in the human world, but if the sun rises, all the ghosts will come back. Now breaking the rules will only provoke a few ghosts at most. If it really drags on until daytime, it will be a lot of fun. Thinking of this, Han Zhenhe's pace suddenly quickened a little, and the next moment, a fierce Yin-Ki suddenly exploded in the desolate wilderness. The terrifying Yin-Ki manifested, and a waist-cut ghost with its lower body chopped off and only the upper body dragging its intestines suddenly appeared in the eyes of the two. Its voice was shrill and crazy, and its eyes were full of naked malice as it looked at the two people. Why? You walk so fast. Why? Give me your legs. Give it to me. The thick Yin-Ki roared in the air, and the coldness in it made Han Zhenhe's face, which was already in a bad state, even appear a hint of inhuman purple. He felt that his body was instantly placed in an ice cave. His hands and feet were like rusted machines and could not move, and his internal organs seemed to have stopped functioning. The coldness from the inside out did not kill him immediately, but made him experience unprecedented pain. The severe pain tore every inch of his muscles, but he could only watch himself being frozen to death step by step. Just when he was conscious and felt that he was about to die, Lincoln stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. A golden light flashed, and the Yin-Ki that almost froze him to death was instantly dispersed. With his life saved, Han Zhenhe gasped for air and looked at Lincoln with gratitude and fear in his eyes. Thank you, you saved me again. It's okay. Lincoln waved his hand casually and then looked at the ghost in front of him. If you want a leg, just take the leg. Why are you using force? Just tell me, I can give it to you. Waist-cut ghost. Are you serious? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Lincoln's attitude without a trace of fear and gentle words made the attitude of the waist-cut ghost a little incoherent, but in just a short breath, it recalled its identity as a ghost. His sharp hands carried the ground and rushed towards Lincoln at an incredible speed. The expression on his gray-green face was ferocious, and his pair of red blood eyes revealed a slowly creeping horror. My leg. Give it to me. Give it to me. If it were any normal person, seeing a half-body evil ghost roaring and rushing towards him, he would only have the idea of turning around and running. But Lincoln was not normal. He stood still, calmly watching the waist-cut ghost rush to him and hug his waist with both hands. It seems that you really want the leg. In this case, you can take it yourself. Waist-cut ghost, Han Zhenhe. The waist-cut ghost's head was full of question marks. It couldn't understand, while Lincoln was not afraid. Han Zhenhe's head was full of question marks. He also couldn't understand, while Lincoln was not afraid. The man and the ghost were a little stunned when they looked at Lincoln, but fortunately, both of them were professional and quickly came to their senses. With a whoosh, Han Zhenhe took out a hidden talisman from his pocket. At the same time, the waist-cut ghost grabbed Lincoln's wrist with both hands and exerted force suddenly, trying to break Lincoln's waist directly. With the blessing of Yin-Ki, the power possessed by ghosts is unimaginable by human power. The waist-cut ghost seems to have weak arms, but with that hug, even a tree will only end up broken. With this full-strength hug, there was only a click, and the waist-cut ghost's arm was pulled off alive by itself. The left hand of the waist-severed ghost was torn off by the right hand, and it fell to the ground with a plop. Looking at its torn hand and Lincoln, who was unharmed, the waist-severed ghost began to doubt its life for the first time. Not only it, but Han Zhenghua, who was holding the talisman in his hand and was about to hit the waist-severed ghost, also froze in place, not quite daring to believe his eyes. A ghost who was obviously fond of torturing people, but failed to torture people, and instead tore off one of his only two arms? What kind of development trend is this? Han Zhenghua's mind was a little hazy, but his hands did not slow down at all. Without waiting for the waist-severed ghost with only one arm left to dodge, he slapped the talisman down with a snap. The power contained in the talisman was released, and the waist-severed ghost immediately burst into a painful cry. He frantically grabbed the talisman, but was always burned back by a more blazing power. The shrill screams echoed in the ghost den for who knows how far. In the end, the beheaded ghost was completely destroyed and turned into Yunqi and disappeared. Looking at Han Zhenghua, who breathed a sigh of relief, Lincoln pointed to his pocket. This talisman should be rare, right? Yes. Han Zhenghua nodded. You need to set up an altar for the sacrifice ceremony, and the pen, ink, paper, etc. for drawing must all be commanded by the magic spell. You also need to purify it 5 times and choose a date. There is also the possibility of failure in the middle. The process of drawing talismans is extremely cumbersome and precious. It is completely different from lightning struck wood. Lincoln nodded. Since it is precious, don't use it like this next time. I was planning to ask some questions, but now it's all wasted. Hearing Lincoln's words, Han Zhenghua couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment on his face. Seeing the evil ghost hurting people, he almost subconsciously wanted to kill the ghost, but forgot that the person standing in front of him was a ruthless man who could fight ghosts on the 303 bus. He actually did something bad with good intentions. The delay of the waist-cut ghost wasted some time, and the two of them quickened their pace again. Perhaps because the screams of the waist-cut ghost before it was killed were too shrill, no other ghosts appeared along the way, until finally, the two of them stood outside a courtyard gate with a rather ancient style. The moment he saw the yard, Han Zhenghua's expression became even uglier. He reached out and grabbed Lincoln, saying, "Be careful, the things in here may not be simple." What's wrong? The style of this yard is Huago. There are a lot of absurd things about Huago recorded in history. Therefore, although there are not many ghosts related to Huago, each one is an extremely terrifying evil ghost. Have you encountered one? No. Han Zhenghua's face was solemn. Basically all the ones I have encountered are dead. I saw it from the documents in the bureau. It specifically stipulates that you should stay away from Huago buildings. I'm not afraid of anything. Lincoln laughed and knocked on the door without any hesitation. Is anyone there? Open the door. Seeing Lincoln knocking on the door like this, Han Zhenghua's eyes twitched a few times. Even he knew that in ancient times, people should knock on the door with a door knocker, but Lincoln didn't do that. The sound of his fist hitting the door was much louder than the door knocker. The knocking sound of dong 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 was like the sound of drums, ringing in Han Zhenghua's heart. He was extremely nervous and afraid that an evil spirit would suddenly appear from somewhere. Lincoln laughed at his look. Relax. If you do this, people will think we are here to cause trouble. Han Zhenghua, but the way you knock on the door, aren't we here to cause trouble? Exclamation mark. Lincoln's fist was big, so Han Zhenghua couldn't say anything, but a dissatisfied voice came from inside the door. Who is it? With a creak, the side door was opened a crack, and a head that was obviously not a living person stretched out from it, looking at Lincoln and the others, frowning at first, and then relaxing. Are you two here to congratulate my young lady on her marriage? Yes, yes, yes. Before Han Zhenghua spoke, Lincoln answered first. Hearing this, the servant instantly smiled. So you are the distinguished guest. Please come in quickly. Lincoln did not hesitate and pulled Han Zhenghua in. Instead, Han Zhenghua was alert and said in a low voice, "We don't have invitations and gift lists. We will be discovered. What are you afraid of?" Lincoln was skilled and bold. Of course I have to watch the excitement of a free wedding. I haven't seen what it looks like when ghosts get married. Lincoln led Han Zhenghua in front, and the servants behind them quickly closed the door. The courtyard door behind them was closed. Before Lincoln and the other person took a few steps, a servant in white plain clothes responded, "Dear guest, your invitation and gift list." Hearing this, Han Zhenghua's palms clenched tightly. He knew that this was probably a rule. If he couldn't give out invitations and gift lists, God knew what these guys who looked like humans in front of him would become. Han Zhenghua was nervous, but Lincoln frowned. Invitation? Gift list? What invitation and gift list? No, no. While saying this, Lincoln waved his hand and asked people to go aside. It was obvious that he would not pay for the meal. Han Zhenghua's heart was in his throat at this moment. Unexpectedly, after Lincoln said this, the servant who opened the door for them did not change at all. He walked in front of them calmly, as if he did not see the maid, and said, "Two distinguished guests, please follow me. Don't you need an invitation and a gift list to attend a wedding?" Han Zhenghua was a little confused and walked all the way to the yard under the guidance of the servant. Even in the human world, houses occupied by evil spirits would have this thing of opening the door to kill. Why is it that there is no such thing now in the ghost den? He thought that those ghost slaves were going to take action directly, but they just got away with it. Moreover, why did the male ghost who opened the door for them seem not to see the female ghost? Could it be that the ghosts in this yard were divided into two groups? Thinking of this, Han Zhenghua felt even more uneasy. One evil ghost was already difficult enough to deal with. If there was another one, it would be better to die suddenly. The front yard was cold and deserted, without any festive atmosphere of a happy event, but after passing through a gate, a joyous atmosphere immediately surrounded the two people. Han Zhenghua even felt a long-lost warmth. Not to mention the ghost cave with strong yin energy. Even in the human world at night, it was difficult to feel this sun-like warmth. Looking at the people around him, the expressions on their faces were so vivid, and they didn't look like ghosts at all. The more he looked, the more confused Han Zhenghua, as a senior investigator, became. Everything in front of him broke all his previous cognition. Chapter 242, Entering the Boudoir. The more people know, the less they know. Compared to ordinary people, Han Zhenghua, who has a special identity, knows more intelligence information about ghosts, but the more he knew in the past, the more difficult it is for him to understand what is happening in front of him. It is obviously a ghost in the ghost cave, but it behaves more humanely than in the human world. What is this operation? Han Zhenghua was a little confused, while Lincoln sat down directly with the idea of making the best of it. He glanced at the round table in front of him, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The evil ghosts here seem to be very conscientious. What's wrong? Han Zhenghua looked at Lincoln looking at the food on the table. You don't really want to eat the food here, do you? This is a ghost cave. What are you afraid of? Lincoln laughed. This ghost is acting very well, bringing human food to the ghost cave, and it's still hot. How much skill does it take? Han Zhenghua? Looking at the food on the table in front of him, Han Zhenghua was confused. Is this really for people to eat? What else? Lincoln said while eating a chicken leg. Haven't you figured it out? The people here are all alive. What? All alive? Han Zhenghua was really shocked this time. He had always thought that what he saw and felt were all tricks of the evil spirit. He never imagined that the people in this yard were real living people. After Lincoln's performance, he carefully looked at the people in the yard, but as he looked, he found other problems. Why are there only men in this yard? According to the system of Huoguo, this is impossible. Lincoln shrugged, threw a peanut into his mouth and said, "Who cares? Aren't you hungry? Just wait and watch the show. After you are full." His attitude made Han Zhenghua hesitate, and whispered, "Can't you try to save them?" "I don't care." Lincoln said casually, "You can try to save them, but I think your chances of success are a little low." Han Zhenghua couldn't see, but Lincoln casually scanned them. Even if he didn't deliberately use his super senses, he could see the problems of those people in the yard. They still look like modern living people now, but in fact they are no longer. Han Zhenghua is now a person, and he relies on the little power he patted on him before to protect him. Otherwise he would probably suffer. Of course, Lincoln has the ability to save people, but for these people in the yard, one died, and none of them died unjustly. None of these people is worth saving. In the past, Lincoln would have taken the initiative to kill these people if he saw them. Instead of thinking about saving them, it would be better to eat and drink and watch the show. The food prepared by the evil ghost was really good, with excellent taste and just the right temperature. Han Zhenghua didn't know this. He tried hard to save the living people in the yard, but his strength was obviously not comparable to that of the terrifying evil ghost in the yard. Not to mention him, even if he took out all the life-saving things on his body, he couldn't save anyone in the yard. After repeated attempts, he failed again and again. Finally, he was completely desperate and walked back to the table in a daze. How could this happen? They all thought that I was really a member of Huaguo. It's normal for evil spirits to have some strange abilities. Lincoln thought of the rabbit that he had locked in a cage for who knows how long. This is considered good. Some things can even directly turn people into animals. Turn people into animals? Han Zhenghua was stunned for a moment. How can there be such ghosts? They are all for killing people. It's not good for them to turn people into animals, right? Lincoln smiled. Do you want to see it? Han Zhenghua was a little confused. You brought it with you? Of course, this thing is very rare. I have only encountered this one in such a long time. Lincoln nodded, then grabbed a pair of rabbit ears and lifted the evil god out. Being grabbed by the ears and lifted in the air, the evil god was stunned at first, and then he was angry and released a continuous evil force that was much more terrifying than evil spirits, like a black cloud covering the sky. But suddenly thinking of the kind of ruthless person who was holding it, it instantly turned into a harmless little rabbit, and the terrifying atmosphere instantly dissipated. Han Zhenghua looked at the rabbit in Lincoln's hand, not quite understanding. Is this the me you mentioned? Lincoln didn't say anything, and Han Zhenghua was dumbfounded. Me? Why do I speak me? Me? His mind became a little confused. Looking at the rabbit's ruby-like eyes and spotless white hair, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in his mind. Drink rabbit blood. Me. The evil god did not deliberately release his energy, but the passive ability that could not be looked at directly still polluted Han Zhenghua's mind. As an evil god, the power of the rabbit is not comparable to that of the evil ghosts in this world, especially after it was taken out of the zoo. All its powers were integrated, and it was no longer bound by the rules. The remaining power that Lincoln left on Han Zhenghua could not protect him. Seeing that Han Zhenghua's condition was getting worse and worse, Lincoln put the rabbit away again, and then slapped him awake again. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Han Zhenghua woke up with a shudder. Recalling what happened before, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back, and his face was full of fear. What is that? Didn't I tell you before? A guy who can turn people into animals. How about it? Have you experienced it? Do you want to try it again? Looking at Lincoln's calm expression, Han Zhenghua felt that the man in front of him became more and more mysterious. Han Zhenghua could hypnotize himself that he was a master who could stop the bus and make the waist-cutting ghost fail, but now he can easily take out an evil thing that can turn people into animals. This is definitely not something that a so-called master can do. He intuitively felt that Lincoln's origin must be more terrifying, and it might even be more terrifying than the origin of the evil ghost. Recalling his experience of being confused and almost thinking that he was a goat, Han Zhenghua shook his head frantically to refuse, but suddenly, he remembered something bad. With Lincoln's protection, he could break free from the distortion, but what about the other people in the yard? Han Zhenghua felt that something was wrong. He looked around and saw that there were no goats. Instead, there were white rabbits with bloodshot eyes, jumping towards the garden lawn to eat the green grass. One by one, the living people turned into rabbits in just a few seconds. This scene made Han Zhenghua feel cold all over, but also a little surprised and angry. You killed them? Who said that? Aren't they alive and well? Lincoln pointed to the rabbits on the ground and said, compared to being eaten by the evil spirits he like puppets, maybe they would rather turn themselves into a happy rabbit. But you are different. You may become a goat instead of a rabbit. The weaker the self-awareness that you are a human being, the more it will be distorted in a short time. They are no longer human beings. Lincoln's words made Han Zhenghua silent. After a moment, he looked up and said, what should we do now? All the living people that the evil spirit found were turned into rabbits. Now there are only 2 of us left. Don't we still have you? Lincoln smiled and patted his shoulder and said, don't belittle yourself. You are a real man. As Lincoln was speaking, the servant outside the courtyard gate walked in. The ghost slave was originally going to serve the young lady who was about to get married, but when he saw that all the living people in the garden had disappeared and were replaced by cute little white rabbits, he was stunned. Even his voice became a little shriller this time. What happened? Where are the people? Where are the people? He couldn't help but be terrified. Except for the two uninvited guests, Lincoln and Han Zhenghua, every living person in the yard was carefully selected to play a role in the young lady's wedding, but now, they are all gone. In an instant, the ghost servant's yin energy was greatly increased, and he stared at Lincoln and the others with a pair of vicious eyes. It's you. It's you. After screaming, the ghost servant's clothes fluttered, and he rushed directly towards Lincoln and the others with a strong and cold yin energy. Seeing this, Han Zhenghua subconsciously took out the talisman, but when a little white rabbit hit the ghost servant, the surging yin energy suddenly stagnated. He grabbed the white rabbit with both hands, and the fierce look in his eyes became a little confused. As the rabbit in his hand turned over, more and more rabbits surrounded him from all directions, staring at the ghost servant with their ruby-like eyes. Rabbits are twisted products, and they also carry the power of the evil god. Although it is subtle, the superimposed power of the rabbits surrounding them is equally terrifying. In Han Zhenghua's vigilant eyes with a hint of fear, the ghost servant's head began to shake wildly, and his body began to twitch constantly, and he let out a scream. Miss, what a cute rabbit with red eyes. Like blood. Meow. I'm not a human grass. Ghosts are transformed by yin energy, and they do not have a fixed body composed of countless cells like humans. Under the pollution of the power of the evil god, the ghost servant has undergone chilling changes. His eyes were changing wildly between blood red and black, and rabbit and goat ears appeared on his head from time to time. His body gradually became hunched, and white hair, that was not sure whether it was rabbit hair or goat hair, grew on his body. Under Han Zhenghua's incredible gaze, a ghost servant that could easily kill a person turned into a rabbit with a yin aura. This looking at the scene in front of him, Lincoln also fell into deep thought. He realized the problem. The power of the evil god is contagious. If left alone, as the number of rabbits increases, the pollution will also increase. At that time, there may be no evil ghosts at this time, but the world of rabbits may be more desperate. At that time, except for Han Zhenghua, who still has energy in his body, the other humans in this world are estimated to be G. Even if not all G, at least half of them will be killed. Normally, Lincoln should take responsibility, but Lincoln refused. He turned his head and looked at Han Zhenghua. You can see that these rabbits are very dangerous, so I give you a task to deal with them. Han Zhenghua, are you serious? How can I kill these things? They are just ordinary rabbits. You can't even kill a rabbit? Han Zhenghua didn't understand. These rabbits that can twist ghosts into rabbits can be killed like ordinary rabbits. Why don't you try it yourself, and you will know. Han Zhenghua looked at the rabbits that began to scatter in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he reached out and picked up the rabbit with yin ki wrapped around its body. Compared with rabbits transformed from humans, rabbits transformed from ghosts are indeed easier to kill. Reaching out to grab the rabbit, Han Zhenghua hesitated for a moment, took out the knife on his body, and stabbed it directly into the rabbit's brain. In a quick and neat move, the cute little white rabbit stretched out its legs and died. Releasing his palm and throwing the rabbit to the ground, Han Zhenghua stared at the rabbit's corpse vigilantly. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. After a full 1 or 2 minutes, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then a trace of surprise and joy appeared on his face. It actually works. At this moment, he completely forgot his previous anger at people turning into rabbits. Those people did not die, they turned into rabbits, and continued to contribute their strength to the great cause of eliminating ghosts for humans. Their human bodies may have disappeared, but their contributions are remembered by people. By the way, what were the names of those people? Han Zhenghua pondered for a moment without any results, and immediately gave up. If he couldn't remember, he couldn't remember. He was not a god, and it was normal to forget these things. Compared with this kind of thing, the assembly line manufacturing of ghost rabbits and then killing ghosts is more attractive. Han Zhenghua's performance made him seem to have no moral integrity and morality, but from the perspective of more humans, he was very moral. Han Zhenghua looked at the rabbit eating grass in front of him with joy, as if he was looking at a treasure, and didn't notice that the boudoir that had been closed quietly opened a crack. The thick yin energy that was as thick as substance emanated from it, silently bypassing Lincoln and touching Han Zhenghua. Lincoln didn't move. He also wanted to see what this ghost was doing. The ghost must have a lot of ideas to bring so many living people here. In front of the grass, Han Zhenghua was thinking about how to make the most of the rabbits in front of him when he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. It was the feeling of yin qi. Han Zhenghua's brows bulged, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and then he reached out to touch the talisman in his pocket. However, the power was so strong that he couldn't do anything else. He could only watch himself being manipulated like a puppet, and rushed into the boudoir with a lewd smile on his face. Fuck. Chapter 243 Autistic Han Zhenghua. Lincoln was stunned when he saw Han Zhenghua being manipulated by the evil spirit to turn into an evil person and rush into the boudoir. From the fact that he gathered several tables of living people and prepared fish and meat to feed people, Lincoln could see that the evil spirit in the yard was a guy with his own ideas, but he didn't expect that this ghost could still play so much after it died. What's the matter? Is it because your husband can't satisfy you, so you have to catch a living person to play such a boudoir making thing? Even the well-informed Lincoln was shocked at this time, and the ignorant Han Zhenghua's eyes widened at this time. His brain told his body that he must not do this, but his body refused to respond. He watched himself push open the door of the boudoir and rush towards the bride in the room. If you ignore the fact that this guy's most likely a ghost, Han Zhenghua thinks that the bride in a red Huoguo ancient costume can be called virtuous and graceful. Even though the red veil covered her face, just looking at the exposed delicate hands could make people have wild thoughts. But he didn't want to have wild thoughts now. The one in front of him was a ghost. If he continued like this, he would probably die. Although humans have a saying that it is romantic to die under the peony flowers and become a ghost, who would want to die if they could really live? Exclamation mark. Han Zhenghua was terrified. His consciousness tried his best to struggle and save himself, but his body rushed towards it regardless, grabbing the red veil and tearing at the collar. What are you going to do? Help. A cry came from the room, and Lincoln became even more silent. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to use his supervision to see what tricks the guy hiding behind him was going to play. His eyes were bright, and he instantly saw through the gate and courtyard transformed by the yin energy, and then he saw Han Zhenghua, who had already thrown the bride onto the bed. If you only look at the performance, what appeared in front of Lincoln was a thoroughly vulgar emotion. When his vision was slightly switched, everything became different. A wisp of invisible yin qi had completely penetrated Han Zhenghua's body. His soul and his flesh seemed to be one at this moment, but in fact they were separated. The yang qi in his body was constantly absorbed by the body that turned into a bride, and his soul was covered and eroded by the yin qi. For the people in this world, yang qi and soul are very important things. Without yang qi, it means that the body is dead, and without the soul, it will directly dissipate between heaven and earth. The soul and the body should be closely combined, but now, they are separated by the evil spirit. The yang qi in the body without the soul is being absorbed rapidly, and the soul without the protection of the body is completely exposed to the terrible yin qi. Han Zhenghua seems to be enjoying it, but what he actually encountered is a complete dead end for ordinary people. And it can't be said to be enjoying it, because the soul and the body are separated. He can't feel anything at all. If it weren't for the little energy protection that Lincoln left behind, he would have died without a burial place. Not to mention that he has survived until now. It is estimated that he would have been completely drained before he lifted the red veil. But now, Lincoln saw that the evil ghost was enjoying the sucking and quietly stabilized the energy connection a little. These energy consumptions are almost zero for Lincoln, and it doesn't matter whether they are used or not. What he is very curious about now is what will happen when everything is over. In the room, the ghost was sucking very happily. I don't know when it will end. Lincoln doesn't plan to wait here. He pondered for a moment, turned around and walked out of the yard. The next moment, a ghost servant with a gloomy face stopped him. "Guest, the banquet is not over yet." "I know." Lincoln looked up and down at the ghost servant, stretched out his hand, and grabbed its throat, dragging it to the yard. This caught the ghost servant off guard, and made his eyes widen. He subconsciously resisted, but facing Lincoln's absolute power, its resistance was not even a resistance, and it was easily dragged into the yard by Lincoln. With a bang, the door slammed shut, blocking out the shrill screams. Looking at the closed door, the ghost servants, who were originally in a normal mood, became uneasy. In the past, they had always threatened those humans, and no human could stand up to them for long. But what did they see now? That human was not controlled, and walked out of the yard openly, catching a ghost servant, and returning to the yard. Is this them ghosts, or that guy is a ghost? Exclamation mark. Aren't humans supposed to be afraid of ghosts? Why can he catch ghosts and return? Exclamation mark. This thought flashed through the ghost servants' minds, and after hesitating for a moment, they climbed up the wall, and looked into the yard. It would have been better if they hadn't looked at it. After looking at it, they were almost scared to death and reincarnated. The ghost servant that Lincoln had dragged in was surrounded by a group of rabbits. In a short moment, he grew ears and white hair, and the whole ghost was shaking rapidly and evolving into a rabbit step by step. Then he was skinned, roasted, and eaten by Lincoln! Exclamation mark. A ghost, who was turned into a rabbit by a human, was then skinned, roasted, and eaten? This scene directly shocked the three views of those ghosts, and made them realize what kind of bad luck they might encounter. When they were alive as human beings, they were killed, or even eaten by ghosts, and then they became ghosts. As a result, when they finally thought they could be the king in front of humans, suddenly another person appeared, and he was actually a ghost eater! Exclamation mark. They were eaten when they were human beings, and they were eaten again when they became ghosts. Didn't they become ghosts in vain? Now they are eaten as ghosts, so when ghosts die and become, will they be eaten again when they become? When will this end? Thinking of this, they were so angry that they trembled all over, with cold sweat all over their bodies and cold hands and feet. Can this society still be good? How can we ghosts live to satisfy you? Tears flowed down from the corners of their mouths. Oh, not the corners of their mouths. Mainly because the companion who was roasted into a roasted rabbit smelled too good. They could feel that, if they ate the roasted rabbit, they would also get benefits. But they didn't dare to go. The reason was very simple. If they went, they might not get the roasted rabbit, but become new roasted rabbits themselves. In the yard, the roasted rabbit that Lincoln's ghost turned into tasted different. Outside the yard, a group of ghosts hugged each other and trembled, fearing that the door would open again in the next moment and catch one of them again. Resist? What to resist? Didn't you see that the one who resisted before had already turned into a roasted rabbit? It's all dead, and it would be too unfair if they had to be beaten again before they died. Lincoln felt that the roasted rabbit in his hand was unusually good, and the ghost in the boudoir had gradually begun to doubt life. It was not because Hans Engler was not resistant to the inhalation, but because he was too resistant to it. This time, the Yankee she absorbed was equivalent to who knows how long she had been doing it before. She wanted to stop, but because her body was filled with too much energy absorbed from Hans Engler, she couldn't stop. No, I can't go on. The ghost bride finally showed a trace of fear in her eyes when she realized what would happen if the ceremony continued. She wanted to stop everything urgently, but it was too late. Hans Engler's soul had given up resistance. He watched his body move and kill the ghost bride on the bed. A terrifying Yankee burst out instantly. In an instant, the courtyard that seemed normal before was immediately shrouded in dark clouds. The gloomy atmosphere was far better than anything Hans Engler had seen before. At this moment, he finally understood what he had encountered. There was a bride getting married in this Ouligo courtyard, but she was defiled and died by a visitor. All the previous things were illusions of her life. Now, he, disguised as a visitor, killed the bride, and the real ghost bride revealed her true identity. And just this slightly dissipated breath is enough to change the color of the world. Hans Engler could no longer imagine what level of existence this ghost was. In the records of human society from the beginning to the present, he had never heard of such a terrifying existence. Damn man. Perhaps because of the accumulation of experience, the ghost bride who appeared in front of Han Zhenhe had almost no change in appearance except for a slightly pale skin, but a hideous look of hatred and anger on her face. Why don't you die? Han Zhenhe? He was completely dumbfounded. When he wanted to speak, his mouth was blocked tightly, and he couldn't say a word. The terrifying yin qi around him kept tightening. In the crackling sound of the joints, Han Zhenhe felt that all the bones in his body were about to be completely crushed. But suddenly, the evil spirit that was about to strangle him to death suddenly stopped, as if it had thought of something, and a trace of sarcasm appeared on the face of the ghost bride. I won't kill you. When you meet him, you will know what torture is. Han Zhenhe, why did you bring it up to torture? Exclamation mark. It was you who tied me up in the beginning. Why? Exclamation mark. Ghosts don't reflect on themselves. The evil spirit wrapped around him and threw him out of the door with a bang, heavily on the ground, and the door slammed shut, and the thick evil spirit disappeared in an instant. On the ground, Han Zhenhe was still bound by the remaining yin qi and could not move. At least his head got rid of the control. When he looked up, he met Lincoln's eyes while he was chewing a rabbit. Save me. Okay. Lincoln pondered for a moment, tore a piece of meat from the roasted rabbit, and put it to Han Zhenghe's mouth. Come, eat it. Han Zhenghe didn't know it was a roasted rabbit, and he ate it doubtfully. The rabbit meat processed by Lincoln melted in his mouth, instantly eliminating the remaining yin qi in his body. Han Zhenghe's soul and body merged, and he was finally able to stand up. Then, he saw the whole picture of the roasted meat in Lincoln's hand. Roasted rabbit. At this moment, the expression on his face was completely frozen. He searched the yard with his eyes, and finally saw a peeled rabbit skin. His eyes were a little straight. What you just gave me to eat, was it rabbit meat? Yeah. Lincoln nodded. Those people turned into rabbits? That's not the case. Hearing this, and comparing the number of rabbits, Han Zhenghe's eyes returned to normal a little. Where did the rabbits come from? Lincoln swallowed the rabbit meat, and his tone was calm. Ghosts turned into. Han Zhenghe fell into silence. Ghosts turned into? Lincoln did not repeat the answer, but asked him, is it delicious? Delicious. Han Zhenghe replied subconsciously, and then suddenly demanded, no, who cares whether it tastes good or not, then what do you care about? Lincoln didn't care. Are you concerned about what happened to you in there just now? At this point, Han Zhenghe finally remembered the important things, his face full of complexity. You were watching when I was caught just now. Do you know what I encountered? Sleeping with a female ghost. Han Zhenghe, who was interrupted again, was confused. How did you know? You didn't peek, did you? At this point, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he squatted down with his hands on his head. Someone actually saw me, don't worry, I didn't watch it for long. Lincoln patted Han Zhenghe on the body with his greasy hands to comfort her. I just saw you carrying her to the bed, and I didn't watch anymore. After Lincoln's kind reminder, Han Zhenghe recalled the plot. If he carried her to the bed, it seemed that he had taken off his pants at that time, right? Thinking of this, he became even more autistic. I want to die. As an investigator, I was caught by a female ghost, and had sex with her, and was seen by others. What are you afraid of? You are not the only one who has slept with a female ghost. Lincoln smiled. Isn't there a story about Nikachan and Ningxiokian in your world? It also talks about people and ghosts. You are not alone, and there are predecessors on the way. Lincoln's comfort was unconvincing. That was an ancient novel, and they were in love with each other, but I was caught by a ghost. There is no way. Lincoln spread his hands. There are only two people in the yard. If they don't catch you, will they catch me? Think about it in a positive way. At least you have become the first person who has survived after having a close contact with a ghost at a negative distance. This is a great progress in human society. When you go back and report to the investigation bureau, your colleagues and superiors will definitely look up to you. When Lincoln said this, Han Zhenghe was immediately struck by lightning. Yes, things here are not over yet. If he can return to the human world safely from this ghost den, he will definitely report his experience during this period. By that time, the case of senior investigator Han Zhenghua being taken away by a female ghost will be recorded on paper, and people can see it after many years. Even if he just thought about it, Han felt that something was pressing on his chest, and it was difficult to breathe. What could be more socially dead than this? Senior investigators usually have strong wills, but now, Han Zhenghua's will has become less strong. He has even begun to show the initial symptoms of autism. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Funeral and Wedding. Lincoln didn't know how autistic Han Zhenghua was now, but he was having a lot of fun watching the show. The so-called law of conservation of pain and happiness means that pain and happiness are conserved in a closed system. The more pain Han Zhenghua suffers, the happier Lincoln will be. Lincoln is not the one who inflicts pain, but he can gain happiness from Han Zhenghua. Is there anything better than this? Hey, do you want to stay autistic here? If you continue to be autistic, you will not only be socially dead, but I suspect you may actually die. Lincoln's words made Han Zhenghua look up suddenly. What's wrong? What happened again? Nothing, not a big deal. Lincoln gestured with his hand. The red lantern has now turned into a white lantern, and there is also a word done. Done? Han Zhenghua's thoughts froze for a moment. Isn't that thing usually seen at the funeral of a dead person? Why did it appear at a wedding? As if he had seen through Han Zhenghua's thoughts, Lincoln leaned over and whispered, is it possible that this funeral is for the female ghost who died in the wedding bed not long ago? Hearing this, Han Zhenghua became even more uneasy. Do you think it would be a bit too arrogant for me, the one who killed her, to attend this funeral? It's okay, I'm here. How can you be arrogant? I'll show you something more arrogant. Something more arrogant? Is there anything more arrogant than killing someone and then running to their home to attend a funeral? Han Zhenghua didn't quite know what Lincoln wanted to do, but he knew that if he wanted to live safely in this ghost place and become the first human to return alive from the ghost forbidden land, he'd better follow Lincoln closely. Following Lincoln closely, he stepped through the yard again and walked towards the morning hall where white clothes could be seen everywhere. At the moment they walked past, the gate disappeared, and the ghost servant hiding in the dark finally showed a hint of surprise on his face. They left. They left. As a fierce ghost, it is undoubtedly a shame to be scared like this, but looking at the rabbit that has been gnawed to the bone, it is true that, even if it becomes a ghost, it still wants to live. Fortunately, this world is well educated and has come up with things like people become ghosts after death and ghosts become ghosts after death. Otherwise these guys might not be so scared now. Getting rid of the pressure brought by Lincoln, the little ghosts hiding everywhere became happy like bus passengers. But they didn't stay happy for too long. Soon, they fell silent as they watched the rabbits walking around in the yard. Lincoln was gone, but the problem was that the rabbits he left behind did not leave. If they don't think of a way to get rid of these rabbits, they still can't enter the yard. If they can't enter the yard, they won't get the lady's order. In this way, it would be disrespectful, and they will still die. Looking at the cute little rabbits, they fell into silence. The morning hall and the front yard in the wedding room in the backyard. The ghosts in this den are really good at having fun. Two worlds through one gate. Looking around at the funeral arrangements, Lincoln was surprised and looked at Han Zhenghua. Did the ancient people all know how to have fun like this? Or do only the people of Huaiguo do this? Han Zhenghua pondered for a moment. According to my understanding, the customs of other dynasties are quite normal, only the records of Huaiguo are rather absurd. Then it seems that the people of Huaiguo are really good at having fun. As Lincoln was talking, he suddenly saw a ghost servant with a tray in his hands walking over not far away. Look, that guy. What does it mean to hold a tray in his hands? Does he want to share? I think so. Han Zhenghua was also a little uncertain. The customs of Huaiguo are very chaotic. Even I don't quite understand it. Asking for a share, that's easy. Lincoln pondered for a moment, looked at Han Zhenghua for a moment, reached out and took out a string of jewelry from his pocket. Isn't this a share? Looking at the familiar looking jewelry, Han Zhenghua's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Is that from me? I don't remember wearing this jewelry, and why does it look familiar? Lincoln pondered. Is there a possibility that you took it off someone else's body when you entered the bridal chamber with that ghost bride? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Han Zhenghua's face became serious. I never steal other people's things. But you were not playing yourself at that time. If you didn't steal, the person you were playing would steal. Lincoln's words made Han Zhenghua silent, and then he realized an important thing. That thing, was it from that bride? Yeah. Lincoln nodded, reached out to take the fruit in front of the memorial tablet, and started to eat it. Han Zhenghua's lips moved twice. Is this funeral for the ghost bride? Yes. Lincoln nodded as a matter of course, pointing to the mourning hall. Look at the coffin over there. There is even a photo on it. If you are not sure, I can help you pry open the lid of the coffin and take a look. Rushing into someone's funeral and prying open the lid of the coffin to take a look. What kind of barbaric behavior is this? Han Zhenghua's emotions were a little incoherent for a while. He waved his hand to signal Lincoln not to interrupt, and then said, at someone else's funeral, we, the guys who killed someone, ran over here and gave away the stolen jewelry as a share. Is this really okay? I feel like I will die. What's wrong with it? Lincoln threw away the fruit core casually, pointed and said, look, they are all paying us a stare now. Facing the gazes of those evil ghosts, Han Zhenghua's hair stood on end. Why don't we run away? What are you afraid of? I'm here to make sure you're safe. Lincoln's chest slapped loudly. Han Zhenghua felt a little relieved when he thought of all the incredible things Lincoln had shown before. But the ghost's gaze still made him bow his head with a guilty conscience until the sound of thumping made him look up. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Nothing. Lincoln said, smashing the word and hanging the word on it, saying, I've thought of a good way to make them not hate you. What way? Han Zhenghua regretted asking the next question. What do you think of ghost marriage? Han Zhenghua's eyes widened, unable to say a word. Are you serious? Exclamation mark. Creak. The white cloth was torn off, and a red cloth that Lincoln got from somewhere was hung instead. Like a professional wedding company, Lincoln turned the mourning hall with a strong funeral atmosphere into a wedding scene with a weird atmosphere at an incredible speed. Apart from the ghosts wearing white clothes and with mournful expressions on their faces, the whole scene was still filled with a strong red atmosphere. Before Han Zhenghua could come to his senses, Lincoln pried open the ghost bride's coffin lid with one hand and smiled at the ghost bride who had just finished the transition and was still a little confused. I'm sorry to disturb your funeral. To compensate, I sent you a groom. He's not as handsome as me, but you're going to die anyway, so it's okay to make do with him. Ghost bride. Damn it. Bang. Before the scream could be heard completely, Lincoln threw Han Zhenghua in, nailed the coffin board with vibranium nails, and then stepped on the coffin lid and looked at the remaining ghosts. Today's funeral has become a wedding. I said, who is in favor and who is against it? This scene, not to mention Han Zhenghua, who is a human with limited imagination, didn't expect it. Even the ghost bride and the ghosts in the mourning hall who were no longer bound by their brains and had unlimited imagination didn't expect it. Looking at Lincoln standing on the coffin board, the ghosts were stunned at first, and then the weeping on their faces quickly turned into malicious ferocity at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, they had to follow the rules of the mourning hall, but now, with Lincoln's disruption, the mourning hall has become a wedding hall, and all the rules are invalid. Killing the human in front of them, torturing his flesh to death, and shattering his soul are the only thoughts in the minds of these ghosts. The screams that came one after another instantly resounded in the yard. The thick yin energy was overwhelming. The sound of the wind sounded, and one after another, the fierce ghosts with hideous faces rushed towards Lincoln. The lingering yin energy and malice were so thick that even through a thick coffin board, Han Zhenghua felt cold all over and couldn't move. Of course, the majestic yin energy outside was only a small factor. The bigger and even the key factor was that he was lying face to face on a ghost bride who exuded a cold breath and looked like an ice cube. Looking at the eyes that didn't look like those of a dead person, Han Zhenghua was silent for a moment. His throat rolled with difficulty, and he said in a dry tone, I said, I was also forced. Do you believe it? The ghost bride didn't kill him directly, but instead pressed her cold hand on Han Zhenghuo's heart with interest, pouring the yin qi into it, and a trace of malice appeared on her face as her lips and teeth moved slightly. What do you think, Lang Jun? Hearing this, Han Zhenghuo's pupils shrank. Damn. The guy outside is having a mad time. You don't want to take it seriously, do you? Exclamation mark. That's it. That's it. Standing on the coffin lid, Lincoln felt the countless evil ghosts massaging him crazily, his face full of disdain. Wow, you look so scary. I'm so scared. As he said that, he patted his chest, then grabbed a ghost shadow from the dark cloud, tore it twice, and threw it directly into his mouth. Ah. Save me, a shrill scream came from Lincoln's mouth, but Lincoln's face showed a hint of aftertaste. Well, the taste is very unique, a bit like mint marshmallows. It feels pretty good. Lincoln expressed his feelings about the taste of ghosts, and the ghosts who had originally besieged him with red eyes gradually slowed down their movements. Their eyes were fixed on Lincoln's mouth, watching the shrill wailing inside become smaller and smaller, and finally disappear completely. Coo. After burping and spitting out a breath of yin qi, Lincoln then looked at the ghosts. Keep going. Why don't you continue? Are you tired of fighting? Then it's my turn. Lincoln said, grinning, stretched out his white teeth, and took down the offerings on the altar, then waved his hand, and grabbed several evil ghosts, who were forcibly crushed and stuffed into the offerings to eat. In the frightened eyes of the evil ghosts, Lincoln strolled leisurely, and stuffed the offerings into his stomach. No matter how powerful the ghosts were, they were just food with unique taste in front of him. One cloud after another was extinguished in Lincoln's hand. The ghosts, which were almost humanoid and terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, felt fear for the first time. Trembling with fear, their backs hunched down, and they kept begging Lincoln for mercy. Please spare my life, Lord Ghost King. Please spare my life, Lord Ghost King. Ghost King? Lincoln raised his eyebrows. He felt that he seemed to know something again. How do you know I'm the Ghost King? Oh, this. Facing Lincoln's question, the expressions on the faces of the ghosts suddenly froze. How did they know? Of course they didn't know. They had never seen the Ghost King until now. They just saw Lincoln was powerful, so they gave the name to Lincoln. According to common human relations, shouldn't Lincoln agree directly? Why did he ask them back? Exclamation mark. The evil ghost being stared at by Lincoln was so terrified that he couldn't say a word. Then Lincoln stood up and said loudly, okay, so you were lying to me. Come on, light the sky lantern. Lighting the sky lantern is an extremely cruel punishment in human society. It is even more cruel for evil ghosts, because people will die if they are hurt too much, but as long as the evil ghost's yin qi does not dissipate, they can live for a long time. But lighting the sky lantern consumes very little yin qi. The evil ghost that Lincoln stared at had his eyes wide open, and he was about to turn into a ball of yin qi and escape with a whoosh. But how could other evil ghosts let him do as he wished? They immediately pulled him down, and then skillfully lit a lantern on his head. In an instant, a shrill wailing sound rang in the room, adding a bit of weird and evil atmosphere. Lincoln looked at the evil ghost hanging high on the beam for a moment, his brows furrowed. It's not symmetrical. Hearing this, the ghosts were frightened again. After a moment, the second ghost was hung on the beam. The little ghosts even adjusted their positions, and then looked at Lincoln with a flattering look. Sir, it's hung up. Not bad, not bad. Lincoln looked at the two lamps above and nodded. Since the lights are on, let's continue the wedding. After Lincoln finished speaking, the ghosts hesitated and came over after a moment. We can't host it. The bride's father has been eaten by you. Lincoln was silent for a moment. What about her mother or others? They were all standing in the front, and they were all eaten by you. Does that mean this wedding can't be held? The ghosts nodded hurriedly. Yes, it can't be held. Hearing this, Lincoln's face showed anger, and he grabbed the ghost and was about to stuff it into his mouth. What's the use of you then? Seeing that Lincoln wanted to eat ghosts again after a disagreement, the ghosts felt that they were the humans at this time, and hurriedly shouted, Sir, please don't eat me. There are other ways. There are other ways. Are you kidding me? No, sir, how dare we fool you? But that method is a little dangerous. We need to subdue the bride and groom first, before we can continue. Lincoln opened the coffin lid and looked inside, met Han Zhenghe's eyes full of pleading, and the ghost bride's eyes full of murderous intent and threats, then nodded. Come on, let's do it your way. Chapter 245, Little Hammer 40. In the building of the red and white evil spirits where Lincoln is, the ghost bride who is buried in the coffin and looks harmless from the beginning to now is the real boss. It's just that this guy is strong, but he is also restricted by the rules. Although she can't beat Lincoln even without the restrictions and constraints of the rules, being restricted and bound by the rules gives Lincoln more room for operation. For example, now, if the ghost bride is not restricted by the rules, it would be impossible to turn the funeral scene into a wedding scene, but now it can be done. The ghost bride is famous. Even lying in the coffin makes the evil ghosts outside cautious. But compared to the ghost bride, Lincoln, who eats ghosts directly at a disagreement, is more deadly. There is a saying that it is really cruel to attack one's own people. Lincoln didn't know the specific details of the ghost marriage at all, but those evil ghosts were proficient one by one, and they set up the scene in a short while. Inside the coffin, feeling the increasingly powerful suppression of the rules from outside, a trace of urgency and panic appeared in the eyes of the ghost bride. Being broken into the bridal chamber and lying in the coffin were all caused by the rules. According to the original rules, when the funeral was halfway through, she could appear in the form of a fierce ghost and start killing people. At that time, not to mention the evil ghosts in this mourning hall, she could even leave this yard directly and sweep away the entire ghost den. But now, the funeral could not be carried out, and it turned into a wedding in the middle, and the rules changed instantly. Now there are two ways in front of her. The first way is to rush out and kill people while the rules are changing, and completely kill the damn ghosts outside and the human who can't see the details. The second way is to let the rules run smoothly and complete the marriage contract with the damn human in front of her. At that time, she can directly attach to this human and not be bound by the usual rules, but will be bound by humans. Is there any need to choose? It must be rushing out and killing people. The killing intent in his heart was boiling. The terrifying malice and yin energy made Han Zhenghe feel like he was in an ice storage at -18 degrees. However, he had the energy given by Lincoln, so he could not die at all. Han Zhenghe was secretly complaining in his heart. The ghost bride, who originally had a physical body, suddenly became a ball of red yin energy and crashed into the coffin lid. With nothing under him, Han Zhenghe directly slapped the bottom of the coffin, but the red yin energy penetrated him directly. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the coffin weighing hundreds of pounds was shaken violently, almost being knocked open directly, but Lincoln just stepped on it, and the coffin that was about to be shaken up was pressed down. It didn't knock open. The ghost bride showed a trace of surprise in her eyes, and then she gritted her teeth and crashed again in disbelief. Bang! Bang bang! The coffin clanged like a bell, making the ghosts around tremble with fear. Looking at Lincoln, who pressed the coffin with one foot, they were even more awed. On one side was a fierce ghost banging the coffin, and on the other side was a ruthless man who stepped on the coffin board tightly with one foot. It was obvious who was the real boss at a glance. Damn it! Damn it! Let me out! The rules outside became more and more perfect. The ghost bride roared in a shrill voice, "I will kill you. I will kill the guy in the coffin. If you don't let me out, I will kill him. Whatever you want." Lincoln scratched his nose and said with disdain, "Kill him if you have the guts. If you can really kill him, I will catch you and burn you with candles." Threat. This is a naked threat. The ghost bride frantically banged the coffin, her whole body trembling with cold air, and gnashed her teeth as she looked at Han Zhenghe, who had finally turned over and was lying face up in the coffin. Facing the ghost bride's gaze, Han Zhenghe, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, felt bitter in his heart and shouted, "You, don't come over here." Han Zhenghe's voice trembled, but it aroused the resentment in the ghost bride's heart. After a sharp scream, she rushed towards Han Zhenghe directly, and in an instant, screams were heard from the coffin. The ghosts who were busy with the ceremony outside stopped their movements and looked at Lincoln hesitantly. "My lord, do you want to continue?" "Go on, why stop?" Lincoln's eyes were like torches, and he easily saw through the heavy coffin board. "It hurts a little, but I think he can still hold on for a while." you move a little faster. When you become husband and wife, it will be like fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot of the bed. Listening to Lincoln's mumbling outside the coffin, Han Zhenghua's eyes were horrified, but the ghost bride became more and more crazy and tossed Han Zhenghua desperately. Because the ghost bride's parents, who were also evil ghosts, were eaten by Lincoln as dessert after the meal, the process of bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to parents, and husband and wife bowing to each other, and sending to the bridal chamber must not be carried out. But it doesn't matter, the ghosts made a modern wedding, based on what they have seen and heard in the human world over the years. In short, the household registration book, wedding photos, and 2 marriage certificates are complete. If there is no household registration book, then use human blood and ghost key instead. If there is no wedding photo, then slightly retouch the photo and photoshop the ghost bride's ghost photo with Han Zhenghua's photo. As for the marriage certificate, just find 2 pieces of paper to make do. Anyway, the Civil Affairs Bureau and the human world can't control the affairs of the underworld. It's enough to have a sense of ritual and comply with the rules. To be honest, these things are innovative and imaginative. Lincoln thought about it for a long time, but he didn't expect that this group of things would actually use this method to conduct a ghost marriage. It can only be said that Hualigua is worthy of many absurd things. It suddenly became reasonable for ancient evil spirits and modern people to have a modern marriage with ancient characteristics. It is a bit difficult to obtain blood and yin qi, but not very difficult. For Lincoln, it is a matter of waving his hand and then taking wedding photos and signing a marriage contract. These 2 things do not require the participation of the parties involved, and they are directly completed by the group of ghosts in private. As an invisible force of rules converged into the coffin, the ghost bride who was trying to destroy and torture Han Zhenghua suddenly stopped her movements with a dull look. Looking carefully at the marriage contract that suddenly appeared in her body, she was completely stunned. Not only was she stunned, but Han Zhenghua, who had been tortured by her, was also stunned. He was still a young man who had never been in love in the human world, but he had a bride after a trip to the ghost cave. What's the reason? Exclamation mark. Both the man and the ghost were confused by Lincoln's outrageous operation. At this time, the vibranium nails that were nailed to the coffin lid were removed by Lincoln. The coffin was opened, and Lincoln appeared in front of the 2 with a bright smile on his face. Congratulations on your wedding, and I wish you a son soon. Han Zhenghua trembled like a chicken and dared not move. The ghost bride's neck turned like a rusty mechanical gear, looking at Lincoln one scared at a time, and suddenly screamed and pounced on Lincoln. I know you are excited to see me, but your husband is here. Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Lincoln said as he slapped the ghost bride on the face and forced her into Han Zhenghua's body. And by the way, put on a time-limited lock, go play with your husband. Han Zhenghua lay in the coffin and didn't dare to speak until the ghost bride's figure completely disappeared. Then he looked at Lincoln with a bitter smile. I'm not married in reality, yet Lincoln was silent for a moment. You can discuss with the guy in your body and see if she allows you to take a concubine or something. As Lincoln finished speaking, a roar came from Han Zhenghua's body. Dream. 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 Ignoring the exasperated female ghost, Lincoln just patted Han Zhenghua on the shoulder. Hey, your woman is a little arrogant. Take some time to discipline her. Han Zhenghua didn't say anything, just looked at Lincoln with resentment. What virtue do I have that makes you think so highly of me? She is a female ghost. I discipline her? Exclamation mark. Seeing the meaning in Han Zhenghua's eyes, Lincoln didn't say anything, but patted him on the shoulder. Now it's time to find a way to go back. Go back. You can't go back. The ghost bride's disdainful voice sounded. You can enter and exit the ghost den, but people who enter this yard can only stay here for the rest of their lives. Even ghosts have to come back here once in a while. Is that so? Lincoln touched his chin, turned his wrist, and took out a vibranium hammer from somewhere, and waved to Han Zhenghua. Stand away, don't get smashed to death by me. Han Zhenghua looked at the hammer in Lincoln's hand, which was the same size as the 40 small hammers, and was silent for a moment, then took 2 steps back. Is this far enough? Lincoln looked back at him. My personal advice is that you'd better stay away, but if you really want to stand here, I won't stop you. Looking at the small hammer, Han Zhenghua became more silent, but thinking of everything that had happened before, he decided to wait in the yard. Standing in the empty yard, Han Zhenghua shouted, "Is this alright? If you go a little further, you'll be out of the yard. Whatever you want." Lincoln waved his hand, then swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it down. 40. Boom. The terrifying energy was released from the small hammer body, and in an instant, the sky turned upside down. The purple energy penetrated dozens of meters underground and suddenly exploded. In the energy wave that was like the creation of the world, the ground within a radius of tens of millions of meters was surging. Han Zhenghua, who was standing in the yard, had not yet reacted to what happened, and then the whole person was sent to the sky. He twisted his body and looked at the ground, and then he saw that the hammer came down, not to mention the yard. The ghost den was also knocked over. Purple ripples bloomed from where Lincoln was, and in an instant, the ghost den was almost completely swept away. Under this seemingly gentle energy, no ghost could resist for a moment, and died cleanly after a scream. Even the omnipresent Yankee was completely wiped out by the energy wave. With a bang, Han Zhenghua fell from the sky and landed on the soft soil. He was still a little confused. After a long time, he looked at Lincoln who was walking in front of him. "Is this a small hammer of 40? What else?" Lincoln said as a matter of course, "If it was a big hammer of 80, this ghost den would be smashed by me. Now it's fine, just loose soil. The yard is gone. We can leave here." Hearing this, Han Zhenghua looked back. Now let alone the yard, there was not even a brick on the ground. All of them were broken and buried under Lincoln's hammer just now. "It's useless." The ghost bride sneered. "The courtyard is transformed by Yankee. As long as the Yankee does not dissipate, the courtyard will be rebuilt. You can't leave here. Stay here with me." Ha 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 ha. Following Lincoln in the ghost den, Han Zhenghua felt more and more ignorant. Hearing the ghost bride's voice at this time, he couldn't help but look at Lincoln. Wait and see." Lincoln waved his hand and took the small hammer back in his hand. "I want to see if the yard can be repaired." "Ghost, repair your hammer." 90% of the Yankee was smashed away with one hammer. "If it is repaired, will I give you 40 small hammers?" The two people and one ghost waited quietly in the same place, and time passed by every second. At first, the ghost bride was confident, then she began to doubt the ghost, and finally, she began to get angry. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lincoln stood up and nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Han Zhenghua, "It seems that this yard will not be repaired automatically. We can leave. Come on, show me the way. How do you usually get out of the ghost domain?" The investigation bureau only recorded this method of returning by the original route. But maybe the ghosts in the ghost domain know other ways. Han Zhenghua said, looking at the ruins of the yard with heartache and regret. Lincoln smashed the yard with a hammer 40 times, and of course all the rabbits inside died. All of a sudden, Han Zhenghua's idea of using these rabbits to kill ghosts was completely bankrupt. But fortunately, he couldn't continue. Otherwise, sooner or later, a zoo would be built in this world, which would make things worse. It's impossible to go back along the way you came. The 303 bus didn't take the usual route when it came, and there was no way to find the way back without the way it came. As for the ghosts, Lincoln didn't know if he could count the number of ghosts that could survive in the entire Ghostland with one hammer. It was too slow to find them one by one. All of a sudden, the two of them locked their eyes on the ghost bride. "Why are you looking at me?" The ghost bride with a red veil on her head only looked virtuous, but she was not polite at all. "I will never tell you how to leave the ghost realm. Never. Then I will let you enter the bridal chamber with him." Lincoln pointed at Han Zhenghua. "I mean what I say. Just keep walking in the direction of the moon in the sky." The ghost bride's tone was full of disdain. "Keep walking until the moon is full. Stand there for a while until the moon is waning, and then you can leave the ghost realm." Chapter 246 Furious. Few people thought that the method of leaving the ghost den was related to the moon in the sky, and no one knew that they had to walk to the full moon and stand on the crescent moon to truly leave the ghost den and return to the human world. However, now that the ghost bride has revealed this news, it means that Lincoln and his friends can not only leave this godforsaken place, but also that everyone who enters the ghost den in the future will have a fixed method to leave the ghost den. Although this method may not be applicable to all ghost dens, it is already very good compared to not having this method. After saying the method to leave the ghost den, perhaps she was threatened by Lincoln, or she was angry alone. Until the two successfully left the ghost den and returned to the human world, the ghost bride never appeared again. Lincoln certainly didn't care about this, but Hans Engler was trembling with fear. There was no way he couldn't help but worry. After all, the ghost who was attached to his body was a fierce ghost who could control the forbidden land of the ghost den. There was almost no record of human society defeating this level of fierce ghosts. The only few times, it was better to say that the fierce ghosts took the initiative to retreat than to say that they were defeated. Humans are very worried about the existence of this level of evil spirits, but now, Hans Engler carries one with him, and he himself can't say how he will be treated after returning to the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau. The passages between the ghost cave and the human world have never been equal. Maybe the ghost cave is still in the wilderness, but after returning to the human world, they will appear in a women's restroom. This is not a joke, but a fact that happened to the two of them. In an empty women's restroom, the two who were standing in the wilderness at night and watching the moon walked out of the ghost cave and came to the women's restroom the next moment. Looking out from the window of the restroom, the bright moon is hanging high in the sky, and the dim moonlight shines down through the window, illuminating the entire restroom in grey blue. Looking at the unique and weird color scheme in front of him, and the dead silence outside, Lincoln couldn't help but touch his chin. Why do I feel that there is something wrong with this toilet? Will there be a flushing sound in the next moment? Huolala. Before Hans Engler had time to speak, Yu Yang, who seemed to be responding to Lincoln, heard the flushing sound of a toilet in a toilet cubicle a few steps away from the two of them with the door tightly closed. The two fell into silence, and after a moment, Lincoln looked at Hans Engler. I bet you $1 that there is definitely no one in that toilet cubicle. Isn't this obvious? No normal person would run to a public toilet in the middle of the night to use the toilet, let alone flush the toilet when two men are talking in the toilet. Hans Engler touched the few coins left in his pocket, and didn't even think about taking them out. What should I do? Just leave? Or go and take a look? Since we are here, it would be a pity if we just leave without taking a look. Lincoln pointed at the toilet cubicle righteously and said to Hans Engler, since you asked the question, then it must be reasonable for you to open the toilet door, right? Hans Engler, who didn't want to be a pervert for aiding the women's toilet cubicle at night, argued, I'm just an ordinary person. Come on, how can an ordinary person marry a female ghost wife? Don't worry, your wife is protecting you. You must be not an ordinary person. Lincoln's words hit the point directly. Hans Engler was afraid that, if he continued to talk, Lincoln might bring up the ghost bride who had already calmed down, so he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go see what ghost is causing trouble. As he spoke, Hans Engler walked to the door of the toilet cubicle. After a moment's silence, he raised his foot and violently slammed the door of the toilet cubicle open with a bang. After spending a long time with Lincoln, Hans Engler was more or less affected. In addition, the existence of the ghost bride changed his way of doing things. As for why he could kick open the toilet door, that should not be opened in theory in ghost movies, the reason is very simple. There is a fierce ghost on him. The yin energy lingering around, even if it is just a little bit of it, can give Hans Engler a great blessing. Hans Engler's kick was extremely powerful. The synthetic wood door panel hit the toilet partition with a bang and bounced back. This movement made the ghost inside stunned. According to the rules, she should not appear now, but wait until the humans outside try to leave the toilet, squeeze herself out from under the door, and then drag those guys into the toilet and squeeze them to death. But now, the door of the cubicle was kicked open directly, and the kicking technique was outstanding. The ghost who was forcibly kicked in the door to receive the guest was first stagnant when looking at Hans Engler in front of him, but then, feeling the disappearance of the invisible rule constraints, its eyes slowly widened. Its head was bent 90 degrees, and a hideous wound appeared on its neck. A steady stream of blood flowed out from it, and in an instant, the clothes were stained with blood, and the ground was covered with blood. Yin energy and malice boiled in the pool of blood. The evil ghost had a weird smile on his face, and reached out to grab Hans Engler. I want you to pay with your life. Pay with your life. Han Zhenghe looked at the evil ghost in front of him and did not hide, not because of how awesome he was, but because he was restrained by the pool of blood under his feet and could not move. Looking at the evil ghost's palm strangling his throat little by little, Han Zhenghe's heart was about to rise to his throat, but the next moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice was so familiar, with a hint of disdaining contempt. It was the voice of his cheap wife. Along with the cold snort, a stream of yin energy burst out of Han Zhenghe's body, and in an instant, the pool of blood that was originally spread under Han Zhenghe's feet exploded into a bloody rain that soaked the entire bathroom. Covered with blood, the evil ghost in the female toilet stopped moving instantly. She quietly retreated into the toilet, closed the door and became autistic. Obviously, as an evil ghost, it may not understand why such a terrifying evil ghost can live in a human. Now it is just glad that it has saved its life. Seeing the evil ghost retreating back into the toilet cubicle and becoming autistic, Han Zhenghe was stunned at first, and then whispered, "Can't you just kill it?" The ghost bride who was forced to marry refused to pay attention to him. The despised Han Zhenghe smiled bitterly, then looked at Lincoln. "She ignored me. It's okay, I understand." Lincoln nodded. "After all, you just got married. It's normal to be a little shy. You won't be shy after a while." As soon as Lincoln finished speaking, the bride's exasperated voice rang out, "Damn you. If I catch you, I will tear you into pieces." "Oh." Lincoln opened his eyes and said playfully, "Why don't you absorb yang energy?" "Oh, I forgot that you are married, and you will be stabbed in the spine if you don't keep your chastity. But do ghosts have spines? Ah. I'm going to kill you." Chapter 247. Lincoln naturally ignored the roar of the ghost bride. He was looking at the closed toilet cubicle, and the evil ghost with an eye peeking out from the crack of the door. Lincoln looked at the eye in silence for a moment, and then he said, "Hetui." With a snap, a large mouthful of saliva smeared on the evil ghost's eyes. Lincoln's sudden move made the evil ghost, who was frightened by the ghost bride, push back and hit the partition of the cubicle with a bang. Listening to the noise coming from inside, Lincoln laughed without morals. This ghost is so stupid. He can still be frightened by people. Han Zhenghe was quite knowledgeable about Lincoln's bad taste. After confirming that the ghost bride was unwilling to kill the toilet cubicle ghost, he walked straight to the door. "Can you stop playing? I want to go home quickly." Han Zhenghe was lost outside for who knows how long, and was eager to return home. It was understandable. But watching Han Zhenghe's smooth movements, Lincoln was a little confused, pointing to the bathroom and said, "Aren't you an investigator? Are you not going to clean up this ghost?" "No need to clean it up." Han Zhenghe nodded and said, "I just looked outside from the window and then judged the environment here. This is obviously an abandoned school, and there is also a sign of the investigation bureau. This kind of place is already a fully enclosed area, which means that the ghosts in it maintain a balance and usually do not leave the school. As long as they do not enter casually, the ghosts here will not have any impact on human society. In this way, the purpose of control has actually been achieved. Whether the ghosts are cleared out is not the first factor. The most important thing is to ensure that this big cage is not broken." "I see." Lincoln nodded. "The humans in this world have few means to deal with those ghosts, so they can only take this kind of control method to reduce the impact on the human world. Have you ever thought about using technological means to deal with these things? Such as fire, electric shock, explosion or something like that?" "It's useless." Han Zhenghe shook his head. "There have been similar examples in the internal documents of the investigation bureau, but the final result is that explosions and fire have no effect on these things, and lightning strikes. Only naturally occurring lightning can cause damage to these things. As long as humans intervene, they cannot pose a substantial threat to those ghosts. Gathering the yang energy of many humans can suppress the yin energy of these ghosts, and even make them die, but these things themselves can also absorb yang energy to strengthen themselves. Technological means cannot deal with these things. Too many metaphysical things have been lost, so that now we can only control these things, but cannot eliminate them." At this point, Han Zhenghe suddenly paused, touched his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, this situation may change in the future. Lincoln knew what he meant, nodded slightly, and followed him out of the bathroom. Behind them, the female ghost hiding in the bathroom cubicle seemed to have sensed the principle of the footsteps and carefully sent her eyes out of the cubicle to peek. At the moment when the two walked out of the toilet room, the camera installed in the corridor started to work and accurately locked the figures of the two people and was transmitted with the electrical signal. The members of Dingyu City's Special Investigation Bureau immediately received an alarm. Someone entered the evil ghost campus. Two people. What? Isn't that place closed? How did someone get in? I don't know. The surveillance shows that the first place they appeared was at the entrance of the women's toilet. What about their identities? I'm still searching. One of them is not recorded in the identity information database, and the other one. Tell me, what happened to the other one? The other one is shown in the data as the first special investigator to board 303. His current status is missing. This made the captain's voice immediately horrified. 303. The first batch of special investigators of 303 was how many years ago? How could it be related to the evil ghost campus? But, compared with what is shown in the data, it is like this, and they seem to be moving towards the school gate. They seem to want to get out. Hearing this, the captain's face changed drastically. After hesitating for a long time, he ordered everyone, take your equipment and follow me to the evil ghost campus. Captain, are you going to do it? Not necessarily. The captain's face was solemn and deep. I hope he is the survivor of 303, but if not, then we have no choice but to take action. Evil ghost campus. This abandoned school is very unsafe. Even if Lincoln does not use his super senses, just walking around the school casually, he can feel countless malicious eyes falling on him. However, perhaps thanks to the deterrence of the ghost bride on Han Zhenghua, the owners of these eyes just watched and did not attack them until the two walked out of the school. The moment he walked out of the school gate, Han Zhenghua, with tense back muscles, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked back at the school full of all kinds of monsters with lingering fear. The pressure is so great. Is it greater than the pressure when you were caught by a female ghost and taken to the bridal chamber? Damn human. As soon as the words fell, the ghost bride's voice arrived as expected. If you hadn't turned all my prey into rabbits, I wouldn't have to catch him at all. It was obviously your doorman who brought us in. I'm just a simple meal from the state reserve. Lincoln said righteously. In the final analysis, it's you who has the problem. If you didn't think about catching men to absorb yang energy, this situation wouldn't have happened now. I'm a ghost. The ghost bride, who broke free from the restrictions of the rules, seemed a lot more lively. Am I still called a ghost if I don't catch humans to absorb yang energy? Do ghosts have to absorb yang energy? This is a naked prejudice against ghosts. Ghosts should have the right to become better, but you directly deprive them of this right. Lincoln's unreasonable demands made the ancient ghost bride stunned, but Han Zhenghua looked at Lincoln with a wry smile and pointed to the distance. The investigation bureau's car is here. Do you want to go with me? Lincoln paused, looked at the car lights in the distance, and shook his head. I won't join in the fun. Okay. Knowing that Lincoln had many secrets, Han Zhenghua did not force it, but nodded. Then we'll see each other again, if we are destined to. See you again, if we are destined to. Lincoln nodded, stood in the shadow of the school gate, and watched Han Zhenghua go away. After a moment, he looked up at the school sign behind him with a bright smile on his face. Chapter 248 Going to School. Lincoln stood there and watched Han Zhenghua leave. He watched the motorcade stop, and then the investigators on it rushed towards Han Zhenghua, as if they were facing a great enemy. Stop. Don't move. Han Zhenghua stopped, raised his hands high to indicate that he was not a threat, and then shouted to the team members in front of him. Han Zhenghua, the Central Bureau of Investigation headquarters dispatched an investigator to take charge of the incident. Bus number 303, code name, Coin on the bus. One by one, the investigators, led by the captain, surrounded Han Zhenghua from all directions, and the anti-ghost props in their hands were always aimed at him from a distance, and they would subdue him directly if there was any mistake. Hearing the code name reported by Han Zhenghua, the captain showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. He stopped and began to contact the headquarters of the Bureau of Investigation using special communication equipment. After a moment, He looked up at Han Zhenghua with an incredible look. Meeting code, June 25th, 2035, 2:46. Han Zhenghua lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head. 2,006,603,203,506. Second password. 33,822,146. It's correct. Hearing that both passwords reported by Han Zhenghua were correct, the captain's eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise. In the years of fighting against evil spirits, humans have fallen into big trouble with means such as ghosts hitting the wall and ghosts possessing the body, so they began to use dynamic encryption algorithms extensively. That is, remember some complex encryption algorithms and calculate according to the characteristic code words given by the investigation bureau to give a code. The most important thing about this code is the algorithm, and the investigator will remember his own algorithm and not disclose it to the outside world. The code changes dynamically, making it difficult for ghosts to easily get out, and it is easy to identify the enemy. With the algorithm and props double identification, there is more than 80% accuracy judgment. Of course, for Han Zhenghua, who disappeared on bus 303 and suddenly came out of the ghost school 3 years later, 80% accuracy is far from enough. Even 90% is not enough. The people from Dingguan City Special Investigation Bureau did not relax their vigilance just because Han Zhenghua matched the code, but still pointed the props in their hands at Han Zhenghua. The captain looked at Han Zhenghua with a complicated look. Emotionally, he admired people like Han Zhenghua, but procedures are procedures. Investigator Han, we have to inconvenience you. Before we can be sure that you are you, we need to take some guarantee measures on you. As he spoke, he took out a talisman from his arms. Looking at the talisman, Han Zhenghua suddenly smiled bitterly. I can guarantee that I'm me, but the talisman cannot be used. Hearing this, the captain frowned, and his eyes showed vigilance again. Investigator Han Zhenghua, this is the procedure. I know this is a procedure. Han Zhenghua's face was even more helpless, but this talisman really cannot be used. After using it, I may be fine, but you will die. The captain's face was already full of tranquility. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know. Han Zhenghua pointed at the man said, the 100-year-old lightning-struck wood, the magic weapon for the dead, as well as the talisman and the amulet are more than enough to deal with ordinary ghosts, but I can't. Seeing that Han Zhenghua knew their equipment like the back of his hand, and there was another meaning in his words, the captain's suspicion deepened. He was silent for a moment, threw out another talisman from his arms, and then waved his hand, and everyone retreated. The moment they heard the order, the team members were a little puzzled, but a moment later, looking at the unprecedented Yunqi erupting from Han Zhenghua in the distance and the talisman that was torn into pieces in an instant, they were all shocked. Is this a ghost possession? No, it's not that simple. The captain's face was solemn. When a ghost possesses a person, the host itself will also show some effects and changes. It is impossible to remain sober and rational. The situation of Investigator Han is very complicated. Then Captain, what should we do next? This matter is no longer something we can interfere with. The captain sighed. Notify the General Investigation Bureau and let them come here to pick someone up. Then we can't figure out what happened to this investigator? Don't be so curious. The captain, who was removing his equipment, scolded. The more curious you are, the faster you will die. A moment later, the captain, who was just in casual clothes, walked up to Han Zhenghua. Investigator Han, I'm sorry for offending you just now, but those are necessary procedures. I know and understand. Han Zhenghua nodded, then looked at the captain. Will you come with me to report for duty? After all, I'm the captain, and I always have to take responsibility. The captain nodded, then said, can you tell me about the person who came out with you, his situation? Han Zhenghua was silent for a moment and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. The captain nodded, and then said, he is missing. My team members searched nearby, but couldn't find him. Maybe he went back. Go back. The captain seemed stunned, then looked at the school, that seemed quiet under the moonlight. What do you mean? Han Zhenghua nodded and smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the captain's heart was extremely calm. No one knew the dangers in the ghost school better than him. Back then, He was just an investigator who had just joined the bureau not long ago, but after the ghost school incident, he became a formal investigator directly, and it didn't take long for him to get to his current position. This was due to the heavy casualties in the investigation bureau at that time, and also the fact that he had survived a life and death situation in it. One action can make a person grow up completely, and you can imagine how dangerous it is, so that after that time, the entire school was completely closed. But now, someone actually took the initiative to return to the ghost school surrounded by dangers, and judging from Han Zhenghua's attitude and tone, he seemed to think that the ghost school did not pose any danger or difficulty to that person. There are many meanings revealed in this, so many that he, the direct person in charge of the ghost school area, couldn't think deeply. Emotionally, the captain believed that Han Zhenghua was still a person, but he didn't have the final say in this matter, and Ingyuan City didn't have the final say either, and people from the general administration needed to come and confirm it, and he was an attendant before this. If Han Zhenghua had any problems, he would be the first to suffer, and he could give warnings to others. Han Zhenghua knew this clearly, and he also knew that what would happen next would be more complicated and troublesome than the current situation. It had never happened before that a person and a ghost formed a contract. Once it was confirmed, it would cause an uproar. What would happen at that time, even he himself could not tell. But what can be confirmed is that if what happened to him can be replicated, perhaps humans will be able to gain the power to truly fight against ghosts. Han Zhenghua's side is a bit complicated, but Lincoln's side is much simpler. It's just going to school, and he has been there countless times. Explain the problem of repeated chapters. There is not enough time, and the typing speed is slow. I can't get 4,000 words, so I can only make repeated chapters to make up the number. Only 4,000 words a day can get full attendance, and this money is almost more than my manuscript fee. This book is basically supported by this full attendance. I will replace the duplicate chapters with non-duplicate chapters within 24 hours. If you accidentally subscribe, you can long press the chapter in the catalog to re-download it. This operation is free. I'm sorry for giving you a bad reading experience. Chapter 249. School, as the name implies, is a place with school rules, and most school rules often involve staying out overnight. Lincoln walked through the school gate leisurely, but before he could take a few steps, the door of the communication room, which was previously dark and tightly closed, creaked open. Then, an old man in plain clothes came out, his face full of wrinkles, and his frightening eyes stared at Lincoln. "You, stop. Which class are you from? Who is your teacher?" To be honest, Lincoln didn't know why the evil ghost in front of him had to pretend to be the security guard Unclekin to stop him, but this was exactly what he wanted. After hesitating for a moment, Lincoln spoke. "I'm from KO1, and my teacher's last name is Hashimoto." Teacher Hashimoto? There was obvious confusion on the face of the evil ghost Unclekin. After looking Lincoln up and down, he pointed suspiciously at the wall of the message room. "Go and stand there, I'll call your teacher." Standing in the corner, Lincoln looked up at the pitch black school, then at the brightly lit message room. "Uncle Security Guard, is your phone still working?" The security guard didn't say anything, but just mechanically dialed the buttons on the phone. After a series of familiar blind tones, the other end seemed to be connected. Marksy? Lincoln. Now it was Lincoln's turn to have a question mark face. "Wow, you actually got through? That's amazing." The guard didn't seem to notice the problem, but just said in a loud voice, "Hello, is this Mr. Hashimoto? I caught your student staying out all night." "What? You want to talk to him? Oh, okay." As he spoke, the guard looked at Lincoln with the phone in his hand. "Your teacher wants to talk to you." Reaching out and knocking on the window in front of him, Lincoln pondered for a moment, opened the window, and passed the phone to me through the window. The guard looked at Lincoln, and after a moment he spoke. "It's windy and cold at night. The window can't be opened. Who are you trying to fool?" Lincoln said disdainfully. "You said it's cold at night in June and July. Why don't you set up an electric heater in the message room?" As soon as Lincoln finished speaking, he saw a ball of orange light under the guard's feet. He looked down and saw an electric heater. "Wow, you are such an amateur at setting up the scene." Lincoln looked at the guard teasingly. "You put an electric heater in the message room in the middle of summer. Are you afraid that others won't notice the flaw? Oh, you died in the middle of winter? That's why there is an electric heater? Lincoln saw it early on. This bastard wanted to let him into the message room. Although it was okay for him to go in, his favorite thing to do was to make things go against people's wishes. However, as he revealed the guard's true identity with a playful smile, the rules of the message room were lifted. In an instant, the skin of the guard who had looked like a human before began to peel off piece by piece, revealing the hideous skin of burnt black mixed with some deep red. At his feet, the electric heater, which was originally emitting only orange-red light, began to burn. The fire spread rapidly at a terrifying speed, and almost in an instant, it enveloped the entire message room. With a bang, the door of the message room collapsed. Then, the guard with flames and an unpleasant burnt smell came out, and looked at Lincoln. "Stay with me, sorry, I'm a gentleman. I don't do this kind of business." Lincoln said with a righteous face, "Even if I want to do it, I will only do it for girls aged 18 to 25. You are too old, too ugly, and male, which is not within the scope of my service." Lincoln's reason was very serious, and his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, but the guard who was already angry could not listen to these words at all. It was obvious that he had been burned by the flames and was about to turn into charcoal, and he would drop a few slags with every step he took, but his steps were surprisingly fast. Looking at the guard in front of him who was not giving up, Lincoln sighed with a melancholy look in his eyes and nodded. Okay, since you insist, then follow me into the house." As he spoke, Lincoln weighed a standard-size red brick from the ground, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the ruins of the message room burning with raging flames. Guard. Lincoln's mysterious move made it stunned for a moment. It had killed several people here, but it had never seen Lincoln jump into the fire pit by himself. But soon, it became excited again. Jumping into the fire pit was good. It saved its effort. With its ferocious eyes wide open, it followed into the sea of fire. The next moment, a red brick was slapped on its face by Lincoln. The ordinary brick, that should not have caused any harm to it, burst out with extremely powerful force in Lincoln's hand. In just one blow, it fell to the ground. Before it could get up, Lincoln's powerful foot stepped on him, and then the bricks fell down crazily. Normal damage to the large plane, double crit on the narrow side, quadruple crit on the edge, and 8 times crit on the corner. Lincoln fully utilized an ordinary red brick to the extreme, and then from the surface to the line, and then to the point. In a few strokes, the guard who had called Mr. Hashimoto before fell to the ground and was motionless. Looking at the doorman, Uncle Kin, who was lying motionless on the ground, even when hit by a brick tip, he didn't make a sound. Lincoln was a little bored. He died just now. That's too much, isn't it? As he spoke, Lincoln found some cloth from the room, made them into ropes, and tied them into a noose to the doorman, and dragged the corpse burning with flames out of the message room. It's not that Lincoln has the bad habit of whipping corpses. The main problem is that there is no street light in the school, so he can only find a torch to light the way. What? Why not find other wood in the message room as a torch? How long can that thing burn? The one in his hand now is a ghost. The fire on this guy must last much longer than those torches. In case it is used in many places later, it can be divided into some small pieces to bring light to every ghost who needs it. Look at his heart, how compassionate. Lincoln dragged the guard away, and at the end he glanced at the message room. I wonder if I can drag other ghosts here to turn them into wood. If I can, then I don't have to worry about not having enough torches. In the dark campus, Lincoln dragged the guard forward, like a firebearer going against the tide. Pieces of black carbon fell off the guard's body, and the flames dancing on his body were also left behind, leaving an orange-red footprint behind Lincoln. Lincoln looked back, and decided to rename this road as Skyfire Avenue. Chapter 250 Principal Lin. The ghosts in the ghost school have a very good character, that is, they have divided their own territories. For example, the female ghost in the bathroom, her territory is the bathroom that has been abandoned for who knows how long, or the doorman, his territory is the communication room that has been burning with a raging fire. So even though Lincoln made a lot of noise on this Cheyenne-Ho Avenue, in fact, no other ghosts noticed Lincoln's arrival at all, because their rules were not punished. However, the ghosts did not see it, but people saw it clearly. In order to discover the abnormal situation in the ghost school in time, humans have more than just cameras in this school. Although there are only a few, the all-round ultra-high definition cameras in the right place are enough to control most areas of the entire school. These areas are also the areas that Dingyu City investigators have arrived at. Their lives not only determined the danger of this school, but also avoided the sacrifice of a second wave of people. Now, relying on the achievements left by their predecessors, Dingyu City investigators can clearly see Lincoln's figure and the body behind him that was dragged by a rope and left a trail of fire on the ground. When they first saw this scene, they were all stunned because what they saw was an abnormal situation that had not appeared in many years. Subconsciously, they sounded the alarm again, and then more people came to see this bizarre scene. Which area's ghost is out of control? I don't know. It doesn't look like a ghost. The monitor adjusted the monitor and said, on the contrary, the one who was dragged forward at the back looks a bit like the fire ghost in the message room. Hearing this, several investigators put their eyes on the screen. After a careful look, they looked at the monitor with an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone and said, "It's burned like this, and you can see it?" No wonder they were surprised. The old mankin who was dragged by Lincoln was burned black, and there was no good skin on his body. It was impossible to see his appearance at all, and the fire on his body had not been extinguished. Let alone the investigators like them. Even if they were replaced by the most professional appraisers, it would be hard to say that they could recognize the true identity of this guy through a live surveillance. After all, Uncle Kin was dragged away face down by Lincoln. Facing the puzzled questions of his colleagues, the monitor just scratched his head. "I have been watching him for a long time, and I know a lot about him, so I think he is." But, according to the records of the Bureau, the fire ghost is considered to be a very difficult evil ghost in the ghost school, right? Yes. One person answered, although the ghosts in the ghost school are ghosts, they still have a label on them. The identity label of the fire ghost is considered to be the highest in the school. Ordinary ghosts dare not provoke him. Many people from the investigation bureau died because of violating his label. According to the records of the investigation bureau, the label on the fire ghost is actually very simple: gatekeeper. What is the duty of the gatekeeper that others cannot do in front of the gatekeeper? It's very simple: go in through the gate and then run away without saying a word. In this way, the gatekeeper's rules will be fully activated, and he will start killing without being bound by any rules. As for walking into the message room, there is actually no problem. The problem is that the message room will catch fire, and the doors and windows of the message room will be closed. In this way, people who enter will be burned to death. As for directly pointing out the nature of the evil ghost of the gatekeeper, this is the rule of most anthropomorphic evil ghosts. They pretend to be human beings and act according to the labeling rules when they are humans. If they follow this labeling rule and find a way to survive, they can survive. If their ghost identity is directly pointed out, then the rules of humans will no longer restrict their behavior, and the final result will also be a beating by the fire ghost. The yin energy of the fire ghost itself is not strong, but the problem lies in the flames on his body. Humans are powerless to resist his flames. Once contaminated, almost all means, except the water ghost's water, cannot put out the fire, and they can only be burned to death. There is only one way to find a water ghost to put out the fire, which is to jump into the lake and soak your whole body in water to put out the fire. Then, the person who puts out the fire will start to think about how to successfully run out of the water ghost's lake. In short, this guy is very difficult to deal with. But now, he was actually walking his dog on the street with a rope tied around his neck. The investigator, who was somewhat incredulous, switched the screen, and then the communication room with a huge fire burning in the dark night appeared in front of everyone. After searching around and making sure that the doorman was gone, they became even more silent. The silence of the investigation bureau investigator had little to do with Lincoln. He took the doorman to Cheyenne Ho Avenue. As they walked, they suddenly ran into a figure head on. "Who are you? Why are you hanging out here so late at night?" Looking at the security guard in front of him wearing a security uniform and a head with cracks cut out, Lincoln was silent for a moment and weighed the brick in his hand again. Bang! The skull exploded. A moment later, On Cheyenne Avenue, Lincoln, holding a brick in his hand, put his hands behind his back and walked in front with his head held high, as majestic and domineering as a principal inspecting the school. Behind him, the security guard with half of his head smashed grabbed the rope that Lincoln had held before and dragged the doorman Unclekin, following Lincoln step by step with bloody footprints. The bloody footprints that exuded a fishy smell had not spread yet and were changed by the doorman Unclekin. Then, one by one, the bloody footprints burned in the strange eyes of the Investigation Bureau investigator. What should we do? Should we go to the director? If this goes on, I always feel that something bad will happen. Look, there's another evil security guard. Under the gaze of everyone, a security guard with his chest and stomach cut open and his heart, liver, spleen and lungs completely emptied appeared at the end of Cheyenne Avenue. He held a baton in his hand and dragged his intestine step by step towards Lincoln. Hey, intestine ghost. Lincoln looked at him with bright eyes and weighed the brick in his hand again. After a while, the intestines of security guard number 2 replaced the cloth strip on the neck of the doorman, Mr. Kin. The 2 security guards grabbed a section of the intestines and dragged Mr. Kin to continue patrolling behind Lincoln. In just a few minutes, the 2 evil spirits surrendered to Lincoln's mighty and domineering attitude, accepted Lincoln's jade seal to stamp them, and became a member of the glorious parade team. This scene made the investigators in the Investigation Bureau scalp numb, and they rushed to the director without hesitation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.